Chapter 487. What is it? Yichen really wanted to know what this guy wanted. He did not remember ever interacting with this guy before. The ghost warrior gave up on activating the 5 poison great array and said with a cold face, "Hand over the thing you got from under the stone men's camp. Do you know what I am talking about?" Hearing him, Yichen squinted his eyes. It seemed like this guy was the same as him, also searching for the secret of the undying body. However, he had never seen him before, so he must be hiding in the dark. This kind of person was the most dangerous. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, ready to bite you at any second. You would not even know how and why you died. What if I don't want to hand it over? Zhen Yuan slowly but powerfully operated inside his body. Yi Chen's spirit was highly concentrated, ready to launch a fatal attack at any second. If you don't hand it over, you will wish you were dead. Even if you manage to escape this time, how many times can you escape? By then you will not be the only one who will suffer. Your friends, your women, your families will all suffer as well. They will have to bear the consequences that they should not have to bear. I guess they will hate you even before they die. As he spoke, the 5 poison ghost warriors started to laugh. Although they did not have the absolute confidence to keep Yi Chen here, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to do anything to them. Oh yeah. Even if you don't come for me, I will come for you. You are destined to be a ghost under my sword. His body suddenly piercing out, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. It was not a profound sense martial art, nor was it a powerful killing attack. It was just a normal sword attack. However, with the enhancement of the fast mentality, it was unbelievably fast and accurate. Once the sword was thrown out, the crescent moon-like sword chi had already approached the ghost warrior's body. Master Rain's senses and reflexes were 1 level higher than the ghost warrior's, so he had been watching out for Yi Chen for a long time. Seeing him throw out his sword without any hesitation, he did not show any other emotions except for being a little surprised at the speed. A metal ring appeared in his hand, which vibrated and brought up a dreamy water wave. It blocked in front of the ghost warrior, clashing with the tip of the sword. Boom. Water splashed everywhere as the ghost warrior was blown away, breaking 3 huge trees in a row. At the same time, Yi Chen changed his sword aura. He was like a swimming fish, avoiding the most powerful shockwave and attacking towards Master Rain, who was trying to stop him. Ding 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 pew. The first 3 sword attacks were all blocked by Master Rain's ring, while the last one brushed past the ring and left a bloody mark on Master Rain's shoulder. Pop. Master Rain's body was like the moon in the water, disappearing into nothingness. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away, dodging Yi Chen's continuous attacks. Turning his head to look at the wound on his shoulder, Master Rain's face darkened. Even though he had already considered Yi Chen as a powerful opponent, he did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage right from the start. "Brat, you're courting death." The 5 poisons ghost general, who was sent flying, had a livid expression. He flicked his sleeves and corroded the branches and leaves that were blocking him into ashes. Then he bounced up from the ground and slammed his palm forward. 5 poison godly palm. The purple Zhen Yuan separated into 5 parts, turning into different shapes in the air. One was a poisonous snake, one was a centipede, one was a spider, one was a scorpion, and the last one was a toad. The 5 Zhen Yuan poisonous creatures looked extremely lifelike. They all attacked towards Yi Chen while showing their fangs and claws. Break. Besides the fact that the ghost warrior was a bit more powerful, his battling power was nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. Facing this poisonous palm attack, Yi Chen waved his long sword in the air. The 5 poisonous creatures seemed to have been hit in their weak spots. Their bodies twisted and exploded, while rolling purple chi corroded the ground in front of them and created a huge pit. 1 ring in the moon. Master Rain's attack had arrived as well. That metal ring vibrated in the air and turned into a huge green halo. It twisted the water yuan chi and looked like a deep ocean whirlpool, squeezing Yi Chen in the middle. It then suddenly wrapped around him, trying to lock down Yi Chen's movement. Yi Chen knew that he could not let himself be trapped by the green halo. Even if he could break it, it would still take a lot of time. During that time, even if he had 9 lives, it would not be enough. Psich. The emerald long sword was waved up, and the green halo was sliced open. 2 ring sun lock. Another metal ring appeared in Master Rain's hand. As he threw it out, the 2 metal rings intertwined with each other, turning into layers of green light rings. It was hard to tell which one was the real one and which one was the fake one. The rings spread out in the air, and the number of rings increased drastically once again. The bigger rings covered the smaller ones, and the smaller ones were connected to the bigger ones, covering the entire sky, layer upon layer. Troublesome indeed. Yi Chen frowned hard. Master Rain's battling power was extremely horrifying, and he was almost at the level of a spirit warrior. Plus, there was still the 5-poison ghost warrior whose battling power was not that impressive, but his poison art was extremely vicious. The two of them had given him a huge pressure that he had never felt before. Sword step, find the gap. Using his body as a sword, Yi Qin turned into a beam of sword light, flying through the gaps of the countless rings. Whenever he ran into something that he could not dodge, he would throw out a sword attack. What kind of step art is this? Master Rain was shocked as he watched Yi Qin fly out of his attacking range. The ghost warrior did not expect Yi Qin to be able to break through Master Rain's 2-ring sun lock so easily. As far as he knew, once this attack was performed, even those who were slightly more powerful than Master Rain would not be able to fight back. Mountain melting palm. Putting his left hand on his right arm, the ghost warrior's Zhen Yuan increased drastically. A purple swirl appeared in the middle of his palm, looking like a mountain. He threw it towards Yi Qin. Amaranthan nature. Yi Qin was not afraid at all. He performed his amaranthan nature and stabbed out with his sword. Oh. The purple Zhen Yuan had been pierced through, and a sword hole appeared in the center of the ghost warrior's palm. Just when his palm was about to be pierced through, Master Rain's reinforcement arrived just in time. One of his metal rings had managed to deflect Yi Qin's longsword while the other one was thrown out. Missing his attack, Yi Qin hurried to back out, avoiding the incoming ring. No. One of them has such a powerful poison art, and the other has such a weird movement. If I do not take care of one of them, I will not be able to gain the upper hand. Yi Qin's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Master Rain and the ghost warrior. Master Rain said coldly, "Give me that thing and I will give you a peaceful life. Otherwise you will see this kind of scene again in the future. Not only you but also your friends and family. I think they are not as powerful as you, right?" The killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all as Yi Qin sneered. "Even if I hand it over, you might not let me go. Only by removing the root of the problem will you be able to solve the problem in the future. Am I right? Since you insist, then do not blame us." Master Rain neither admitted nor denied it, but he agreed with Yi Qin deep down in his heart. Yi Qin's potential was way too horrifying. Once he grew up, even he and the ghost warrior together would not be his opponent. Therefore, for the peace of the future, they could only chase after Yi Qin without giving up. Asking Yi Qin to give up now was only to increase their own power. "Brat, this is the path you have chosen. Do not regret it in the future. I, the ghost warrior, have plenty of ways to torture people." The ghost warrior knew that he would not be Yi Qin's opponent, so he let Master Rain be the main attacker, and he would help from the side. After all, he knew that his most powerful art was his poison art, not his fighting power. The long sword in his hand was pointed at the ground, the sword light shooting out. Yi Qin secretly activated his immortal body and switched to using his soul power to leave a soul mark on his internal organs. The effect of the soul mark was way stronger than the mental mark, and it could last for half an hour. During this time, the internal injuries would be negligible, unless the opponent's attack power was beyond his immortal body's limit. "I have said it before, you will be a ghost under my sword." Yi Qin gave up on fighting with Master Rain and attacked the ghost warrior directly. Master Rain frowned. The ghost warrior could not die. If he died, he would not be able to control Yi Qin anymore. Only by working together would he have a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Throwing out the metal ring, Master Rain started his most aggressive attack on Yi Qin. The second he got close to the ghost warrior, Yi Qin suddenly grabbed the other 3 swords with his left hand and swung them back. It was the reverse sky thunder cut. The sound of metal exploding was heard along with thousands of sparks. After blowing away the ring with one sword attack, Yi Qin crossed his 2 swords and performed his dual sword art. Not good. His target is me. Master Rain was shocked at Yi Qin's cunning. He did not have time to take back the ring and threw out a punch. Boom. Yi Qin's attack was weaker than he had expected. Although that punch was the full power of Master Rain, it was still not as powerful as the ring attack. However, Yi Qin was blown away like an arrow leaving the bow. In the next second he appeared 10 steps away from the ghost warrior. Damn it. This brat's target is still 5 poison. Fighting with me was just to cover up his goal and create a fog to make 5 poison lower his guard. Master Rain was shocked at Yi Qin's battling experience. It was not something that could be gained through training. It would require a top talent, since people with weak battling talent would not be able to make such a plan in such a critical moment. Killing 5 poison will leave you with a wounded body. Let's see what you will choose. Master Rain roared in anger as he used both of his hands to control the ring that was not far away and threw it at Yi Qin. He was confident that Yi Chen would not have a good time under his attack. Yi Chen did not care about the ring behind him at all. His emerald longsword started to vibrate at an extreme speed as the edge of the sword light was covered in a layer of gold. Gold Resonant Radiance Attack. With a flash of gold light, the ghost warrior was sliced in half. A red line extended from his head to his crotch before blood splashed everywhere. He did not even know that he was already dead. He wanted to attack back at Yi Chen, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not activate his Zhen Yuan and fell heavily onto the ground. Boom. The second he killed the ghost warrior, Yi Chen's back was also hit by a ring attack. As for the other one, he had dodged it. Puking out blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chen turned around calmly. Master Rain's face was twisted as he said, "Your internal organs should have been broken, right? How much power do you have left? 50%? 30%? After killing the ghost warrior, I want you to die with him. This is the wrong choice you made, the wrong choice to put yourself in death." Chapter 488. 5 Poison Ghost Warrior. I did not expect you to be the leader of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult. I did not expect you to have already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Unfortunately, you still died in my hands. Speaking of which, I have already killed 4 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult. I wonder what kind of relationship you have with them? The ghost warriors who had died in Yi Chen's hands were the Ghost Corpse Man, the Blood Demon, the White Bone Ghost Warrior, and the 5 Poison Ghost Warrior. He guessed that Master Rain might be one of the ghost warriors as well, but he had surpassed the 5 Poison Ghost Warrior. In Master Rain's eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Therefore, he said without hesitation, "I guess there is no harm in telling you. I am the Outer Master of the 9 evil cult, Yu Tian." Outer Master Yu Tian? Very good. Ghost warriors are not powerful enough for me anymore. Now, it is the master-level warriors of the 9 evil cult. Arrogant. When you were at your peak, I might have been a bit scared. But now I can kill you with one hand. 2 Ring Sun Lock. Although Yu Tian said that, he did not dare to be careless at all. Although it was rare for someone to fail miserably, it was not impossible. Even a lion would use all of its power to catch a rabbit. He would not make this kind of mistake, at least not before his opponent fell down. The earth-shattering green halos sealed the area, layer upon layer, the big halos encircling the small halos. Blood leaked out of Yi Chen's mouth, but he did not try to dodge. It seemed like he could not dodge at all. The green longsword in his hand kept slicing out, stabbing out, and trying to break through the blocking of the light. It gave people the feeling that he was a small boat on the ocean, and could be destroyed at any second. Seeing that, Yu Tian let out a breath of relief. It seemed like Yi Chen was indeed badly wounded, but he did not know how bad it was. There were a lot of green light rings and their trajectories were constantly changing. However, Yi Chen's sword arts were fast, brutal, and accurate. No matter how the green light rings changed, they could not get close to him, not to mention locking him down. Let's see how long you can last, Yu Chensha. Sneering, Yu Tian quickly formed hand seals with both hands. As he formed hand seals, the water yuan qi in the air started to move, and the sky turned gray. Then rain arrows started to rain down. It was as if thousands of arrows had been shot at the same time, or as if hailstones were falling. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Yi Chen held his sword in a reverse grip and slashed downwards. The rings and rain arrows within a radius of 3 feet bounced off like a hollow ball. After doing all this, Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited. This is the moment. Yu Tian suddenly felt that he shouldn't kill Yi Chen right now. He couldn't kill him before he obtained the secret that the Ghost General 5 Poisons wanted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted a few months following the Ghost General 5 Poisons around. With a thought, Yu Tian's next attack weakened by 30%. A majestic water dragon, propelled by his true essence, rushed out with an imposing aura that seemed as if it could break through everything. Water Dragon Kill. This attack was Yu Tian's most powerful single-target profound sense martial art. The first loop Moon Cover and second loop Sun Lock were ceiling attacks, the Rain Thousand Kill was a group attack, and the Water Dragon Kill was the real ace attack that he used against powerful enemies. Even if he had only used 70% of his Zhen Yuan, it would still be enough to wound Yi Chen badly. Boom. The moment the Water Dragon rushed out, a forked lightning appeared in the sky, which was extremely shocking. Finally here. A sharp cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes, as if someone had waved out a fatal sword attack from within. The emerald long sword vibrated at an unimaginable frequency. Within a second, it had vibrated at least 1,000 times. The blue sword light was covered with a layer of golden light. The golden light continued to flow, shooting out along with Yi Chen's attack. Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Attack. Without any obstruction, the majestic water dragon was directly split in half, shooting out from both sides of Yi Chen and into the distance. What? Impossible. Could it be? An unbelievable look flashed through Yu Youtian's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind and he could not help but think, could it be that it was all an illusion? Yi Chen wasn't injured at all, and that so-called injury was just an act to make me lower my guard and attack recklessly? But my ring had clearly landed on his back. Even if he was wearing a top-ranked defensive item, the power would still have passed through. There was no way he would not be injured at all. What is going on? Yu Youtian's mind was in a mess. He felt like he had run into something incomprehensible. If the Ghost Warrior were here, he would definitely not make this kind of mistake because he was sure that Yi Chen had gotten the undying body training method. Therefore, he would definitely be on guard against it during the battle. However, he was too cautious and did not tell Yu Youtian the truth, afraid that the latter would get rid of him and take all the benefits for himself. Yu Youtian had predicted everything, but he had not expected Yi Chen to have trained the undying body. This mistake would not be changed by his will. The gold resonant radiant sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. After cutting open the water dragon, its remaining power did not disappear as it landed heavily on Yu Youtian's chest. Chin. A burning spark appeared on Yu Youtian's chest as a wave of power rushed into his body through the mid-rank defensive item. He could no longer hold the hot blood in his mouth as he puked it out. Brat, you are so cunning. His body flying backward, Yu Youtian turned into a beam of light and tried to escape. You think you can run away? Yi Chen performed his movement art and chased after him. One was heavily wounded while the other was perfectly fine. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, and it was already within Yi Chen's attack range. The sword chi shot out as Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Yu Youtian seemed to have grown eyes on the back of his head as his body flashed once, avoiding the incoming sword chi. However, his speed was once again slowed down. No, if this continues, I will be beaten to death. I will have to use some essence blood and perform the blood escape. With that thought in mind, Yu Youtian's body shook once as his speed increased drastically. The Zhen Yuan that he had shot out contained a bright red color, and his face had turned even paler. The purity of Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was not as pure as Yu Youtian's after all. Earlier, when the latter was heavily wounded, he could still catch up slowly. But now the gap would only get bigger and bigger and he would eventually lose his chance. Boom. The protective Zhen Yuan outside his body shattered, turning into countless light dots floating in the air. The broken pieces then merged together and formed into waves of sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god riding a sword. Go! The sword finger on his right hand suddenly pierced out, and the sword light shot out with Yi Chen. This kind of speed was already infinitely close to the speed of an attack. It was like a beam of light cutting through the sky, fast like a dream. What kind of secret art is this? Yu Youtian's face turned pale as he tried his best to perform the blood escape. A beam of blood light and a wave of sword light chased each other with all their might. Overall, Yi Chen's speed was still a bit faster. Before, the success rate of my sword light flying art was less than 10%. But now it has reached 100% without any delay. Back in the Blood Demon battlefield, Yi Chen had been chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. When he was heavily wounded, he used the sword light flying art and escaped. After that, Yi Chen had been training the sword light flying art hard, hoping that one day he would be able to use it freely. And this goal had been achieved a long time ago. However, he never had the chance to use it because it had to be used in a situation where he was running for his life or being chased. After all, using the sword light flying art required him to remove his protective Zhen Yuan. The Blue Stone Town was located in the south of the mountain region, less than 30,000 miles away from the border. Unknowingly, the two had left the mountain region and arrived above a mountain range. Their speed was already more than 10 times faster than the speed of sound. If you kill me, you will be chased by all of the powerful warriors from the 9 Ghost cult. Your family and your martial school will be destroyed. Do you think it is worth it? Even if Yu Youtian was a Sea of Souls realm warrior and had trained his spirit body, the spirit blood inside his body was not endless. After half an hour, the blood inside his body was about to be used up. If it continued like this, even without Yi Chen chasing after him, he would not be able to live past tomorrow. Yi Chen sneered. The 9 Ghost cult had been destroyed decades ago. The remaining people are all like rats on the street. Do you think I would be scared? The remaining powerful warriors of our 9 ghost cult are way beyond your imagination. Don't look for your own death and bring danger to your family. Leaving you alive would be the real danger. Damn. Even if I die, I want you to die with me. Yu Tian gave up on running for his life. He was ready to die with Yi Chen while he still had some power left. The second he turned around, a cyan-colored sword light with a hint of gold flashed past. He felt his neck go numb as he saw a headless body far away from him. Oh. After killing Yu Tian with one sword attack, Yi Chen let out a breath. He was indeed an outer master of the 9 ghost cult, who was extremely hard to deal with. If it were not for the fact that he had a part of the undying body, and pretended to be weak, he might not even be able to wound him badly, let alone kill him. Reaching out his hand, Yu Tian's storage ring landed in his hand. Yi Chen did not even look at it before throwing it into his own storage ring. This should be the approaching Star Mountain, right? After this mountain it would be the Star Regional Lake. I have not been to the Snake Island for a couple of years, so I wonder what kind of realm Wang's snake has reached. Back then Yi Chen had a grudge against the floating island, but he was afraid that they would vent their anger on the Wang family. Therefore he did not try to contact Wang's snake. After such a long time, the floating island should have already gotten over the grudge, so it was time for him to go to the Snake Island. He did not hurry on with his journey. Instead, he found a quiet mountain and sat down to recover his Zhen Yuan. Hundreds of miles away from the Blue Rock town in the mountain region, a group of people in hats gathered together. Most of them were wearing white robes, but only 3 of them were in black. Did you bring the Wang family's blood? One of them asked. Yes. The leading man in white took out a transparent glass bottle from his storage ring, which was filled with a blood-red liquid. Taking over the glass bottle, the man in black opened it and smelled it, then passed it to the other 2 men next to him. After the 3 had smelled it, the one who spoke earlier said, "All right, we have smelled the Wang family's blood. As long as they are not more than 100,000 miles away, they will not be able to escape even if they are at the end of the world. Now take us to the Snake Island. With the power of those 2 descendants of the Wang family, they might not be able to get more than 100,000 miles away in a couple of days. Follow me." The group of men in hats flew out, heading towards the south. Chapter 489. The Star Regional Lake was a continent-level lake. Even if it was not the top 3 in the whole True Spirit continent, it would at least be in the top 5. It had an area of millions of miles, which would be more than enough to put the whole South Rudra region in. And this was only a lake filled with water. As such a huge lake, there were countless small islands on the Star Regional Lake. They were like stars in the sky, and one could be seen after a certain distance. The Wind Island was a small island that was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Snake Island. There were millions of people living on the island, and it was quite prosperous. Inside a luxurious restaurant, Yi Chen sat by the window drinking tea while listening to the information exchange between the warriors. Have you heard? The Wang family on the Snake Island near the Black Dragon Empire had been killed? Not even a chicken or a dog was left alive. Even the Snake Island had lost a layer. Killed? Who would be so cruel? That Wang family was a rank 9 family after all. How could they be killed just like that? Plus, I heard that in the past couple of years 2 young warriors had appeared in the Wang family, and they were both at the astral reaching realm. If a rank 8 martial institution wanted to take care of them, they would have to suffer a lot. You are a bit too short-sighted. For us the Wang family is a huge beast. But for those powerful warriors they could be killed just like that. Whatever the warriors in the restaurant were saying next, Yi Chen did not hear it, because he had already left the restaurant. In the sky Yi Chen rode on his flying puppet, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. Who did the Wang family offend to be killed? How is Wang's snake? There were a lot of questions in Yi Chen's head. He did not expect to hear the news of the Wang family being killed just when he was about to go to the Snake Island. Although he did not have much feelings for the Wang family, and his relationship with Wang's snake was not that deep either. But the Wang family had given him a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower after all, and Wang's snake had been protected by him before. Without knowing why Yi Chen thought of those men in hats. There was no reason for him to think of them. Wang's snake, you did not look like a short-lived person before. You should not die this easily, right? If you die you will have nothing left. Wang's snake's potential was something that Yi Chen knew very well. He could tell a thing or two from Tuabaku, and Wang's snake was even younger than him. Whoosh! The flying puppet shot forward as fast as a flash of light. From afar Yi Chen saw the Snake Island. The Snake Island that used to be so tall was now shorter. It seemed like the top had been sliced off by a knife. However, judging from the cut marks, it was not a knife but a claw. It was torn by a claw. A large number of martial artists stood on the uneven surface. You didn't see what happened that day. A group of people dressed in white and wearing bamboo hats surrounded the Wang family and killed every single one of them. Not even the children were spared. In the end, when they were about to leave, the leader of the group waved his hand and the Wang family on the Snake Island was directly wiped out and turned into what you see now. That's too cruel. They didn't even leave a complete corpse. Sai, this world is a world where the strong are respected. The words of the strong are absolute. If they say they will destroy you, then they will destroy you. There is no room for discussion. A peak late astral reaching expert has arrived. A lot of people had noticed Yi Qin, who had a powerful qi. Yi Qin had heard everyone's conversation, especially the words men in white. If it were not a coincidence, then the men in white that he had met in the Bluestone town would be the main culprit who had killed the Wang family. This guess was not without reason. First of all, it was not that there were no people in white, but for a group of them to appear, the chance would be very small. Secondly, the men in white had the blue-eyed white wolf bloodline, while the Wang family had the multi-headed snake bloodline. The two of them were somehow related. Therefore, Yi Qin was pretty sure that it was those men in white who had killed the Wang family. This is indeed tricky. Those men in white are not easy to deal with, especially the leader. His power seems to be no weaker than Yu Youtian's. Yi Qin frowned. He knew how powerful Yu Youtian was. Perhaps he would not be afraid of one man in white, but a group of them would have to be careful. Plus, people with this kind of bloodline would be extremely powerful. Even Yi Qin did not have the confidence to win against that leader. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's look for some clues. Between his eyebrows, Yi Qin let out his soul power quietly. 30 miles. 50 miles. 80 miles. 90 miles. Not until he had let his soul power reach 90 miles deep into the Snake Island did Yi Qin start to feel that his soul power was not able to reach out anymore. There is a slight space vibration, but it is very weak. His expression changed as Yi Qin left the cut surface and came to the middle of the mountain, allowing his soul power to reach even deeper. Realizing that there was nothing wrong yet, he dove right into the bottom of the lake. There is a transporting stone door there? Yi Qin had finally found the source of the vibration. It was actually 360 miles below the cut surface. If it were not for the fact that Yi Qin's soul power was more powerful than most of the Sea of Souls realm warriors, he might not be able to find it. Thinking about it, it was not that the leading man in white did not use his soul power to search. It was just that the range of his soul power was limited, and the stone door was too deep, which was why he did not notice it. Of course, the most important reason was that Yi Qin had trained the void-shattering finger art, which contained the space mentality, which made him extra sensitive to the space vibration coming from the stone door. Without much hesitation, Yi Qin pushed his protective Zhenyuan and squeezed into the mud at the bottom of the lake, approaching the stone door. Soon Yi Qin arrived in front of the stone door. The stone door was located in an underground stone room. There was no way to go down from the top. There was only a small hidden path on the side. The entrance of the small path was also at the bottom of the lake, covered with water plants. The path was not smooth all the way and there were a lot of traps. It was also the reason why Yi Qin did not come in through the small path. It was not because he was afraid of the traps, but because he was afraid that the traps would cause too much noise. I wonder where this door leads to? Yi Qin thought about it again and again before stepping in. He believed that the Wang family would not set up a stone door that would trap people in a dangerous place, since there was no need for it at all. After all, how many people would be able to find it? The purpose of this stone door was most likely to transport important people away. Perhaps Wang's snake was still alive. Oh! The swirl in the stone door spun once, and Yi Qin disappeared completely inside. Sister May, someone is coming through the stone door. In a dimly lit underground building, a teenager in black stared at the stone door in front of him with a cautious expression. It was indeed Wang's snake, whom Yi Qin had not seen for many years. Behind him, a cold-looking lady in black walked over. It was indeed another martial genius of the Wang family, Wang Mei. Back in the Star Regional Lake, her three-headed snake had attacked the big ship that Yi Qin and Wang's snake were on. Little snake, our Wang family might have been destroyed. The people coming here are most likely enemies. Later I will hold them off. You run by yourself. Do not look back. There was a hint of sadness in Wang Mei's eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. Wang's snake shook his head. No, Sister Mei, I want to face it with you. Stupid brat, what is the use of you staying here? It will only be one more corpse. Only by staying alive can you avenge my family. I believe you have the potential. You have reached the peak level early astral reaching realm from the condensing reality realm in just a couple of years. Compared to a couple of years ago, Wang Mei had matured quite a bit. Oh. Just as the two were talking, the swirl inside the conveyor door suddenly sped up, and a human figure walked out. A six-headed snake shadow appeared behind Wang Mei and Wang's snake. The 12 snake heads bit towards the incoming person, attacking fiercely. Boom. The incoming person threw out a punch and the two backed out continuously. It's me. After throwing out a punch to push back the two, Yi Chen said. Wang's snake was overjoyed. Brother Yi. It really is Brother Yi. Sister Mei, he is not an enemy. He is my savior, Brother Yi. A confused look flashed past Wang Mei's face, but she nodded and said calmly, I know. Yi Chen looked around and realized that he was underground. The walls were inlaid with glowing crystals, which made it possible for him to see his own fingers in this dark environment. He was in a stone hall which looked very ancient and elegant. It seemed to have been here for a long time. Wang's snake, what is this place? This is our Wang family's forbidden place. Brother Yi, is our Wang family still here? Wang's snake asked carefully. In the past few years he had developed feelings for the Wang family. Except for a few people, the others were very nice to him, especially the family head, Wang Heng. At the side, Wang Mei also looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was silent for a while, shook his head and said in a low voice, the Wang family has been razed to the ground. I only found out about it by chance and then I found the conveyor door. Grandpa, Uncle Zhou, are they all dead? Wang's snake's eyes were filled with tears. The dead cannot be resurrected. It is already a great fortune for you to be alive. You must cherish this life, and when you are strong enough you can take revenge. Yi Chen comforted him. I know I will. Wang Shi clenched his fists tightly. Not only was the main family destroyed, before the main family was destroyed his previous family was also destroyed, not even the fowls and dogs were spared. These days he felt very painful every moment. Fortunately Wang Mei was with him, she was his only relative. The conveyor door's light dimmed and gradually disappeared. Yi Chen knew that the conveyor door's original energy had been used up. After all, this conveyor door was very low level compared to the conveyor doors Yi Chen had seen. There was a limit to the number of people, and it was impossible to teleport without limit. How did you escape? Yi Chen asked. Wang's snake explained, after my previous family was destroyed, Grandpa Wang Heng forced me and Sister Mei to enter the conveyor door. It was a one-way conveyor door and we could not teleport back. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter. It seemed that there was only one person left. Then can you tell me about the Wang family's secrets and the cause? This was what Yi Chen wanted to know the most. Otherwise he would not be able to make a plan. Wang's snake looked at Wang Mei and Wang Mei nodded and said, let me tell you. Anyway, the Wang family only exists in name and there is nothing to hide. There are some things that you are not clear about. Chapter 490. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mei said slowly, in the ancient era there were many mixed blood races. Among them, the most powerful ones were the demi-beast families. Our Wang family was one of the demi-beast families. As for the so-called demi-beasts, they were beasts that could transform into human forms. In other words, they were the descendants of the beast kings and humans. They had the bloodline of both beasts and humans. When the beast bloodline was awakened, they could summon the phantom of the demi-beast, which would increase their battling power tremendously, allowing them to easily fight against those with higher realms. When a beast reached the beast king realm, it could have offspring with humans. The fact that the Wang family had the bloodline of both beasts and humans did not surprise Yi Chen at all. In fact, he had already suspected that these people had the bloodline of beasts. As for beasts and humans, it sounded a bit unbelievable, but it was not that big of a deal. After a beast reached the beast king realm, it could have two forms. A beast form and a human form. A beast form and a human form were not that different. As long as they wanted to, they could stay in their human form for the rest of their lives. Of course, there were some beast kings who preferred the beast form and did not want to become humans. Wang Mei shook her head. No, even if a normal beast reached the beast king realm and could transform into a human form, it would not be able to have offspring with humans. Only some extremely rare beasts from the ancient era could do so, such as the ancestor of our Wang family, the nine-headed serpent king. Nine-headed serpent. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The nine-headed serpent was a notorious beast in the ancient era. When it was born, it already had the power of a rank 7 beast. When it reached adulthood, it would have the power of a rank 10 beast. Once it became a beast king, it would be 10 times more powerful than a normal beast king. Those people who destroyed your Wang family were also from a demi-beast family? Yi Chen asked. Wang Mei nodded. Yes, I heard from my grandpa that they were from the Ao family with the bloodline of the blue-eyed white wolf. In the past, the Ao family was only a noble family among the demi-beast families, while our Wang family was the king family. However, the Wang family had declined a long time ago, becoming a normal family. 100 years ago, the Ao family became the king family. Why did the Ao family want to destroy the Wang family, which was also a demi-beast family? That was because they wanted to obtain the bloodline crystal of our Wang family. Yi Chen remained silent and listened to the other party's next words. Bloodline crystal, a crystal that can increase the density of bloodline and increase the chance of bloodline awakening. Only demonic kings can condense this type of crystal, and it's extremely poisonous. Half-demons with low density of bloodline will die without a doubt if they use it. Only half-demons with relatively high density of bloodline can use it effectively. Me and the little snake have used it once, increasing the density of our bloodline from 5-headed snake to 6-headed snake. Once the bloodline awakens, our cultivation base will skyrocket for a period of time without any side effects. Is this the reason why the Ao family wants to deal with your Wang family? Could it be that the Ao family can also use the bloodline crystal of your Wang family? Wang Mei said, bloodline crystals are formed from demonic energy and the blood essence of a demonic king. I think there should be some similarities between them. Alright, now you can tell me about the strength of the Ao clan. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything. The Ao family is very powerful. Wang Mei's voice sank as she said, although I do not know anything about the Ao family, I know about the royal family's power very well. In order to become a royal family, there must be 3 conditions. First, there must be a demonic beast king in the family. Second, there must be at least 4 master-level demonic beast warriors. Third, there must be a demonic beast son in the family. Hearing her, Yi Chen started to think. The Ao family was indeed powerful, ridiculously powerful. It seemed like among the demonic beast families, the royal family would be equivalent to a rank 5 martial institution. No, it might be even more powerful than a normal rank 5 martial institution, because a normal rank 5 martial institution might not even have 4 master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. What is this demonic beast son? Once the beast bloodline reaches half of the ancestor's bloodline, one would be a demonic beast son. We call it the perfect demonic beast bloodline. The perfect demonic beast bloodline seemed to be similar to Murong's perfect demi-demon bloodline. This condition might be even harder than becoming a master-level demi-beast, since who would be able to control their own beast bloodline and reach half of it? Without a huge opportunity, there would be no way at all. What is the level of your bloodline? Yi Chen asked casually. Wang Snake answered, we are still far from it. Only when the bloodline density reaches the 9-headed snake level would it be the perfect demonic beast bloodline. But we have only trained 1 bloodline crystal. Once we train the second one, the chance of increasing our bloodline density will be half of the first one, and the third one will be half of the second. Of course, we would not dare to try the last 2 times either. If the first one could not kill us, then the chance of the second one would be doubled and the third one would be doubled. It would be the opposite of increasing our bloodline density. After training 3 bloodline crystals, we would not be able to train anymore because only the pure 9-headed snake bloodline would be able to train more than 3. We are demonic beasts, so we will never be able to have a pure 9-headed snake bloodline. Now that he knew everything, it was time for Yi Chen to say something. The Ao family is very powerful. All I can do is try my best to ensure your safety. If it is beyond my power, then I will have to say sorry. Right now, the Ao family might not be able to chase after you. Let's talk about the future later. Naturally, Yi Chen hoped that the Ao family would not bother to chase after Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Only a rank 5 martial institution would be able to compete with such a powerful being. He would not even be able to fill the gap between their teeth. The good thing was that the king warriors had their own rules, and the demi-beast king of the Ao family would not show up for sure. So, the Ao family's danger level would be reduced by 1 rank, which would be equivalent to a top rank 6 martial institution. Thank you, Brother Yi. Wang Snake was not too sure about Yi Chen's power, since the news from the Thunder City martial tea gathering had not arrived yet. But, judging from Yi Chen's chi, he was undoubtedly at the peak level late astral reaching realm. They are very powerful. I heard from my grandpa that there are demi-beasts who have reached the Sea of Souls realm. Wang Mei hesitated for a while before reminding him. Yi Chen sighed, if only that were the case. Wang Mei opened her mouth but did not know what to say. It was not that she did not trust Yi Chen, but she did not think that astral-reaching realm warriors would be able to compete with Sea of Souls realm warriors. Plus, Yi Chen had the blue-eyed white wolf bloodline, which would make his battling power even more powerful than Sea of Souls realm warriors at the same level. After staying in the forbidden place for a day, Yi Chen thought about it and said to the two, "It is not a good idea to stay here all the time. Perhaps they have already left. I will go check out the situation on the Snake Island first. You guys be careful and wait for me to come back." Yi Chen already knew about the exit of the forbidden place, which was under the island. Leaving the forbidden place, Yi Chen arrived in the sky. This place is so close to the Blue Mountain Island. Yi Chen had flown over this island before, but he did not expect that it would be the forbidden place of the Wang family right under the island. As long as he knew where it was, Yi Chen flew in a straight line towards the Snake Island. On the Snake Island, a group of men in hats appeared on the top of the island. "Aoseng, have you checked this place?" The man in black asked the leading man in white. "Yes, I have. There is nothing out of the ordinary." "Really?" The man in black did not believe him, so he started to search carefully with the other two. "Captain, there is a transporting stone door 360 miles down there." One of the men in black found a clue. The man in black, who was called the captain, glanced at Aoseng but did not say anything. Aoseng looked a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he had covered his face with the black cloth. The group of people arrived at the stone room where the transporting stone door was, and they could not help but frown. "The energy of this transporting stone door has been used up. It seems like we will have to use the bloodline tracking spell." As he spoke, he took out the bottle of blood from the Wang family people from his storage ring. After opening it, he dropped a drop onto his hand. Oh! All of a sudden, a blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind him. Its eyes shone with a bright blue light, and a mysterious power poured into the blood drop. The blood drop suddenly jumped up and shot onto the stone wall. "It is the West. They are still 100,000 miles away. Let's go." The group of people moved quickly. After leaving the Snake Island, they flew toward the west at an extreme speed. "Aoseng, this time the family sent the three of you here. It should not be just a search for the Wang family people, right?" Aoseng was very clear that the Wang family only needed to send one green eye tracker. There was no need to send three of them at once. The leading man in black, Aoseng, said, "We have another mission this time, which is to find out more about the Tuoba family's power." "Tuoba family? That is a noble family. Is the family planning to attack them?" "No, we are just trying to find out more. The power of the Tuoba family is hidden very deeply." "Not bad." Aoseng let out a breath. If they wanted to destroy the Tuoba family, they would have to send out all of the Ao family. Unfortunately, the leader of the family was a demi-beast king. Otherwise, he would be able to take care of the whole Tuoba family by himself. After flying for about 10,000 miles, Aoseng stopped and continued to perform his bloodline tracking spell. The direction was still the west. On the way, a young man in blue passed by them. "Isn't this the sword artist in blue we ran into in the Bluestone town?" Aoseng's eyes flashed as he said to Aoseng. "What happened?" Aoseng asked. Aoseng told Aoseng what had happened in the Bluestone town. "Should we kill him? I feel that there is something wrong with him. His power should be at the Sea of Souls realm. Let's not cause any trouble." Aoseng shook his head. Yi Chen was able to make it out of the 5 poison great spell alive, so he must be powerful. He did not believe that he was just a normal peak-level astral-reaching realm warrior. Without showing any expression on his face, Yi Chen did not slow down at all as he pulled out the distance between him and the group of men in hats. "It is them. Why are they heading in that direction? Perhaps they have a way to find Wang Snake and Wang Mei? I guess I can only try my luck." After flying for hundreds of miles, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and followed them secretly. Although they were very powerful and would not be able to beat them alone, there would still be a chance to save them. Most importantly, Yi Chen could guarantee that he would not die, and that would be enough. Just as Yi Chen had expected, they were flying in the forbidden place of the Wang family without any deviation, as if they knew that the forbidden place was in that direction. Chapter 491. It is here. Aoseng and the group arrived above the island looking down. "Then I will bring a couple of people down to catch them. You guys stay outside." Aoseng waved his hand, signaling for the 4 men to follow. Aoseng nodded his head and said to the remaining 2 bamboo hat men in black and 9 bamboo hat men in white, "The 11 of you each take a side. If you see anyone coming over, kill them without mercy. Also, move around as much as possible. With our soul power we can't seal off the entire island." The island had a radius of hundreds of miles. If one were to look at it as a square, each side would be 500 miles long, and the four sides would add up to 2,000 miles. Of course, because it was an irregular shape, it might only be 1,600 or 700 miles. With 12 people guarding it, each of their mental power or soul power would have to cover more than 100 miles. Not to mention the fact that the 9 men in white were only peak-level late astral reaching realm warriors who could not use their soul power. Even if they were all Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would not be able to lock down the whole island. Yes. The 11 of them spread out, flying toward the chosen spot. Hundreds of miles deep in the lake, a blue figure kept flashing. Those 3 men in black are all Sea of Souls realm warriors. Their soul power lockdown range is very wide, and they would be able to sense my soul power. It would not be worth the risk. Those men in white are astral reaching realm warriors, and my soul power would not only be able to avoid their mental power detection, but also be able to detect me without them noticing. I will sneak into the forbidden place from where they are. After making up his mind, Yi Chen started to swim forward at a fast speed. The whole process went smoothly, as Yi Chen easily avoided the mental power lockdown of the men in white and arrived at the entrance of the forbidden place. He then performed his body art and started to fly at top speed. The forbidden place was covered with a restrictive power, so soul power would not be able to get in. People outside would not be able to know what was going on inside. Hold on for a bit longer. Yi Chen was worried that Wang's snake and Wang Mei might have already fallen into the hands of the men in white, since it had been a long time since then. It is not easy for you two to reach the astral reaching realm. Hand over the bloodline crystals now and I will let you go. Ao Sung and the 4 white-clothed bamboo hat men appeared in a fan-shaped formation in the spacious and dark stone hall. 6th Elder, why don't we just kill them and take their storage rings? There's no need to talk about conditions. A white-robed bamboo hat man was puzzled, so he sent a Zhen Yuan transmission. I'm afraid that they've made preparations and hid the bloodline crystals. Are you sure you can find the bloodline crystals if you kill them? Ao Sung was no fool. As the 6th elder of the Ao family, he had not only strength but also experience. Wang Mei looked gloomy and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Did Yi Chen betray us? Otherwise, how could the Ao clan find this place? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? No, why did Yi Chen betray us? His power was far above mine and Wang Shi's. There was no need for him to leave the forbidden area of the Wang family to inform others. He could deal with us alone. It should be a secret technique of the Ao clan. Thinking that she suspected Yi Chen, Wang Mei felt a little guilty. I won't hand over the bloodline crystal to you. Dream on. Wang Shi's eyes were red, and a huge 6-headed snake shadow appeared behind him. Brat, you want to die? One of the white-robed bamboo hat men yelled. He did not summon the blue-eyed white wolf shadow but threw out a palm attack. That horrifying palm power attack toward Wang Shi. Watch out. Wang Mei blocked in front of Wang Shi, blocking that palm attack for him. Boom. It was like a bomb had exploded in the stone room. That aggressive chi flow spread out in all directions, blowing Wang Mei and Wang Shi away. Sister Mei, are you okay? Hundreds of meters away, Wang Shi saw the blood coming out of Wang Mei's mouth. Wang Mei shook her head. I'm fine. After so many years of training, Wang Mei had reached the mid-astral reaching realm from the early clasping Yuan realm. Once she called out the 6-headed snake shadow, she would be able to compete with powerful astral reaching realm warriors. Although the white-robed man was at the late astral reaching realm, he did not call out the blue-eyed white wolf shadow, so his power was not that much more powerful than Wang Mei's. The density of the 6-headed snake bloodline is not bad. Ao Sung looked regretful. If he were a descendant of the Ao family, he would definitely be the focus of training. Wang Mei looked at Ao Sung cautiously, protecting Wang Shi behind her. Shaking his head, Ao Sung took a step forward and said with a creepy voice, Since you are not willing to hand over the bloodline crystal, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Come here. As he reached out his hand, Wang Mei's body was sucked in without any power to fight back. Right then, a sword chi shot out, cutting off the sucking power. Who is it? Ao Sung only saw a blur before a blue figure flashed out and pulled Wang Mei back. Brother Yi. Wang Shi was overjoyed. Locking his eyes on Ao Sung, Yi Chen said lightly, Don't worry, I will take you out. It's you? Ao Sung recognized Yi Chen. He regretted not killing him earlier, but at the same time, a mocking smile appeared on his face. You? Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. His protective Zhen Yuan had been shattered, turning into pieces of sword light. Yi Chen grabbed Wang Shi and Wang Mei, yelling with a low voice, Go! Shoo! The sword light shot out and the three disappeared into the tunnel. Ao Seng's expression froze for a second before he yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" With a buzzing sound, a blue-eyed white wolf shadow appeared behind Ao Seng's back. His whole body turned into a sphere of white light, chasing after them. The two of them flew through the tunnel of the Wang family's forbidden area. Soon Yi Qin was the first to jump out of the exit, diving into the depths of the lake. Ao Seng was furious. He turned his head and yelled, "You four, go inform them." Then he chased after Yi Qin in a hurry. In the sky above the island, what? They were saved? It was that blue-robed sword artist. Ao Cheng's expression turned ugly. Before, Ao Seng had suggested to kill Yi Qin, but he did not agree. Now that two of the Wang family's descendants had been saved by Yi Qin, it was undoubtedly a slap on his face. "The rest of you stay here. You two follow me." After using the bloodline tracking art to confirm the direction of Wang Shi and Wang Mei, Ao Cheng and the two black-robed bamboo hat men chased after them. Splash! A water-breaking sound was heard as a sword light shot out. Vaguely, one could see three human figures wrapped within the sword light. Not long after, another human figure shot out. His speed was much slower than the sword light, but he would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. "Stay here." Ao Seng threw out a claw attack, his claw shadows flying everywhere. The sword light was like a mischievous fish, traveling between the claw shadows without being harmed at all. What kind of secret art is this? An astral-reaching realm warrior can reach 10 times the speed of sound? While Ao Seng was furious, he also felt that it was unbelievable. Normally, an astral-reaching realm warrior who could reach 5 times the speed of sound would already be very powerful. 6 or 7 times the speed of sound would only be for extreme astral-reaching realm warriors with extremely powerful body arts. As for those martial geniuses who could challenge Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would not be able to increase their speed to more than 10 times the speed of sound. However, Yi Qin's speed had completely overturned his understanding. My Jin Yuan is much richer than yours. Let's see how long you can last." Ao Seng did not believe that Yi Qin could last. The Sea of Souls realm warrior's Jin Yuan was like the ocean, which was not something astral-reaching realm warriors could compete with. One day and one night had passed. Yi Qin had flown a whole 900,000 miles with the two, leaving Ao Seng behind for more than 1,000 miles. However, he did not stop, since it was not a coincidence that these people could find the forbidden place of the Wang family. Perhaps there was something more to it. In fact, Ao Seng was not just 1,000 miles away from Yi Qin, but 2,000 miles. Because of the long chase, he could no longer see Yi Qin, so he had to wait for Ao Cheng to catch up. Only Ao Cheng's bloodline tracking spell could confirm their location. No. Let's switch to the flying puppet first. Yi Qin could not take it anymore since he was not a Sea of Souls realm warrior. One day and one night of flying at such a high speed was quite taxing on him. If it were not for his half-spirit body, he would not be able to take it. The flying puppet's top speed was 10 times the speed of sound. Yi Qin wanted to see if Ao Seng and the rest could catch up or not. If they could not, then there would be no problem and they could just find a place to hide. If they could, then it would be a big problem since they obviously had a tracking spell. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Qin had found Ao Cheng and Ao Seng. His face darkened. Yi Qin said to Wang Snake and Wang Mei, "If I have guessed it right, they should be able to track you two with a secret spell." "Then what should we do?" Wang Snake said anxiously. "No other way. We can only fight with our endurance." Yi Qin could actually go to the South Rudra Martial School since the leader of the school, Long Bai, would be there. But he should not forget that it was the Ao family, which was a royal family, which was equivalent to a rank 5 martial school. It was impossible for Yi Qin to go to the South Rudra Martial School and the Dragon God Celestial Palace for support every time something happened, not to mention that it might bring trouble to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Qin continued to perform his sword light flying spell. While flying, Yi Qin split his attention and started to train his undying body. Normally, it would be impossible to train other secret arts while operating Jin Yuan. However, operating Jin Yuan and training the undying body did not conflict at all, since the undying body did not use Jin Yuan, but soul power, which would form a soul mark and brand it on the body. Another day and night had passed, and the group left the Star Regional Lake and arrived at the wavy snow region. Impossible. How could he last that long? Ao Seng and Ao Cheng were once again left 1,000 miles away. If it were not for the bloodline tracking spell, they would have lost Yi Qin long ago. Ao Cheng said with a low voice, "Only 2 days. I don't believe that he could last more than 5 days. This brat is strange." I hope it is as you said. The sword light sliced through the sky, not slowing down at all. Not long ago, I had successfully branded the soul mark on the 5 viscera. Now, I have also done it on the 6 viscera. Next, I will start on the 4 limbs. Once the 4 limbs are done, the first level of the flesh healing will be 80% complete. Perhaps it was because of the urgency of the situation, but Yi Chen's speed of training the undying body had increased by dozens of times. It was like he was sitting on a rocket. Chapter 492. Brother Yi is so powerful. Being carried by Yi Chen with one hand and flying at an extreme speed, Wang Snake's admiration for Yi Chen had reached a new level. It was not an astral-reaching realm warrior chasing after them, but 4 Sea of Souls realm demi-beasts. Even under the pursuit of 4 Sea of Souls realm demi-beasts, Yi Chen was still able to carry them for 2 days. It was beyond Wang Snake's imagination. If Wang Snake was still a young brat before, then right now he was a new generation of demi-beast martial geniuses. He would not admire anyone he saw, but his admiration for Yi Chen was pure. Wang Mei was also shocked. Before, she did not have much hope for Yi Chen since the power gap between them was way too huge. No matter how hard they struggled, it would not help at all. Therefore, she decided to face it calmly. But now she did not think like that anymore. She had a chance to survive, and the only reason for that was because of Yi Chen. The sword light was like an aurora in the void. Every time it flickered, it would cover a distance of 10 miles. It was truly 10 miles in an instant. The people chasing after them were divided into 2 groups. One of them was Ao Seng and Ao Cheng, who had been left behind by Yi Chen for over 2,000 li, unable to shake him off. One of them was the 2 men in black robes. Although they were also Sea of Souls realm demi-beasts, they were way weaker than Ao Seng and Ao Cheng. They were at least 6,000 miles away. Fortunately, the 2 knew the bloodline tracking spell, so they did not lose track of them. Ao Cheng, is this guy really at the peak level late astral reaching realm? We have been chasing for 2 days and 2 nights, but we still could not catch up. The man in black robes was shocked. This guy dares to go against our Ao family. Once we catch him, we will let him experience what it feels like to be dead. The man in black robes named Ao Cheng said with hatred. I do not think it is that simple. Since he dares to go against our Ao family, he might have some kind of support. How could a normal power have such a horrifying martial genius? What are you afraid of? Our Ao family is the king family. Even rank 5 martial institutions would have to respect us. Even if we cannot kill him, we can take him back and torture him. No one would dare to say anything. The weather in the misty snow region was extremely cold. Even though one was high up in the sky, one could still feel the cold air cutting down like ice blades. Sit up. Taking out the flying puppet, Yi Chen flew up and sat on it. Big brother Yi, is this a high-grade puppet? Wang Snake felt much more relaxed. Back then, Yi Chen had protected him all the way to the Wang family on the Snake Island. Now Yi Chen was protecting them again. To him, Yi Chen was like a brother but also like a senior, giving him a strong sense of security. Yi Chen nodded. I found it in some ruins. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. After flying for 2 days and 2 nights, Yi Chen had swallowed a lot of true essence restoring pills. Now, his true essence had begun to turn turbid, and there were impurities in it. After all, pills were external objects. If he used too many of them, there would always be side effects. If he didn't eliminate these side effects, then he would be in danger. His true essence operated according to the 14th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Yi Chen cleaned out the impurities bit by bit, recovering his purity. I see him. Indeed, his total Zhen Yuan is still at the astral reaching realm. It is not as rich as us. After 15 minutes, Ao Seng and Ao Cheng started to catch up. They had only swallowed 1 pill on the way, so they were not affected at all. Let's charge over in one go. Ao Cheng was afraid that something bad would happen if he dragged it out, so he risked the possibility of his meridians being damaged. Seeing that the 2 were about to catch up, Wang Snake and Wang Mei started to panic. Don't worry. Yi Chen's face looked like it had been carved by a knife, without any expression. As he spoke, 2 steel pipes appeared from the back of the flying puppet. One of them had an orange-yellow light spot on its end, which was getting bigger and bigger until it turned into a light ball. Boom. A beam of light shot out, turning into a bright red light wave. Not good. Dodge. Ao Cheng and Ao Seng's speed was too fast as they approached the flying puppet quickly. The flying puppet fired a cannon at them, which meant that the 2 were moving at an extreme speed, which would increase their reaction speed by 2 times. Not to mention the fact that they could not react in time, Even if they were prepared, they might not be able to avoid that huge light wave completely. Boom. The light wave exploded, and the two's speed decreased drastically. It is only an extreme astral reaching realm attack. Damn it. Its attacking speed is even faster than ours. Ao Sung did not care about the power of the puppet cannon, but its attacking speed annoyed him. The two were 30 miles away from each other, yet it still managed to hit the target. Let's split up. Let's see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeves. Ao Ching suggested. Alright. Chill. The two flew to the left and right, increasing the distance between them. This way, the light wave explosion would not be able to affect the two at the same time. Yi Chen had been paying attention to the two with his soul power. Seeing that they had split up, he flicked his finger, and the leopard-shaped flying puppet appeared. I will leave this flying puppet to you two. Attack it as hard as you can. Wang Snake and Wang Mei were very interested in the flying puppet, so they hurried to nod. Boom. Boom. Beams of light shot out, moving at a lightning-fast speed. Bastard. Let's attack as well. Ao Sung and Ao Ching were in a terrible situation. Their speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and they could not control the rhythm well. Before, they did not attack Yi Chen because if they did, it would affect their speed. But now they had to fight back with all of their power. Otherwise, they would never be able to catch up with him for the rest of their lives. Ghost Wolf Claw. Ao Seng's right hand and the blue-eyed white wolf's claw reached out at the same time. Countless green claw lights shot out, tearing apart the clouds. Hunting Chain. Ao Ching trained the gold element Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan circulated in his palm, shooting out two blue-red chains. The chains seemed to be real, making a loud noise and bringing up sparks, trying to entangle Yi Chen and the other two. Back. Yi Chen jumped into the air, grabbing Wang Snake and Wang Mei with each hand. The two flying puppets were also put into his storage ring. The sword light sliced through the sky, traveling between the claw shadows and the chains. Seeing this, Ao Seng and Ao Ching almost puked out a mouthful of blood. It was so annoying. They could not catch up with him and neither could they hit him. I wonder how long these two are going to chase for. In fact, Yi Chen was also very tired. In just half an hour, he had only made 50 to 60% of the impurities, and his Zhenyuan was not as pure as before. If this continued, his speed would be slower and slower, and eventually he would be caught up by the two. Glancing at Wang Snake and Wang Mei, Yi Chen let out a breath. If he left these two behind, the chance of him escaping would be 100%. Even if he did not escape, those two would not be able to do anything to him, since his sword steps were not something to be trifled with. Right now they should really want to live. The thought of leaving the two behind flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he made up his mind to escape with the two, giving them a chance to live. Before they knew it, the three had arrived above a huge ice mountain. There were a lot of palaces on top of the ice mountain, all of which looked very elegant. There were countless human figures flying around, giving off a prosperous scene. Teacher, the attacking movement of the ice snow sword realm cut, I still have some questions. Can you explain it to me? On top of the ice mountain, a cold-looking young lady and an extremely beautiful girl were standing there. The beautiful girl was indeed Feng Yenro. The cold-looking young lady said lightly, "There is no use in talking. I will just perform it for you." "Thank you, teacher." Feng Yenro opened her eyes wide, staring at the cold-looking young lady without blinking. Her teacher was none other than the leader of the floating snow martial school, the Snow Sword Master. She was a master-level warrior who was very famous among all the master-level warriors in the whole True Spirit continent. Watch carefully. The Snow Sword Master slightly stomped on the ground. Countless sword lights appeared around her body, which were connected from head to tail, layer upon layer. It looked like an iron ball made of countless swords, which was more than 10 times more powerful than Feng Yenro's ice snow sword realm. Cut. The ice element Zhenyuan in her hand condensed into an ice sword, and she threw out a sword attack into the sky. All of the sword lights around her body were sucked out, and a cold white light shot out. It was 90,000 meters long, seeming to be able to tear the sky apart. The sea of clouds turned into ice crystals, falling down from the sky. The shocking sky above the sea of clouds could be seen clearly. Feng Yenro let out a breath slowly. Every time she saw her teacher attack, she would be very shocked. The title of Snow Sword Master was not just for show. Teacher, there is someone chasing us up there. That person in front looks so familiar. It is Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wrapped in the sword light and could not be seen with naked eyes. But the qi that was leaking out of him made Feng Yenro recognize him immediately. He is indeed Yi Chen, the martial genius from the tea gathering. Snow Sword Master was a bit surprised. In her eyes, Yi Chen's future would be limitless. Having master-level sword intent at the astral-reaching realm was something she had never thought of before. It was also something that had never happened before. In other words, Yi Chen's record in sword intent would be the best in the history, and there might not be anyone who could break it in the future. Teacher, why don't you save him once? Making friends with such a martial genius would be good for our snowy martial school. Feng Yinro looked at Snow Sword Master. Snow Sword Master was about to agree, but her eyes froze all of a sudden. She stared at the man in white and the man in black. Behind them was the blue-eyed white wolf shadow. No. Saving him will bring trouble to our snowy martial school. Snow Sword Master rejected immediately. Why? Feng Yinro did not understand. The two people chasing him are not simple. Even rank 5 martial schools would not want to mess with them. They are from the AO family, and there are 5 master-level warriors in the AO family, maybe even more. Do you think our snowy martial school has the right to compete with them? Snow Sword Master really wanted to save Yi Chen. She could imagine how powerful Yi Chen would be in the future. It might even be possible for him to become a Sword King. But right now she could not save him. 5 master-level warriors. Feng Yinro remained silent. Everyone knew about the power of master-level warriors. Although she thought that her master's Snow Sword Master was very powerful and did not need to be afraid of any master-level warrior, but if 1 was not enough, then what about 2? What about 5? Let's go back. He will not die that easily. Otherwise he would not have been able to escape until now. Snow Sword Master shook her head and turned to leave. Chapter 493. That sword just now. So powerful. Its ice profound. Although Snow Sword Master's sword didn't cut open stunning sky, Yi Chen knew that the opponent was intentionally restraining herself, as if she was demonstrating it to someone. Otherwise, with the might of that sword, not to mention stunning sky, it could even tear apart extreme void sky. This is the Misty Snow Palace's territory. The one who waved this sword should be Misty Snow Sword Master, right? Ao Sing said solemnly. Ao Ching nodded. It's Snow Sword Master without a doubt. No wonder people say that she's among the top 5 sword masters. Just this sword alone can heavily injure ordinary master-level characters. As long as she doesn't hinder us, it's fine. Otherwise, the master-level characters of my AO family are not to be trifled with. The two only sighed at the might of Snow Sword Master, but they didn't have much apprehension. After all, they were only passing by the Misty Snow Palace. South of Misty Snow region was the edge of the continent. If they continued flying, they would arrive at Boundless Ocean. Compared to True Spirit Continent, Boundless Ocean was indeed boundless. Nobody knew if Boundless Ocean had an end or not, or if it was the edge of this world. If True Spirit Continent was known, then Boundless Ocean was unknown. The danger of Boundless Ocean far surpassed the former. One of the dangers of Boundless Ocean was the ocean demonic beasts. True Spirit Continent's demonic beasts were limited, but Boundless Ocean's was limitless. If True Spirit Continent could give birth to a demonic king, then Boundless Ocean could give birth to many times more demonic kings. Of course, because Boundless Ocean was too vast, demonic kings couldn't be found normally. Upon arriving at Boundless Ocean, Yi Chen felt that the wind here was very strong enough to blow away clasping Yuan martial artists. In some places where the wind was concentrated, the air currents actually formed into wind blades. These wind blades were as fast as lightning, producing sharp air-piercing sounds. Apart from this, in the sky above Boundless Ocean, the water yuan qi was abnormally dense, condensing into water droplets. Some water droplets were the size of rice grains, reflecting a sparkling radiance, while others were the size of small mountains floating in the sky, slowly moving. Crackle. A lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the water droplets, dazzling to the extreme. Yi Chen did not expect the water droplet to release lightning at him, so he did not have enough time to dodge. He could only lift up his left hand and blow out the lightning. Along the way, Yi Chen was attacked by lightning many times. Fortunately, he was prepared, so it was not difficult for him to avoid them. Soon after, Yi Chen witnessed an astonishing scene. The instant a flying demonic beast was struck by lightning, the water droplet rushed over and wrapped around the corpse of the flying demonic beast, slowly decomposing it and absorbing its nutrients. Could it be that these water droplets have their own consciousness? Yi Chen secretly marveled at the wonders of the endless sea. 50 to 60 li behind him, Ao Cheng and Ao Seng were in hot pursuit. 5 days and 5 nights. Is this guy made of iron? For the first time, Ao Seng felt a little discouraged. For a member of the Ao family who had inherited the blue-eyed white wolf's bloodline, this was inconceivable. Wolves were extremely tenacious animals and would not give up easily. Ao Seng don't give up. Ao Cheng's patience was much higher than Ao Seng's. Of course he was a green eye tracker, so he had to be patient. Ao Seng smiled bitterly. The endless sea is filled with dangers. Do we really have to keep chasing? This brat is determined to play with us to the end. Who knows, he might succeed in the next moment. Just wait for the right opportunity. Ao Cheng knew that Ao Seng's words were not without reason, but giving up before encountering any obstacles was not his style, nor was it the style of a green eye tracker. This would have a huge impact on his martial path. Brother Yi, you must be tired. Wang Shi raised his head to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head, not tired. In the bewilderment fog-forbidden zone, Yi Chen had been searching for a way out for several months. Even in that hopeless situation, he had persevered. How could he not do it this time? Moreover, these 5 days and 5 nights were not for nothing. Besides his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, he had already succeeded in branding the soul mark on his left leg. With just one more step, he would succeed in branding his right leg as well. However, although Yi Chen was not tired, he had to admit that the distance between them was getting shorter. On the first day, Yi Chen could throw the other 2,000 li away. On the second day, it was slightly weaker at 1,700 or 800 li. On the third day, it was 1,200 or 300 li. On the fourth day, it was only 800 li. On the fifth day, he could at most 300 li. On the sixth day, the distance between them was not even 100 li, only 50 to 60 li. The Zhen Yuan purity in my body is probably not even 30% of what it was before. After cultivating Green Lotus Zhen Yuan to the 14th layer, it had become incomparably pure. Currently, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan quantity had not decreased, and the purity of his Zhen Yuan was at most equivalent to the 9th layer of Green Lotus sword arts. Fortunately, Sword Light Flight art was created based on attack speed, and did not have a high requirement for Zhen Yuan purity. It was impossible to say that people with high Zhen Yuan purity would have a much higher attack speed than those with low Zhen Yuan purity. Otherwise, if Yi Chen encountered a Sea of Soul Realm expert, how could he fight? Of course, the decrease in Zhen Yuan purity would affect the speed, but it would not be that obvious. 50 li, 30 li, 10 li. When the dawn of the boundless ocean arrived, the distance between the two had never been so close. For ordinary people, 10 li might take a while, but for Ao Cheng and Ao Seng, 10 li was a blink of an eye. If not for Yi Chen maintaining high speed, they would have caught up to Yi Chen in a blink of an eye. So close. Let me see how you dodge my attack. Ao Cheng extended both his hands, and dozens of greenish-red chains shot out like steel tentacles, enveloping Yi Chen in front of him. With a grave expression, Yi Chen flicked his finger backward. Swish. A bullet-like lotus heart sword chi shot out, creating sparks on Ao Cheng's protective Zhen Yuan. In the next moment, his Zhen Yuan was shattered. Sword chi. Blood blossomed from Ao Cheng's shoulder. If it weren't for the protective Zhen Yuan blocking the sword chi's path, it wouldn't have been his shoulder that was injured, but his heart. Once the heart was pierced, it meant death unless he had some kind of miraculous medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones and heal it immediately. This person is extremely dangerous. Ao Cheng's body froze slightly. With his Zhen Yuan connection broken, he lost control of the greenish-red chains. He finally realized that Yi Chen did not only have speed, but also his battle prowess. He had been a bit careless. Yi Chen frowned. The power of the Lotus Heart Sword Chi was extremely powerful, but he did not expect it to be deviated by his opponent's protective Zhen Yuan. Judging from this, Ao Cheng's battling power was even more powerful than Yu Youtian's. If Yi Chen were to battle with Yu Youtian again, his chances of winning would be around 60 to 70%. However, his chances of killing the latter might not even be 10%, since the latter would definitely be able to escape. Go down for me. Ao Seng launched his attack. A huge Zhen Yuan hand reached out, and countless water droplets exploded while lightning flashed across the sky. You two hold on tight. Back in the Wang family's forbidden ground, Yi Chen could already tell that Wang Mei and Wang Snake had feelings for each other. Therefore, he let them stay close to each other while he pulled out his emerald longsword with his right hand and slashed at the huge Zhen Yuan hand. Boom! A huge shockwave spread out, shattering the sword light around Yi Chen's body. However, his speed did not decrease at all and he was pushed back by the shockwave. On the contrary, Ao Seng's speed dropped drastically. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen was injured. The purity of his Zhen Yuan had dropped too much, leaving him with only 60 to 70% of his battle prowess. However, with the undying body, this kind of injury did not affect him much. Hee, let's see how long you can last. Seeing Yi Qin injured, Ao Seng seemed to see hope, and his spirit rose. Boom 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 boom. The two were separated by dozens of li. After exchanging dozens of moves, although Yi Qin had a lot of blood on the corner of his mouth, his battle prowess did not decrease at all. Impossible. Ao Seng revealed a shocked expression. His advantage before was 80%, but now it was still 80%. Could it be that those injuries did not affect him at all? On the other side, Ao Qing stealthily approached 3 li away from Yi Qin. Swish. A new Lotus Heart Sword Chi had already formed in Yi Qin's body, and he flicked his finger. The Lotus Heart Sword Chi was extremely fast. Ao Qing had no choice but to clash with Yi Qin head-on. In this exchange, both sides were evenly matched. It was not because Yi Qin had recovered to his peak, but because the Lotus Heart Sword Chi was not affected by the purity of Zhen Yuan. Let's beat him together. Yi Qin's stubbornness had thoroughly enraged Ao Qing, and he yelled at Ao Seng. The two attacked Yi Qin from the left and right. On the left were dozens of green-red chains, while on the right were numerous green claw shadows. Puchi. Carrying 2 people, Yi Qin's mobility was greatly reduced. His ribs were pierced by a green-red chain and blood splashed everywhere. Bind. Ao Qing's palm retracted, and the chain that had pierced through Yi Qin coiled around his body. In this situation, Yi Qin's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. His forehead swelled as he pushed his soul power to the limit, quickly finding the weak point of the green-red chain and cutting it off with a single sword strike. Having lost its source, the green-red chain that had coiled around Yi Qin scattered. Swish. At the same time that Yi Qin cut off the chain, his chest was also hit by 2 claw shadows. His skin was torn open and even his bones were almost broken. Without caring about the wound on his chest, Yi Qin waved the emerald long sword in his hand to its limit, blocking the dozens of green-red chains that were coming at him. One chain after another broke off, flying in the air. However, the more chains that were broken, the more came at him. The wound on his chest and ribs had already recovered, but Yi Qin's expression finally turned ugly. It turned out that the 2 black-robed bamboo hat men had caught up. Fighting with numbers, aren't you ashamed? A cudgel shadow flew out, smashing all the greenish-red chains and sending Ao Seng, who was on the other side, flying dozens of miles away. Who? Ao Qing looked over. The sea of clouds below broke apart, and a black-haired human-shaped ape rushed up. He held a dark blue iron stick in his hand, and his bulging muscles seemed to be filled with explosive power. Sharp fangs protruded from his upper lip, and his pupils were abnormally fierce. Chapter 494. Ape Demonic Beast. Can talk? It was Yi Qin's first time seeing a demonic beast that could talk. Although demonic beasts could also talk after cultivating to the demonic king level, this black-furred human-shaped ape was clearly not a demonic king, but a 9th or 10th grade demonic beast. Its ability to talk might be due to its human-like appearance. It was also Wang Snake and Wang Mei's first time seeing a demonic beast that could talk, so they curiously stared at the human-shaped ape. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our Ao family's business? Ao Seng flew over from dozens of li away, looking extremely miserable. The staff shadow had come too suddenly and he couldn't even dodge it. What shocked him even more was that his protective Zhen Yuan couldn't even withstand a single strike from the staff shadow, and he was directly sent flying dozens of li away, suffering a serious internal injury. The human-shaped ape pointed at Ao Seng and said arrogantly, "First, I am not a thing. My name is Sun Xiaojing. Second, I don't care if you are from the Ao family or whatever. In front of me, Sun Xiaojing, you are not worth mentioning. If I want to fight, I will fight. You'd better ask around about the background of my Ao family." Ao Qing said with a gloomy face. Sun Xiaojing glanced at Ao Qing. "What? Is your Ao family very powerful?" The 2 black-clothed bamboo hat experts who had just arrived were infuriated. "My Ao family is the royal family among the demonic beast families. We have a demonic beast king and over 5 master-level elders. If you leave now, you'll still have a chance to turn back. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. So you're a demonic beast. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, your grandpa is a genuine demonic beast. Eat my staff." Sun Xiaojing's words were strange, and his expression was insolent. He raised his dark cyan staff high and smashed it toward Ao Qing and the other 3. Boom, boom, boom. As the staff descended, countless staff shadows burst forth, seeming like a heavenly river descending with a majestic aura. Bastard. Ao Qing didn't expect Sun Xiaojing to attack without any hesitation. He didn't put the Ao family in his eyes at all. He roared angrily and activated his Zhenyuan with all his strength. Immediately, numerous cyan red chains interweaved together, forming a huge chain net that tightly protected his body. Ao Sung had suffered at Sun Xiaojin's hands before, so he hurriedly circulated his power and threw out a huge demonic wolf claw. The demonic wolf claw flickered with a pale green light as it clashed with the stick shadow. The other two bamboo hat men worked together to defend, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Little ones, it's not over yet. Fly. The muscles on Sun Xiaojin's arms rapidly expanded, and the iron stick in his hands became as light as a feather. He instantly changed from a vertical chop to a horizontal sweep. Bang. The 4 Sea of Spirit Realm half-beasts were sent flying, and the 2 black-robed men who had just joined in vomited blood. Such powerful strength. Ao Cheng's pupils shrank. This human-shaped ape that could speak was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It didn't seem as simple as an ordinary demonic beast. Beast, don't be too arrogant. Ao Sung was, after all, the 6th elder of the Ao clan. His strength was not to be underestimated. With a slight shake of his body, the cyan-eyed white wolf behind him roared towards the sky. A terrifying pressure spreading out for dozens of li. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. As the hand seals were completed, a cyan light ball gradually formed in the cyan-eyed white wolf's mouth. The inside of the ball was black. Go! With a swoosh, the light ball turned into a beam of light and shot towards Sun Xiaojin. Insignificant skill. Sun Xiaojin grinned as his iron stick struck the front of the light beam. Like a thunderclap, the light beam was immediately shattered. Sun Xiaojin couldn't help but take a dozen steps back, his tall and sturdy body looking majestic. At the same time as Ao Sung attacked, the 2 black-robed bamboo hat men also launched a fierce attack. Boundless Zhenyuan drowned Sun Xiaojin. Bind. Ao Cheng was the last to attack. As soon as he did so, an earth-shattering cyan red chain shot out, binding Sun Xiaojin, who had just broken free like a rice dumpling. Seeing this, Ao Sung and the 2 black-robed bamboo hat men let out a sigh of relief. In terms of battle power, this human-shaped ape was almost equivalent to a Taoist-level expert. His monstrous strength was indeed impressive. However, after being bound by hundreds of cyan red chains, he wouldn't be able to break free no matter how powerful he was. A mocking expression appeared on Sun Xiaojin's face. You want to trap me with just this? Big, big, big. Every time he uttered the word big, Sun Xiaojin's body would expand by 10 times. After uttering the word 3 times, he had already become a 3,000-meter-tall horrifying giant ape. Even the shortest black hair on his body was hundreds of meters long and as thick as a bowl, shining with a metallic black luster. His pair of red eyes were like 2 red stars in the sky, shooting out beams of light that were thousands of meters long. As for the chains that bound Sun Xiaojin, they had already been broken into pieces. I forgot to tell you guys, this is my true battle form. With a thunderous voice, Sun Xiaojin looked down at the 4. So big. Wang's snake was dumbfounded. Sun Xiaojin, who was standing in the sky, was simply too big. The clouds were curling around his body, looking like countless white ribbons. The air coming out of his nostrils was like a whirlwind, causing the whole area to be filled with violent gales and wind blades. Yichen was also quite surprised. This ape was indeed abnormal. Not only could it speak human language, it could also change its size, increasing its battle power by several folds. Boom. Without using any treasures, Sun Xiaojin formed a fist with his right hand and punched out with his hill-sized fist, bringing up astral winds and even creating wind, fire, thunder, and water. Not good. Retreat. The 4's faces turned pale as they backed off madly. However, even though they backed off fast, Sun Xiaojin's fist speed was even faster. In less than 1/10 of the blink of an eye, the 4's bodies were instantly hit. Ao Cheng and Ao Sung puked out a huge mouthful of blood, looking extremely weak. The other 2 black-robed men were even worse. They directly fainted and no one knew if they were still alive or dead. Retreat. Without another word, Ao Cheng grabbed one of the black-robed men and ran out. Ao Sung followed closely behind, also grabbing a black-robed man. Next time you see your grandpa Sun Xiaojin, remember to hide far away. Sun Xiaojin seemed to be reckless, but he knew better than anyone else that wounding the 4 was fine, but killing the 4 was not a good idea. The blue-eyed white wolf shadow behind the 4 was not some ordinary thing. It was a powerful demonic beast king from the ancient era. How could its descendants be ordinary? He had not reached the level where he could kill anyone he wanted to. Many thanks for Brother Sun's help. I am Yichen. Right then Yi Chen flew over with the other two and cupped his fists. His body suddenly shrunk to 3 meters tall as he chuckled, "I just don't like them, especially the aura on their bodies." Yi Chen froze for a second but soon realized what was going on. Demonic beasts always had a bad temper. When two equally powerful demonic beasts ran into each other, a huge battle might break out. Obviously, the blue-eyed white wolf bloodline inside the Ao family people made Sun Xiaojin very uncomfortable, which was why he decided to suppress them. Of course, no matter what their intentions were, it was a fact that they had helped him beat back the Ao family's people. "Your two friends seem to be half-beasts as well." Sun Xiaojin frowned as a vicious light flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen was shocked, not knowing what Sun Xiaojin meant. "Don't worry, as long as they don't provoke me, Sun Xiaojin, it will be fine. Also, it would be best if they don't release their bloodline power in front of me." Hearing these words, Yi Chen let out a sigh. This Sun Xiaojin's temperament was truly eccentric, making people scratch their heads in confusion. "You three should have come from True Spirit Continent, right?" Sun Xiaojin asked. "Right." Yi Chen faintly nodded. "Then you'd better be careful. This boundless ocean is extremely dangerous. Even I don't dare to wander around. I can only wander around familiar places. Why don't you come with me to the Water Ape Cave? My Water Ape clan is very hospitable, and it's been a long time since we had a guest." "Water Ape Cave, is it under the sea?" Wang Shi asked curiously. "Just follow me." Sun Xiaojin's temperament dictated that he didn't care whether the others agreed or not. He directly flew toward the sea under the clouds. "Let's go," Yi Chen said to the two after a slight hesitation. Previously it was night time, so Yi Chen didn't have much of an observation of the boundless ocean. But now that the sun had risen, the three could immediately feel the depth and vastness of the ocean. Black waves rose and fell, easily reaching 1,000 meters in height. Sailing on this ocean, even a 10,000-meter-long ship would be overturned and torn apart. As far as the eye could see, the boundless ocean gave off a berserk oppressive feeling. With a water-breaking sound, the 3 humans and 1 beast dove into the seabed. After diving for around 50,000 meters, an underwater mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was thousands of meters high and stretched out for an unknown distance. On the cliff there was a giant cave entrance. The cave entrance was sealed by a barrier of light. Above the cave entrance were 4 large golden words, "Water Ape Cave Mansion." "This is the cave of my Water Ape clan." Sun Xiaojin introduced the place to the 3 while greeting the high-level demonic beasts wandering near the huge mountain. He then dove into the light membrane. Yi Chen and the other 2 also followed him in. After passing through the light membrane, the water flow suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a wide and grand inner space. There were mountains, rivers, forests, buildings, and a large number of gray apes. These gray apes looked quite similar to Sun Xiaojin, and were obviously from the same demonic beast race. However, the evil chi on their bodies was a lot weaker than Sun Xiaojin's, even if some of them were not weaker than Sun Xiaojin's. They are all members of the Water Ape clan, but their bloodline is not as high as mine. They are merely ordinary water apes. As he spoke up to hear, Sun Xiaojin seemed extremely proud, not concealing his complacency in the slightest. Yi Chen rubbed his chin. In his opinion, these gray apes were not ordinary demonic beasts. They were several grades higher than the demonic beasts commonly seen on the continent, and their bloodline was extremely ancient. "Xiaojin, you sneaked out to play again. Who are they? A human and 2 half-beasts?" A few gray apes surrounded them, and the old ape in the lead said in bewilderment. Sun Xiaojin said, "Second Grandpa Sun, they are my guests. Don't make things difficult for them." "Xiaojin, is it not enough for you to have us as your friends? Why do you have to make friends with humans?" Sun Xiaojin raised his head. "Who I want to make friends with is none of your business." Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. It seemed like this Sun Xiaojin was the little tyrant of the Water Ape clan. Chapter 495. After getting rid of the young gray ape, Sun Xiaojin brought Yi Chen and the other 2 to a stone hall. The hall was extremely vast, dozens of meters tall and 1,000 meters long. There were many stone tables and chairs in the hall, as well as countless colorful fruits. These are the specialties of our Water Ape mansion. Some of them can replenish physical strength and blood chi. You guys eat as much as you want. Sun Xiaojin grabbed a head-sized green fruit and fiercely took a bite. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Sun, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to bring us to Water Ape Mansion so casually? Don't worry, you can focus on healing here. No one will disturb you. If you were outside, I can guarantee that you wouldn't live for more than 3 days. Many thanks." Yi Chen cupped his fists. The most important reason why he followed Sun Xiaojin to Water Ape Mansion was because his battle strength had been greatly reduced. Not to mention protecting Wang's snake and Wang Mei, he couldn't even protect himself. Moreover, in this boundless ocean, finding a place to cultivate was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who knew an ocean beast might tear you apart? Therefore, being a guest in Water Ape Mansion was the best choice. Wang's snake was a pure and honest person. Seeing Sun Xiaojin's loyalty, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Sun, that Ao family is the king of demi-beast clans. Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" Sun Xiaojin's mouth twitched. "There's no need to worry about this. Their Ao family is the overlord of True Spirit Continent. In the boundless ocean, even a dragon would have to coil up and even a tiger would have to lie down. Although my Water Ape clan is weak, we're a member of the Southern Shallow Ocean Alliance, which has a total of 6 leaders, all of whom are demonic kings. Would their Ao family's demonic king dare to come?" South Shallow Ocean Alliance. This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of it. Sun Xiaojin explained, "The 30 million miles of ocean surrounding True Spirit Continent are all shallow oceans, which are divided into the Eastern Shallow Ocean, Southern Shallow Ocean, Western Shallow Ocean, and Northern Shallow Ocean. The Eastern Shallow Ocean has 5 major powers, and the most powerful one is the Dragon God Celestial Palace. The Southern Shallow Ocean has formed a Southern Shallow Ocean Alliance. The Western Shallow Ocean and Northern Shallow Ocean are too chaotic, and the powers are too complicated." "Isn't Dragon God Celestial Palace a continent power? Why are you in the Eastern Shallow Sea?" Yi Chen raised his brows and asked. "The members of Dragon God Celestial Palace are very complicated. There are all kinds of races inside. There are humans, half-beasts, demonic beasts, and demi-giants. The one on True Spirit Continent is only a branch of Dragon God Celestial Palace, and all of them are humans. Of course, this is what my grandfather told me." "I see." Yi Chen was enlightened. Speaking of which, Dragon God Celestial Palace is also on the verge of collapse. Previously, Old Dragon King was strong and could suppress the situation. However, his days are numbered. Once he dies, the whole palace will be doomed, and the other 4 forces will definitely rush in. "That's right. How many years do you have left, Dragon King?" "It's hard to say. Some people say that he only has a few years left, and some say that he can live for more than 10 years. Do you know how old the Old Dragon King was? He lived for 1,010 years. I really don't know how he broke through the limit of human life and death. It's so strange. Perhaps he took some miraculous medicine to increase his lifespan." Sun Xiaojin shook his head. "No, 1,000 years is the limit of human kings. They are not like you human Sea of Soul realm experts, who can use some methods to prolong their lifespan." Yi Chen was speechless. It seemed like Dragon God Celestial Palace was not in a good situation. Fortunately, they didn't bring the disaster to South Rudra sect. Otherwise they would have one more enemy. "What's the point of talking about this? It's too far away from us. Wait until I become a beast king, then I'll have the qualifications to stir things up. For now, just stay in the Southern Shallow Ocean." Sun Xiaojin's fighting spirit was restrained in his eyes. After eating dozens of big fruits in a row, Sun Xiaojin stood up and said, "Let's go, I will find a room for you to rest in. After you have rested, you can walk around. If you run into any trouble, just say my name." "Sorry for the trouble." Yi Chen ate 2 fruits and felt much better. He couldn't help but praise the abundant specialties of Water Ape Cave. Even the fruits were spirit medicines. The room Sun Xiaojin spoke of was actually a stone chamber. However, it was very spacious and grand, not the least bit inferior to human buildings. Inside the stone chamber, Yi Chen sized up his surroundings, but his thoughts seemed to have drifted off somewhere. Even if Dragon King is powerful, he can't escape death. Before the rules of heaven and earth, everyone is equal. True Spirit Continent is vast, and the boundless ocean is countless times larger than True Spirit Continent. Just as Sun Xiaojin said, only by becoming a king can one have the qualifications to participate. Otherwise, one's life would be in danger. "That's right, Dragon King, you can't escape death. Everyone is equal before the rules of heaven and earth. True Spirit Continent is vast, and the boundless ocean is countless times larger. Just as Sun Xiaojin said, only kings have the qualifications to participate. Become a king." Yi Chen fiercely let out a breath. He had never had such an intense desire to become powerful. In the past, he only wanted to become powerful and improve step by step. But now, he desired to reach a higher level and participate in those magnificent battles. Right now, he was in the chess game, and one day he would become the player. A week passed by quickly. After a week of bitter training, He had completely purified the impurities in his Zhen Yuan, restoring it to its peak state. Not only that, but his undying body had also made a new breakthrough. He had successfully branded the soul imprint on his right leg. Right now, besides his arms and head, the first layer of the undying body, flesh recovery, was almost 80% complete. It was a godly improvement. Yichen, are you there? Sun Xiaojin's voice came from outside. Yichen tidied up his clothes and walked out. Brother Sun, what's the matter? My grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather is the leader of Water Ape Clan? Yes, follow me. All right. Passing through a huge stone corridor and the lobby, Yichen followed Sun Xiaojin to the back of the lobby. Behind the lobby was a huge lake with a few thousand meters long arch bridge. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see some horrifying fish-type demonic beasts in the lake. These fish-type demonic beasts had red eyes, as if they had just drunk blood. Walking on the arch bridge, Sun Xiaojin said, My grandfather is a half-step beast king. But you do not need to be too cautious. Our Water Ape Clan has very few rules. Yichen nodded. Up until now he had met 4 king warriors in total. The Dragon King, the Black Thunder King, the Beast King, and the Shining King. As for the mysterious queen he met in the parallel space battlefield, it was only a projection of her willpower, not her real body. At the end of the arch bridge was a stone palace. The two stopped in front of the palace. Grandpa, I have brought the people. Sun Xiaojin said loudly. Both of you come in. A deep and slightly aged voice rang out. Hearing this, Yichen and Sun Xiaojin stepped into the palace. The palace was spacious and a tall human figure was sitting on the main seat. Judging by the naked eye, the figure was 3 meters tall even when sitting, and at least 5 meters tall when standing up. Raising his head, Yichen looked at the leader of the Water Ape Clan. The leader of the Water Ape Clan was even more similar to a human than he had imagined. Apart from his larger body, longer tusks, and thicker hair on his arms and legs, he was no different from a human. His face still had some wrinkles and his ruddy face had a steel-like luster. So you are Yichen. The leader of the Water Ape Clan smiled. Yichen bowed and cupped his fists. Yichen greets the leader. No need to be so polite. I don't like it. My real name is Sun Tai. You can just call me Senior Sunday. The leader of the Water Ape Clan seemed to care a lot about Yichen. If it were someone else he wouldn't have told him his real name. After all, how could a senior tell a junior his name? In fact, even Sun Xiaojin was quite surprised, not knowing what his grandpa was thinking. Hearing this, Yichen said, Senior Sunday. All right, sit down. Let's have a good chat. Sun Tai laughed heartily. Yichen sat down next to Sun Xiaojin as he was told. I heard that you were chased by the Ao family to the boundless ocean? What happened exactly? Sun Tai asked some irrelevant questions. The Ao family annihilated the clans of my 2 friends. Yichen couldn't bear to see them die, so he brought them and fled to the boundless ocean. Yichen briefly explained the cause and course of events. Sun Tai faintly nodded. I can tell that your relationship with these 2 friends of yours isn't very deep. To think that you didn't abandon them at the critical moment, and even brought them to the boundless ocean from True Spirit Continent. This is enough to prove your character. My Water Ape Clan values loyalty the most. From now on, the Water Ape Clan will be your home. You can come and go as you please. Hearing Sun Tai's words, Yichen was quite astonished. What virtue or ability did he have to be valued so highly by the leader of the Water Ape Clan? This was simply beyond his imagination. My Water Ape Clan has existed since the Middle Ages. Even the lowest aptitude in our clan is mid-grade. The best aptitude is me and Xiaojin, both of us upper-grade aptitude. Perhaps you don't know much about the aptitude grades of demonic beasts. To put it simply, the majority of the demonic beasts you see on the continent are all lower-grade aptitude with little potential. Those that can reach mid-grade aptitude usually have a trace of ancient demonic beasts' bloodline, and have hopes of becoming 9th-grade demonic beasts, or even 10th-grade demonic beasts. Upper-grade aptitude is a branch of ancient powerful demonic beasts. Upon reaching adulthood they can become 9th-grade demonic beasts, and their chances of becoming demonic kings are also very high. Your 2 friends have the bloodline of 9-headed serpent, which is the same as us, upper-grade aptitude. Of course, 9-headed serpents are at the peak of upper-grade aptitude, much stronger than us. Otherwise they wouldn't have become peerless demonic kings. Pausing for a moment, Sun Tai continued, Perhaps you're wondering why I'm so close to you? Yichen wanted to know the reason as well. Our Water Ape Clan doesn't lie. From the moment you entered the Water Ape Cave, I've sensed your existence. You have the aura of a true dragon on your body, and you have a huge potential. Along with that, you also have a sky-piercing sword intent. It's a miracle for such a sword intent to appear at your current realm. Right now there are signs that the world is going to be in chaos. Our Water Ape clan can't stay out of it and we can't stay out of it either. Befriending a true dragon-level genius is a very important thing for our Water Ape clan. I believe you've already experienced such a thing before. Sun Tai was very honest, not hiding anything. Yi Chen remained silent. He had indeed experienced such a thing before. The Dragon King and Shen Ho both had high expectations for him. But nothing could happen without a reason. It was impossible for them to look forward to you and take care of you for no reason. You were not the son of heaven, so why would others treat you well? Therefore there must be a reason for them to treat you well. If he wanted others to continue treating him well, then he would have to show that he was more talented than the others. Otherwise, he didn't believe that the Dragon King would take care of him and look forward to him like this. After all, they didn't have any relationship at all. You won't feel uncomfortable hearing me say this, right? Sun Tai looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems that I and the Water Ape clan are quite congenial. I like to be straightforward and not fake." Good. Sun Tai admired Yi Chen very much. In fact, he admired him even more than before. Tomorrow he would have to wake up at 5 o'clock and go out to do some errands. Chapter 496. Senior son, I have a favor to ask. As they chatted happily, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. What is it? If I can help, Sun Tai will definitely help. Those two friends of mine. I wonder if they can stay in the Water Ape cave. They are being chased by the AO family and I cannot protect them by myself. Of course, if they bring trouble to the Water Ape race, I will think of something else. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen said what he was thinking. Wang Snake and Wang Mei were way too weak compared to him, and they would only be a burden if he brought them along. For example, if it were not for them, Yi Chen would not have to run so hard. If he could not beat them, he could easily run away. If it were a head-on battle, he would definitely be able to wound one or two of them badly before leaving. Sun Tai laughed. I thought it was something serious. Alright, don't worry. They will be very happy in my Water Ape cave. As for trouble, I am not afraid of it. Even if it is that demi-beast king from the AO family, I am confident that I can exchange 100 or 200 attacks with him. Thank you so much. Yi Chen felt a lot more relaxed. With the two extra people around him, he felt like he could not use all of his power. Alright, here are 5 spirit power stones. I found them on a human life and death realm warrior's body by chance. They are useless to us Water Ape race, so I will give them to you. Sun Tai pushed out his palms slightly and 10 red light spots shot toward Yi Chen. Waving his hand in a semicircle, Yi Chen collected the red light spots. Looking at them closely, he realized that these 10 red spirit power stones were all thumb-sized. They were crystal clear and had a rich energy. Most importantly, they were not like the spirit power stones from the parallel space battlefields. The essence inside them had not been lost, but they were much heavier. Yi Chen lifted up his head to look at Sun Tai. This gift was way too expensive. Sun Tai shook his head. Trying to tie you to the chariot with only one sentence? Our Water Ape race would not do such a thing. If there is an investment, there will be a return. This is our principle. Thank you, Senior Sunday. In the future, Yi Chen will be a solid ally of our Water Ape race. Right now, Yi Chen is not qualified yet. Yi Chen said from the bottom of his heart. After discussing business, the three of them chatted about some trivial matters until late at night. For the next half a month, Yi Chen continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the crystals. Unlike the last time, the spiritual energy contained in the crystals was several times purer than before, and it was also several times more difficult to absorb. Every time he absorbed a crystal, Yi Chen had to spend 2 days to consolidate it before he continued to absorb the second, third. Half a month later, Yi Chen's body ignited with a red chi flow. The chi flow seemed to have a mind of its own as it crazily shuttled through Yi Chen's body. Flesh, blood, bones, marrow, they were everywhere. As the chi flow penetrated and vibrated, Yi Chen could feel some impurities that were preventing his body from reaching perfection being expelled and crushed. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of awakening, full of vitality. This smell is a little fishy. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen felt sticky all over his body. He took off his clothes and saw that his skin was covered with a layer of oil. This oil did not have any harmful effect on a warrior's Zhenyuan cultivation, but it was an obstacle for a warrior to cultivate a spirit body, and it was very hard to get rid of it. There was a bath in the stone room and the water in the bath was circulating. Jumping into the bath, Yi Chen could not help but moan as his eyebrows relaxed. The 5 crystals that Senior Sun gave me contain a huge amount of spiritual energy essence, which is even more precious than the 50 crystals in the parallel space battlefield. Thanks to Senior Sun, I have already cultivated my spirit body to 99%. I only need to spend a little more time to consolidate my spiritual energy, and then I can officially cultivate it. Clenching his fists, Yi Chen punched the stone wall in front of him. The surface of the stone wall seemed to have turned into powder as it slid down. If people with good eyesight were here, they would be able to tell that Yi Chen did not use any of his Zhenyuan, willpower, or power. In fact, the power contained in that punch would not even be able to beat down a kid because there was no power in it at all. But even in this kind of situation, Yi Chen was still able to break the surface of the stone wall. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as Yi Chen thought to himself. The gate between the astral reaching realm and the Sea of Souls realm is called the Mortal Transformation Gate. Once the spirit body is formed, it means that one has passed half of the Mortal Transformation Gate. Then one's body would be like a great weapon containing a bit of power. With only this power, one would be able to create damage. The advantage of cultivating the spirit body before the Sea of Souls realm is that the total amount of Zhenyuan would no longer be limited, and there would be more room for improvement. Before, when I trained my Green Lotus Sword spell to the 14th level, it only made my Zhenyuan a lot purer, but the total amount did not change. But now it is different. The total amount of Zhenyuan is slowly increasing, and it is approaching the limit of the 14th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Of course, I have not officially cultivated the spirit body yet, so the effect is still 20 to 30% weaker. After cleaning up the dirt on his body, Yi Chen walked out of the bath and changed into clean clothes. On the second day, the cultivation speed of the undying body has increased. What is going on? As usual, Yi Chen continued to cultivate the undying body. However, today's cultivation speed surprised him quite a bit. This kind of speed was not much slower than when he was in danger. It had only been half a day, and Yi Chen could feel that his right arm was about to be branded with the soul mark. Is it because of my body? Apart from cultivating the spirit body, Yi Chen's body hadn't experienced any changes lately. Therefore he immediately found the most likely reason. It was known to all that only life and death realm warriors could comprehend the undying body. Although the first level of the undying body that Yi Chen had obtained was flesh healing, which was one level weaker than limb regrowth, it was still extremely difficult. He would need to reach the Sea of Souls realm at least to cultivate it properly. The question was, why did he have to reach the Sea of Souls realm? There were a few gaps between the Sea of Souls realm and the astral reaching realm. The soul gap, the Zhenyuan gap, and the physical gap. Cultivating the undying body required the body to be branded with the soul mark. Therefore, the soul and the body were especially important. And Yi Chen's soul was his advantage, which was no weaker than the majority of Sea of Souls realm warriors. In other words, what Yi Chen lacked was the body. Now that his body was about to be replenished, the cultivation speed of the undying body would naturally increase. I see. Finding the reason, Yi Chen's face revealed a joyful expression. The spirit body was only one step away from completion, and the flesh healing was also just a little bit away. If he succeeded in both, even if his power didn't seem to have made any progress, his ability to protect himself would increase by 10 times. If he encountered an opponent at the same level, the one who would die would be the opponent and not him. 1 against 2, 1 against 3 would not be a problem at all. Time flew, and another half a month passed in a flash. An astonishing soul ripple appeared on Yi Chen's body. The soul ripple was exceptionally complete, covering his whole body. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's aura seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, which moved his whole body without any loopholes. The first level of flesh healing has finally been completed. Opening his eyes, the first thing that Yi Chen did was to take out a dagger and stab it into his chest. Fresh blood blossomed and splashed out. In the next second, the blood that contained the soul ripple flowed back into his body, and the wound on his chest quickly healed. Touching his chest, Yi Chen didn't feel anything strange at all. Flesh healing. I didn't expect that I could complete it so quickly. I thought it would take me a couple of years. When he got the cultivation method of the immortal body, Yi Chen had already prepared himself mentally. No matter how hard it would be, he would continue to cultivate it. Completing it within 2 to 3 months was definitely a pleasant surprise. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen mumbled to himself. The second level of the immortal body is to regrow broken limbs. I don't dare to think about it for now. It's good that I don't have to spend so much time cultivating the immortal body, and I can spend more time improving other aspects. 3,000 miles away from the water ape's cave, the seawater was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. Deep under the sea there was a faint light flickering. It was a kind of glowing crystal coral. Floating in the seawater, one couldn't see the sky or the ground. In such an environment, it was easy to develop feelings of despair and pessimism. It was like being isolated from the world, and all five senses had lost their function. Only the soul was left to question itself. Closing his eyes tightly, Yi Chen flicked his finger on the long emerald sword. Ding! The metallic sound lingered in his ears, and it seemed to contain some kind of mystery. What is that sound? Who dares to cause trouble in my Pang Sa's territory? There were many vassal beasts around the water ape's cave, and the rank 9 green pincer crab was one of them. The green pincer crab had always been tyrannical. Relying on its high defense and close combat ability, it didn't care about other beasts. Only the water ape in the water ape's cave could control it. Therefore, when it heard that someone dared to cause trouble in its territory, it was very angry. Pop. Moving its 8 legs quickly, the green pincer crab followed the sound and dashed out. Soon the green pincer crab saw the culprit. It was a human in blue, and the source of the sound was his sword. The green pincer crab's finger tapped on it, and the sword vibrated. The sound spread out in all directions. The green pincer crab didn't know how to speak, so it could only wave its huge green pincer to create the rumbling sound of water to warn the other party. Bastard! How dare you ignore me? Seeing that Yi Chen still had his eyes closed and was still flicking the sword, the green pincer crab was so angry that it spat out a powerful water current. Yi Chen, who had his eyes closed, moved his left foot slightly, avoiding the water current. The green pincer crab was just about to rush up and cut the other party into pieces when Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, 2 beams of light red light shot out, lighting up a large area of seawater. Cut. Holding the sword high with both hands, the sword first shone with a green light, then a golden light. The green light and the golden light intertwined, and the seawater within 10 meters was immediately squeezed out, forming a spherical vacuum. Inside the vacuum, Yi Chen hacked down heavily. Boom. The seawater was stirred up, and a dazzling beam of sword light radiated out, spreading to an unknown distance. In silence, the seawater was separated by 100 meters, like a deep chasm. The green pincer crab on the side was shaken several miles away. It was dumbfounded, and its huge green pincer drooped down. Its eyes were full of fear and fear. If it had rushed up carelessly, there wouldn't have been anything left of it. The green pincer crab thought to itself. Putting the long sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen did not look at the green pincer crab as he thought to himself. After a week, my gold resonant radiant sword art has finally been trained to 50%, and its power has increased by 50%. Now it's time to move on to the gold profound. After staying in the water ape's cave for more than a month, Yi Chen had made a lot of progress. First, he had trained his spirit body to 99%, and he was only one step away from completing it. Then, he had trained his gold resonant radiant sword art to 50% as well, which was almost an improvement in every aspect. Turning around, Yi Chen flew toward the direction of the water ape's cave. He is gone. The green pincer crab let out a breath and hurried back to its cave. It thought that Yi Chen must have forgotten about its existence, and once the latter remembered, it would be doomed. So, it had to leave as soon as possible and not give the latter any chance. Chapter 497. Back in the cave, Yi Chen came to the stone room. There were a lot of water apes gathered in the hall. These water apes had gray fur and red pupils. Every one of them was 2 to 3 meters tall, and a few of them were even more than 4 meters tall, second only to the leader of the water ape race, Sun Tai. Judging from their aura, these 4 meters tall water apes were all ranked 10 beasts. Yi Chen, us beasts are not as good as you humans in terms of martial arts. It is extremely hard for us to learn the mentality. You are a genius among humans, so you should be very good at this. Do you have the guts to compete with me, Kong Xiaohui? A young rank 8 water ape walked out. Yi Chen knew that he did not mean any harm, but his rank was too low. He said, although we are at the same rank, you will not be my opponent. Do not underestimate me. Us water apes are not normal beasts. Our talents are all above the mid-rank. Those low-rank beasts cannot compete with us. The young water ape was a bit angry. If that is the case, then bring it on. Other than having a bad temper, water apes were also stubborn. There was no point in talking anymore, so Yi Chen had to let him know the gap between them. On the empty ground outside of the room, Yi Chen and the young water ape stood 100 meters away from each other, surrounded by a large number of other water apes. They were chatting and whispering to each other. Who do you guys think will win, Xiaohui or Yi Chen? Of course it would be Xiaohui. Battling at the same level, the beasts usually have the advantage. Even if Yi Qin is a martial genius among humans, Xiaohui is also a martial genius of our water ape race. Plus, our water apes are all mid-rank. Hard to say. We will not know until we fight. The battle is about to begin. Hearing this, the other water apes all quieted down. Take this. His gray fur danced in the air as Kong Xiaohui raised his bowl-sized fist and rushed out like an arrow, throwing a punch at Yi Qin. As this punch was thrown out, a large amount of water yuan qi gathered over, turning into streams of water that swirled around Kong Xiaohui's fist crazily. A powerful beast power vibration exploded. Back out. Yi Qin did not move his body. He put up his right index and middle fingers and pointed at Kong Xiaohui's fist. Bang. The water exploded and Kong Xiaohui was sent flying backward. Much of his gray hair was cut off by the invisible sword qi, and his hair flew everywhere. Damn it, big. Kong Xiaohui's face turned purple and his 2.5-meter tall body suddenly expanded to 25 meters tall, then 250 meters tall. His crimson eyes shot out 2 beams of light, like 2 searchlights, and his nostrils blew out like a whirlwind. Take another punch from me. Kong Xiaohui did not need to move at all. He simply stood on the spot and punched out. His arm, which was over 100 meters long, crossed the distance between the two of them and instantly arrived before Yi Qin. What was even more terrifying was that in battle, the water ape's demonic energy multiplied. The tip of his fist was filled with water and lightning, like a series of exploding fireworks. Kong Xiaohui didn't need to move and neither did Yi Qin. He pointed his finger at the center of Kong Xiaohui's fist. The sound of a sword ringing could be heard. All the water apes could clearly see a huge illusory sword condensed on top of Yi Qin's sword fingers. The next second, the water current and lightning on Kong Xiaohui's fist were directly shaved off, and the gray hair on his entire arm was also shaved off, leaving him bald. Then he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a mountain. Gasp. The sound of people gasping was heard and all the water apes looked shocked. Kong Xiaohui was a peak level 8 water ape, while Yi Qin was a peak level astral reaching realm warrior. The two were at the same level but their battling power was worlds apart. Kong Xiaohui couldn't even handle one finger sword attack from Yi Qin. Yi Qin, I Kong Daily I would like to see what you can do. Kong Xiaohui was already one of the top geniuses among the rank 8 water apes. If even he couldn't handle one attack from Yi Qin, then it would be embarrassing for the others. Therefore no rank 8 water ape stood out. Instead it was a rank 9 water ape. He had changed into his battle mode right from the start, reaching 2,800 meters tall. His eyes were like stars. Besides not being as aggressive as Sun Xiaojin, his aura was not bad either. Don't worry. The water ape cave has a restrictive power covering it. You and I can fight as much as we want. Kong Daily I looked down at Yi Qin. Yi Qin held his sword handle and said, no need for all this trouble. If you can handle this sword attack of mine then I will lose. The water ape race had always been straightforward, and Yi Qin didn't beat around the bush either. Too arrogant. Let's see how I Kong Daily I beat you. Kong Daily I crossed his arms and suddenly pulled them apart. A violent demonic power surged out, and all the gray fur on his body stood erect. His entire ape body seemed to have swelled up a lot. It could no longer be described as awe-inspiring, but rather terrifying, just like a berserk beast. Ape roar bomb. Opening his bloody mouth, Kong Daily I shot out a bright light wave at Yi Qin. It was crystal clear and the energy was highly concentrated. Yi Qin's body kept moving. He took a step forward, crossing the light wave and arriving above Kong Daily I's head. Amaranthan nature. The emerald long sword was taken out of its scabbard. A flame-like blue light gathered on the tip of the sword as it stabbed onto Kong Daily I's forehead. Pop. The sword tip did not manage to stab through, but the attacking power was endless. No matter how much beast power Kong Daily I used, it was still useless. His huge ape body rolled a couple of times on the ground, and a huge amount of hair on his forehead had been shaved off. Putting the sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin's body flashed once before returning to where he was standing. Is this guy really a human? He beat Daily I beyond his realm. This is so horrifying. It seems like among the young generation of our water ape race, only Xiaojin could beat him. The others would not be able to do so. Yeah. Once Xiaojin turns into his battling mode, he would be invincible within the same realm. But he has not reached the Sea of Souls realm yet. Once he becomes a Sea of Souls realm warrior, I wonder how powerful he would be. Yi Qin's power had shocked all of the water apes. In their minds, human beings had always been relatively weak, and their Zhenyuan was extremely thin. Of course, the purification effect of human martial arts was also horrifying. Zhenyuan was many times purer than their beast power, which made up for some of the disadvantages. However, the difference in quantity was still too huge. "What are you guys doing?" Sun Xiaojin, who was not the tallest but had a horrifying aggressive aura, walked over. "Xiaojin, this Yi Qin is more powerful than we thought. Why don't you show your power as well?" A young water ape tried to encourage Sun Xiaojin. Sun Xiaojin rolled his eyes. "Idiot. Of course he is powerful. Otherwise how could Grandpa pick him? Show me some power? Which one of you can take one stick attack from me?" "Yi Qin. Huh. My cultivation is one realm higher than his. Even if I win, it would not be a good thing. Wait until he becomes a Sea of Souls realm warrior, then I will battle with him, but not now." Hearing him, all of the young water apes were disappointed. Sun Xiaojin was proud, and it would be impossible for him to battle with Yi Qin, who was one realm lower than him. Yi Qin forced a smile and said, "I am not Brother Sun's opponent. There is no doubt about it. Battling with a higher realm would also depend on the opponent." Sun Xiaojin had top-rank potential, and when he changed into his battle mode, he had wounded 4 Sea of Souls realm demi-beasts with one punch. And it was still under the condition that he had not used all of his power. No matter how arrogant Yi Qin was, he had to admit that he was not Sun Xiaojin's opponent at all. "Yi Qin, come with me. I will take you to a good training place," Sun Xiaojin suddenly said. "What place?" "Follow me and you will know." "All right." Yi Qin nodded and followed Sun Xiaojin out of the water ape cave. After leaving the water ape cave, the two broke out of the water and flew toward the northwest direction. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, the two arrived at an ocean with a creepy aura. The environment of this ocean was extremely bad, and there were countless deep ocean swirls on the surface of the ocean. They varied in size, with the biggest ones being hundreds of kilometers in size while the smallest ones were only dozens of meters in size. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The tornado brought up water columns shooting up into the sky. That horrifying tearing power could definitely tear a normal astral-reaching realm warrior into pieces. "Let's go down." Waving his stick, Sun Xiaojin shattered a few miles thick water column and jumped into the ocean. Yi Qin followed him without hesitation. The undercurrents in the ocean were extremely turbulent, especially those swirls. Each of them had a horrifying suction power. Even a huge beast that was very far away had been dragged in and turned into meat paste. As the depth increased, the swirls got thinner and more condensed. They were completely transparent like crystals. Yi Qin suspected that the swirls here could already kill Sea of Souls realm warriors and rank 9 beasts. Yi Qin's guess was not wrong. Sun Xiaojin warned, "Be careful of those swirls. Even I cannot guarantee that I will be unscathed after entering. Some of the mutated swirls are even more powerful, and the yuan qi inside has already been compressed into a solid state." "Brother Sun, where are we going?" Yi Qin asked. Sun Xiaojin said, "Have you ever heard of the undersea spiral tunnel?" "No." To put it simply, the undersea spiral tunnel can help you increase your martial art realm faster. The deeper you go, the more pressure you will face. Up until now, no one has ever been to the bottom, including king warriors. I heard that there is some kind of horrifying thing sealed inside. I wonder if it is true or not. Soon the two arrived at the bottom of the ocean. In front of them was a gray light cover that had a diameter of hundreds of miles. There were a lot of beasts and humans standing inside. The South Shallow Sea Alliance has 6 leaders. 2 of them are humans, the Fierce Ocean King and the Blue Silver King. The martial institutions they lead are the Fierce Ocean School and the Silver Light Island. These people are all disciples of the latter. Sun Xiaojin introduced. Yi Qin had a weird expression on his face. It was his first time seeing so many people and so many beasts living together peacefully. Indeed, there was nothing impossible in this world. It is Sun Xiaojin from the water ape race. Who is that human right next to him? Being able to walk together with Sun Xiaojin, he must not be simple. Sun Xiaojin seemed to be quite famous. Before he had even arrived, he had already attracted a lot of attention. Even Yi Qin was being watched. In the human camp, there were also a lot of gazes that landed on Sun Xiaojin and Yi Qin. Seeing that Sun Xiaojin and Yi Qin were so close, they could not help but feel a bit jealous. Seeing this, Yi Qin rubbed his nose and looked at Sun Xiaojin, who was full of killing intent. His charm was way too great, and these humans were actually jealous of him. Chapter 498. In fact, it was not because of Sun Xiaojin's charm, but because of his great potential. All of the powerful parties in the South Shallow Sea Alliance had one requirement for their disciples: which was to avoid conflict with Sun Shaojin as much as possible. If they could become normal friends with Sun Shaojin, the power of the sect would focus on training them regardless of their potential. If they could become good friends with Sun Shaojin, they would go from focusing on training to all-out training regardless of the cost. Even if they were rotten wood, they would make sure that they could be gilded. Of course, to be able to become friends with Sun Shaojin, even if it was just a normal friend, their strength would not be too low. Otherwise, the two would not even have a place to interact, let alone become friends. And the reason for all of this was Sun Shaojin's potential. Top-rank potential was extremely rare even in the ancient era. According to the probability, out of 10 top-ranked demonic beasts, at least 5 would be able to become demonic kings. In the water ape race, Sun Tai and Sun Shaojin both had top-rank potential. Without any surprises, one of them would become demonic kings or even both of them would become demonic kings. If that were the case, the big parties in the South Shallow Sea Alliance would not pay so much attention to Sun Shaojin. Inside Sun Shaojin's body, besides the water ape bloodline, there was an even more noble bloodline called the red gold ape bloodline. It was one of the top ancient demonic beast bloodlines. Therefore, once Sun Shaojin became a demonic king, he would completely activate the red gold evil ape bloodline and become a powerful demonic king. A powerful demonic king meant too much. After all, even king warriors had different levels of power. Top king warriors were way more powerful than normal king warriors in terms of power and deterrence. The best example would be the Dragon God Celestial Palace in the East Shallow Sea. With the power of the old Dragon King alone, the other 4 powerful parties did not even dare to think about it. All these years, they had been waiting for the old Dragon King's life to run out. Sun Shaojin did not even look at the crowd as he led Yi Chen toward the palace in the center of the light cover. The palace was deep and spacious, and its color was ancient blue. In the center of the palace, there was an octagonal platform. On each of the 8 sides of the platform there was a stone tablet. The first stone tablet had the word sky, the second earth, the third mountain, followed by lake, thunder, wind, water, and fire. The stone tablets were extremely ancient, emitting a vast aura. The 8 stone tablets combined together seemed to be able to suppress everything. Sun Shaojin pointed at the circular hole in the middle of the platform and said, "This is the undersea spiral tunnel. This is your first time here, so you should train on the 7th floor. If you go any further down, you will feel extremely uncomfortable, and it will be hard for you to calm down and train. As for training inside, you do not need to worry about people plotting against you. No one would dare to attack you inside the tunnel." 7th floor? What are the requirements for the people who enter the tunnel? Normally, the higher your power, the deeper you will be able to go. However, this is only for us beasts. You humans can use martial arts to increase your power, but under the same cultivation, you will not be able to go as deep as us beasts. The pressure of the tunnel will affect 3 aspects: the willpower, the Zhenyuan, and the body. Your willpower is very powerful and your Zhenyuan is also very pure. However, the total amount is too little, which will cause your body to be under even more pressure. Once your body cannot handle it anymore, you will not be able to go any further and you will have to stop immediately. Let's go down then. Yichen also wanted to try out the mysteries of the tunnel. Let's go. Sun Shaojin walked onto the platform and arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. It was a spiral staircase. The hole was 20 meters in diameter, and the staircase was 9 meters wide. Near the wall of the staircase there were rooms that were 3 meters wide. Therefore, the staircase that could be walked on was only 6 meters wide. The two followed the staircase and started to go down. 1st floor. 2nd floor. 7th floor. Sun Shaojin was a bit surprised. He thought that the 7th floor would be Yi Chen's limit. He did not expect that he would be fine without any change in his expression. 8th floor. 9th floor. 13th floor. Seems like I have underestimated you. It was the first time that Sun Shaojin had seen an astral-reaching realm warrior reach the 13th floor. In the past, no one had even reached the 7th floor. Yi Chen said, "In terms of Zhenyuan and body, I do not have much of an advantage. But my willpower is more than enough to make up for it and surpass it." Willpower? Interesting. Those who walk on willpower will basically become top warriors. You are qualified to be my rival in the future. There were not many people who could get Sun Shaojin's approval. In other words, Yi Chen had made Sun Shaojin feel threatened. It was the kind of threat that he did not have much confidence in winning against Yi Chen at the same level. After reaching the 15th floor, Yi Chen finally felt that he had reached his limit. In terms of willpower, he could handle it easily, but his Zhenyuan and body could not handle any more pressure. Even if his willpower had cancelled out a part of it, he would not be able to avoid it. Brother Sun, I will train here. Under the invisible pressure, even Yi Qin found it difficult to speak. Sun Shaojin nodded. His tall and sturdy body continued to walk down. Soon he disappeared on the next floor. Retracting his gaze, Yi Qin was about to let out a breath to relieve the pressure. But just as he opened his mouth, he closed it immediately. He was afraid that if he let out a breath, it would cause an imbalance between the pressure inside and outside, which would cause his chest bones to collapse and cause serious injuries. I should still be careful. Arriving at the door of the room next to him, Yi Qin opened the door and walked in. The room was neither too big nor too small, 3 meters in both width and length. There was only a cushion on the floor and nothing else. Sitting on the cushion with his legs crossed, Yi Qin closed his eyes and entered the training mode. So slow. In the past, once Yi Qin activated his martial art, his Zhenyuan would circulate at a high speed like a rushing river. But in the tunnel, the Zhenyuan circulation speed was reduced by 10 times. Every step forward was extremely difficult, as if there was a mountain inside. My body is at its limit and so is my Zhenyuan. Fortunately, my willpower is more than enough. Otherwise, training here would not be worth it and it would be hard to concentrate. Yi Qin had a preliminary understanding of the underwater tunnel's function. It was to use the pressure to push one to their limit, allowing them to improve even faster. Of course, too much pressure was not a good thing since a person's potential could not be forced out all of a sudden. If one could not even move his mind, then there would be no training at all. There had to be a limit, and that limit would have to be controlled by oneself. Soon Yi Qin realized that the slow circulation speed of Zhenyuan was not a bad thing. Sometimes, if the circulation speed was too fast, it would be easy to miss out on the details. But now that it had slowed down, Yi Qin had a new understanding of the Green Lotus Sword spell. He could clearly see the minute changes when the Zhenyuan was circulating. Every meridian it passed through actually had a slight difference. When the Zhenyuan passes through this meridian, it will produce a slow acceleration effect. The inner wall of this meridian is not smooth, which causes the Zhenyuan to vibrate. After 1 month, Yi Qin had actually trained to the peak of the 14th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, and had made 2 breakthroughs. It should be known that there were 5 breakthroughs from the peak of the 14th realm to the 15th realm. Making 2 breakthroughs was definitely unexpected. Normally, when most people came to the underwater tunnel, they would be able to train faster. However, Yi Qin's willpower was just too powerful. He was only at the peak of late astral reaching realm, but he had the master level sword intent. This kind of willpower had allowed him to perform extremely well under extreme pressure. Most importantly, even if other people had the master level sword intent at the peak of late astral reaching realm, they would still not be able to compete with Yi Qin. They would at most be able to double the effect. But it should not be forgotten that Yi Qin's master level sword intent was based on his extremely powerful soul. With a powerful soul, his sword intent would be even more powerful, which would give him endless motivation. In other words, when battling with the same level of sword intent, Yi Qin would be able to last longer than anyone else, maybe even 10 times longer. Yi Qin did not even know where the limit of his soul was, because only after reaching the Sea of Souls realm would he be able to fully use his soul power. Right now, Yi Qin was only guessing. The first 2 breakthroughs were easy to make, but the latter 3 would be much more difficult. However, after 2 months, Yi Qin had still managed to reach the 15th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, which was the highest realm. Once he reached the 15th realm, Yi Qin felt the pressure around him lighten up. His whole body felt light as if he could float in the air. Inside his dantian, on top of the blue lotus, countless lotus heart sword chi started to appear. 1, 2, 10, 20, 99, 99 lotus heart sword chi appeared in total. But Yi Qin knew that this was only the number on the surface. Every time he used up a lotus heart sword chi, a new one would be born. As long as his Zhenyuan was not completely used up, the lotus heart sword chi would be endless, and it would be able to burst out a sword chi tornado. Doubled. My battling power has doubled again. Yi Qin, who was always calm, could not help but feel his blood boiling. At his level, the meaning of having his battling power doubled was obvious. Before, his limit was the battle power of a soul warrior. But now he could completely compete with spirit warriors and even kill normal spirit warriors. This Green Lotus Sword spell is so powerful. Out of the 99 Lotus Heart Sword Chi, even if only 10 of them could be used at the same time, it would be enough to shock the world. After all, each Lotus Heart Sword Chi has a power close to the Amaranthan nature. If 10 of them were to be used at the same time, who in the same realm would be able to block it? It turns out that the power of the soul has just been revealed. Before, I had buried the advantage of the soul power. All this time, Yi Qin had only been training normally, using the comprehensive ability of the soul power. But now he finally understood that under normal circumstances, the effect of the soul power could not be shown at all. Why did his immortal body training speed increase when he was being chased by the 4 Sea of Souls realm demi-beasts from the Ao family? And why did his training speed increase when he was under the pressure in the underwater tunnel? It was all because of the pressure, because only pressure could bring out the real advantage of the soul power. Before, he could only use 20 to 30% of his soul power. But now, thinking about it, he realized that it was such a waste of resources. The more pressure there is, the more potential I have. I'm still far from reaching my limit. But, once I understand the advantage of the soul power, it means that the future will not be peaceful anymore. How could normal training create pressure? Forcing a smile, Yi Qin thought to himself, doesn't this mean that I am the reason for the chaos in this era? I am one of the reasons for the chaos in this world. Yi Qin had never thought that he would not be able to become a life and death realm warrior. Therefore, when the world was in chaos, he would be one of the most important people. Also, he had to thank Xiao Feng Sent Drizzle for tipping him 20,000 Qidian coins, and Watermelon Skin N0 for tipping him 20,000 Qidian coins. Chapter 499. I have trained my Green Lotus Sword spell to the highest level, the 15th level. The purity and quantity of my Zhenyuan have increased a lot. I might as well go to the next level. Standing up, Yi Qin opened the door and walked out. The 16th level. The 17th level. The 21st level. Yi Qin arrived at the 21st level, which was close to the 22nd level. Inside the room, Yi Qin got rid of all the distracting thoughts and sat down again to train. After 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Qin had completely consolidated the 15th level of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The Blue Lotus Seed and Lotus Heart Sword Chi in his Dantian were getting more and more condensed. Under the heavy pressure, he pushed his Zhenyuan with all his strength. He could even hear the sound of water flowing, which was the sign of extremely dense and pure Zhenyuan. Besides that, Yi Qin had finally trained his spirit body. Each of his movements contained the power of a great weapon, which greatly increased his defense and body's endurance. With the spirit body trained, my Green Lotus Sword spell has reached the highest level. Without using the Lotus Heart Sword Chi, my battling power would increase by around 20%, which would allow me to compete with the weakest spirit level warriors. Once I use a large amount of Lotus Heart Sword Chi and create a Sword Chi tornado, my battling power would increase drastically. After all, who would be able to perform multiple killing attacks at the same time, or even 10 at the same time? 1 or 2 Lotus Heart Sword Chi would not be scary, but when it was formed into a large scale, it would be horrifying. In fact, Yi Qin's current pure power was only equal to the weakest spirit-level warriors. However, if he performed the Lotus Heart Sword Chi, he would be able to kill normal spirit-level warriors. This was the advantage of the endless Lotus Heart Sword Chi. The time I promised with Brother Sun was 3 months. It has already been 3 days. Let's get out first. Before coming, Yi Qin and Sun Xiaojin had promised to come out together in 3 months. Of course, because of the possibility of a breakthrough, the first one to go out would have to wait outside for a week. Outside the tunnel, inside the palace, Sun Xiaojin sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Yeah, I'm out. Sun Xiaojin opened his eyes and looked at Yi Qin, who had just walked out of the tunnel. Yi Qin said apologetically, Brother Sun, sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, it has only been 3 days. You broke through? Sun Xiaojin could tell with a single glance that Yi Qin's aura and physique had become much more powerful than before. This underwater spiral passageway is indeed mysterious. It uses pressure to force out one's potential, allowing one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. I come here once every half a year and it's rare for me to have a breakthrough. I didn't expect you to be able to improve so quickly on your first visit. You're really abnormal among humans. Sun Xiaojin was very shocked at Yi Qin's training speed. What kind of person is this? He gets stronger every once in a while. If I don't work harder, I will be surpassed by him sooner or later. Sun Xiaojin was a prideful person. Becoming the Beast King had always been his goal. He had always thought that he would be able to walk in front of the young generation and be the best. Therefore, even though his grandpa Sun Tai had high hopes for Yi Qin, he had only thought that Yi Qin's potential was close to his, and had not reached his level yet. But now he no longer thought so. This human genius was definitely the most horrifying genius he had ever met. Yi Qin smiled and looked outside the hall. He asked curiously, why is there no one here? Sun Xiaojin frowned, I don't know either. Maybe something big happened? Let's get back to the Water Ape Cave as soon as possible. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Walking out of the hall and leaving the gray light cover, the two flew toward the water ape cave at their fastest speed. Half a day later the two arrived at the cave. "You guys are back. Come to my place." A voice reached the two's ears. It was the leader of the water ape race, Sun Tai. Yi Qin and Sun Xiaojin exchanged a look, then walked toward the stone hall behind the stone room. Inside the stone hall, Sun Tai was sitting on top. Sun Xiaojin asked, "Grandpa, what happened?" Sun Tai forced a smile. "There is a battle." "Is it the deep-sea power?" Sun Xiaojin obviously knew something. "Indeed. This time they came with a lot of energy. I'm afraid they are preparing for a long battle. The Alliance has already started to deploy troops in the underwater plateau. My water ape race has also sent a team of 500 people. The leader is your second grandpa Sun, and the second and third leaders are your first and third grandpa Kong." Yi Qin did not understand. "Senior Sun, what is this battle and the deep-sea power? Is it very dangerous?" Sun Tai explained. "Indeed." Sun Tai explained, "The 30 million miles of the true spirit continent's ocean is the shallow ocean, and beyond that is the deep ocean. In between the two is a circle of underwater plateaus. The deep ocean is extremely vast, and does not have much contact with our shallow ocean. But it is not absolute either. Some of the deep ocean powers near the shallow ocean have always been eyeing the shallow ocean's geographical location, wanting to take over the shallow ocean. Of course, our shallow ocean powers would not allow that. Every few years we would have a battle with them. There are too many shallow ocean powers in the south, and we do not have enough cohesiveness. Therefore we have gradually formed the South Shallow Ocean Alliance. The main purpose of the alliance is to gather everyone's power together and fight against the deep ocean powers. It has been 100 years since the last battle." "I see." However, Yi Qin could not understand what was so good about the shallow sea that the deep sea powers would not hesitate to start a war. Perhaps seeing through Yi Qin's question, Sun Tai continued, "In the boundless ocean, there is only one true spirit continent. As far as everyone knows, the true spirit continent is a treasure. The shallow sea next to the true spirit continent is naturally the best place for the deep sea powers to use as a springboard. Of course, the most important thing is that the closer one is to the continent, the more spirit veins there will be, and the more treasures there will be. Although the deep sea also has spirit veins and treasures, they are too scattered and hard to find. Plus, there are too many natural dangers." Sun Xiaojin said at this moment, "Grandpa, I want to join the battle." Hearing him, Sun Tai smiled and said, "I called you here to ask you if you want to join the battle. Don't worry, although the scale of this battle is huge, most of the time, it will just be small skirmishes wearing out the other side's power. It will not be too intense. If there are no accidents, this battle will last at least 10 years. And in these 10 years, it will be the best time for you young generation to train yourselves. You should not have seen a battle between rank 7 and 8 beasts and astral-reaching realm warriors, right? This is a good opportunity." In that case, Yi Qin would also like to see it. Yi Qin knew that the scale of this battle was huge and it was definitely rare. The battles between countries would be made up of mortal realm warriors, while the battles between the shallow sea powers and the deep sea powers would be made up of rank 7 and 8 beasts and astral-reaching realm warriors. How could Yi Qin not go and see it? The scene of the parallel space battlefield was still vivid in Yi Qin's mind. It was a battle that even king warriors would participate in. Although it was said that before the world was in chaos, king warriors would not participate in the battle, but it was perfect for Yi Qin. If there were king warriors joining, he would have to think about it. "Yeah, it will not be just you two. I have already selected a team of 30 warriors from the water ape race. They are all young water apes and you two will be the leaders. Xiaojin, although you are very powerful, you are too hot-tempered. Therefore you can be the leader. The one making the decisions will be Yi Qin. Yi Qin, are you willing to be the second leader of this team?" Sun Tai looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin said with a bit of hesitation, "Senior Sun, the battle is merciless. I am afraid that I might not be able to let them all come back alive." He could not help but worry, since the water ape race was very small in number. If one died, there would be one less. They were not like humans who could be squandered as they pleased. "Ah." Sun Tai laughed out loud. "You don't have to worry about that. Since I have sent them, I have already prepared for them to be wiped out. My only request is that you two try not to risk your lives too much and come back alive. I have no other requests. Powerful warriors have to go through life and death situations. What kind of small shrimps would come out in peace?" The second leader will be Yi Qin. Hearing Sun Tai's words, Yi Qin naturally did not have any burden in his heart. "All right, all of you come out." Sun Tai looked to the side of the stone palace. Swoosh. A group of young water apes walked out. The lowest was at the 7th rank and there were 10 who had reached the 8th rank. Kong Xiaowei was one of them. Listen up, Xiao Jin will be your leader and Yi Chen will be your second leader. During the battle, Xiao Jin will be the leader, and before the battle, Yi Chen will be the leader. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished according to the clan rules. Do you all understand? Understood. The voices of the 30 young water apes were like thunder. Nodding satisfactorily, Sun Tai waved his hand. The wall behind the stone palace suddenly cracked open, revealing a conveyor gate inside. This conveyor gate was built 2 weeks ago. The teleportation point is at the underwater plateau. The conveyor gate there is controlled by our Shallow Sea Alliance. You can go now. Grandpa, I will go now. Senior Sun, goodbye. Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen led the 30 people into the conveyor gate. The group disappeared without a trace. Waiting until everyone had left, Sun Tai sighed. He is indeed worthy of being a true dragon-level martial genius. His improvement is too fast. Compared to him, Xiao Jin is really lacking. Plus, this kid is not as simple as he looks. His potential is immeasurable. No one knows where the limit of his potential is. The underwater plateau was the boundary between the shallow sea and the deep sea. It was 50,000 meters tall and 1,000,000 miles wide, looking like a giant ancient dragon in the ocean. On the side of the plateau near the deep sea, a large number of sea beasts gathered there. These sea beasts were different from the normal ones, seeming to be even more ferocious. The small ones were only a couple of meters in size, while the big ones were thousands of meters in size. The evil chi they emitted gathered together, causing the seawater to be extremely turbid. On the side of the plateau near the shallow sea was the army of the Southern Shallow Sea Alliance. Among the army, 10% were humans and 90% were sea beasts. Be it the humans or the sea beasts, they all had a trace of the same aura ripple. This aura ripple was emitted from the tag, which was the most effective way for the Southern Shallow Sea Alliance to distinguish between friend and foe. After all, once the battle broke out, the shallow sea beasts would be easily confused with the deep sea beasts. Boo! Behind a 500-man water ape team, the conveyor gate lit up. 32 figures walked out, led by Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen. Xiaojin, you are here. The rank 10 water ape second master Sun walked over and handed out the tags. Sun Xiaojin said, Second Master Sun, how many troops do we have? More than 200,000 in total. Hearing him, Yi Chen took a deep breath. 200,000 troops. This was not an army made up of rank 1 or 2 sea beasts and mortal realm warriors, but rank 7 or 8 sea beasts and astral reaching realm warriors. 200,000 of them. What kind of concept was that? Dong, 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 dong. All of a sudden, a huge drumming sound was heard, spreading out in all directions. Even the seawater started to vibrate, layer upon layer. The battle had begun. Chapter 500. The leader told you to come here to train. But the battlefield is heartless. If you rush out alone, you won't be able to survive for more than a blink of an eye. Right now, you should follow behind us and attack together. Wait until the two sides collide, then you can move separately. Second Master Sun reminded Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Although he had never experienced such a large-scale war, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. The war was not about one-on-one battles. When there was some distance between the two armies, they would launch wave after wave of long-range attacks. Imagine thousands of attacks. What kind of scene would that be? Perhaps even master-level warriors would not be able to survive. Alright, let's go. Second Master Sun, Elder Kong and Third Master Sun all roared and rushed out with 500 water apes. Sun Xiaojin, Yi Chen, and the rest of the young generation followed behind. Meanwhile, the army of the South Shallow Sea Alliance was like a dark cloud, launching a shocking attack. Although there were tens of thousands of people who stayed behind to protect the conveyor gate, there were hundreds of thousands of people who rushed out as well. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts and humans were charging at the same time. That kind of scene was even more shocking. The sea water of the seabed plateau had completely exploded. On the surface of the sea, horrifying waves that were thousands of meters tall appeared. The two armies were less than 5,000 miles away from each other, and after 15 minutes they could see each other. Attack! The commander of the Shallow Sea Alliance waved his hand and roared. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of colorful beast power flows and Zhenyuan flows rushed out from the Shallow Sea Alliance's camp, covering the sky and the earth. Wherever they went, the seawater was evaporated directly, forming a huge vacuum. Their target was the army of the Deep Sea Alliance. The commander of the deep-sea force was a seahorse with a human head. He stood in the middle of the army, and his eyes that didn't look like a human's quickly turned red. While roaring, he signaled the army to attack crazily. He even took out an extra-large bow and used his demonic power to form an arm, shooting 10 arrows in a row. All of a sudden, a huge amount of beast power rushed toward the incoming beast power flows and Jianyuan flows of the Shallow Sea Alliance. In the next second, it was like tens of thousands of deep-sea bombs exploding. The powerful shockwave shook the seabed plateau continuously. Fortunately, the plateau was filled with a huge amount of deep-sea earth chi which was extremely sturdy. Only countless spider web-like cracks appeared on the plateau, but it was not damaged at all. At the border of the two armies, most of the chi flows cancelled each other out, while the rest went straight for the opposing army. Walala. On the Shallow Sea Alliance's side, hundreds of Alliance soldiers were annihilated. Their corpses were nowhere to be found. The Deep Sea Alliance's side wasn't any better. They had also lost hundreds of Deep Sea Alliance soldiers. Attack, don't stop. The commander of the Shallow Sea Alliance waved his arm, signaling them not to stop. There was still some distance between the two armies, and this distance was enough to kill more enemies. For a moment, only the sound of explosions could be heard. The turbulent seawater pushed in all directions, unable to withstand the pressure of the attacks. Frightening. In just one round of attacks, both sides have lost more than 1,000 soldiers. These soldiers were all astral-reaching experts, yet so many of them died in one go. Those who had never been to the battlefield would have no idea how terrifying the so-called battlefield was. Here, lives were like weeds and blood flowed like rivers. If they wanted to survive, they had to move together. If they moved alone, they would definitely not be able to survive for more than a blink of an eye. The battle was still going on. More and more soldiers were falling down. Some were from the Shallow Sea Alliance, some were from the Deep Sea Forces. 5 Water Ape soldiers from the Water Ape clan had also died. 4 of them were rank 8 Water Apes and 1 was rank 9 Water Ape. Before they died, they didn't even have the time to scream. Damn it. Watching his people fall down without even leaving any bones behind, Sun Xiaojin's eyes were red like blood. A horrifying evil chi spread out in all directions, making him look like a peerless evil ape. Yichen had a cold look on his face. His body was surrounded by an invisible sharp chi. He waved out his sword and a 100-meter-long sword chi spread out, cutting apart the bodies of 5 deep-sea soldiers. Finally, the two armies clashed together. This time it was like 2 meteors had collided. The number of dead and wounded soldiers was shocking. The aggressive blast wave spread out for hundreds of miles without stopping. Kill? Sun Xiaojin took the lead and rushed out, completely forgetting about Sun Tai's words. Yichen did not say anything. He turned his head and said, "Form the Water Ape battle formation. Do not move alone." Yes. Water apes had always been hot-tempered and impulsive, especially after seeing blood. They would not even be afraid of death. However, Yichen was the second leader appointed by the leader, and his decision-making power was even higher than that of the leader, Sun Xiaojin. Moreover, the sword chi emitted from Yichen's body was too intense, carrying an aura of slaughter. It made them nervous and they did not dare to talk back. Kill. Like a meat grinder, the 30 water apes and Yichen charged out. The deep-sea soldiers were killed one after another, their blood splashing everywhere. In front of them, Sun Xiaojin had killed more deep-sea soldiers than Yichen and the rest combined. Every time he waved his dark blue iron stick, dozens of lives would be taken. His red eyes shot out horrifying beams of light. A 10,000-meter-long deep-sea whale shark charged at Sun Xiaojin. It was a rank 9 ocean beast, and it was extremely talented and powerful. Expand, expand, expand. Putting away his iron stick, Sun Xiaojin's body instantly expanded to 3,000 meters tall. He threw out a punch that contained wind, fire, thunder and water, shattering the deep-sea whale shark into pieces. Little bastard, you're courting death. The water apes were not the only ones who knew how to talk. In fact, as long as the ocean beasts wanted to, they could learn how to talk. It was not hard at all. A rank 9 deep-sea serpent spoke human language as its 10,000-meter-long body coiled around Sun Xiaojin, tightly strangling him. Sun Xiaojin roared towards the sky, revealing his sharp teeth. He grabbed the deep-sea serpent's body with both of his hands and exerted his strength, forcibly tearing it apart. The deep-sea serpent had a strong life force. Even after its body was torn apart, its upper body still coiled around Sun Xiaojin's body. Its hill-sized head bit on his head, wanting to swallow him whole. However, Sun Xiaojin's defense was just as powerful as his battle power. The deep-sea serpent bit down and one of its teeth was immediately broken. Burning sparks flew everywhere as if they were smashing iron. A loud clanging sound rang out, shaking the deep-sea serpent to the point of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojin's huge right hand grabbed the deep-sea serpent's neck, his fingernails digging deep into it. With a cracking sound, the deep-sea serpent's head was separated from its body. The upper half of its body drooped down, leaving only its head on Sun Xiaojin's head. Taking off the head, Sun Xiaojin smashed it with one punch, his ominous qi spreading everywhere. Whoosh! A cyan-colored sword qi with a hint of gold in it sliced through the ocean water. Wherever the sword qi passed, the ocean water was instantly annihilated, leaving a 3,000 meters long sword mark. All of the deep-sea soldiers within the range of the sword mark were shaken to death. The defense that they were so proud of did not have much of an effect under the mysterious vibrating power. With his soul power on alert, Yi Chen spared some time to observe the surrounding situation. It was chaotic, extremely chaotic. Almost every inch of space was being ravaged by qi. Countless soldiers were fighting in every area. Some were fighting in groups of 3 to 5, some were fighting in groups, some were fighting in battle formations, and some were attacking each other. At this moment, even the shockwaves could not be discharged smoothly, and they filled the battlefield. Kill them. A group of iron shell lobsters stared at Yi Chen and the 30 water apes. These iron shell lobsters had huge bodies and black shells. Their huge pincers were dozens of meters long, which could easily tear apart the bodies of the Alliance soldiers. The leading iron shell lobster was a rank 10 one. The beast power inside its body did not need to explode out intentionally, but it was already able to cause the surrounding ocean water to shake violently. Maintain the battle formation and work together. Yi Chen only had one order. After speaking, he rushed toward the leading iron shell lobster. Boom. The two sides clashed together, causing the qi power to explode. 13 humans have already died in my hands. You will be the 14th. The rank 10 iron shell lobster waved its huge pincer, smashing toward Yi Chen's head. Using sword steps, Yi Chen dodged the attack like a sword light. He then stabbed out with the long sword in his hand, causing a dot of cyan light to appear on the tip of the sword. Swoosh! The protective beast power of the iron shell lobster was penetrated, and a sword hole appeared on its back. Blue blood kept flowing out. The iron shell lobster was a bit surprised. Its tail suddenly flicked, blowing away Yi Chen's long sword. Yi Chen used the momentum to spin his body and shoot out waves of Lotus Heart Sword Qi. Each sword qi's power was equal to the 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword Art, Amaranthine Nature. No. The iron shell lobster was terrified. He could feel the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Qi, so his protective beast power was increased to its limit. A pair of huge pincers crossed, protecting his chest and head. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword qi tornado created by the Lotus Heart Sword Qi was too horrifying. The protective beast power of the iron shell lobster was broken into hundreds of holes, and the extremely tough pincers could not handle the continuous attacks of the sword qi either. They were all cut off within a second. In the next second, dozens of Lotus Heart Sword Qi pierced through the eyes, forehead, and mouth of the iron shell lobster. After killing the iron shell lobster, Yi Chen did not care too much. Although it was at rank 10, there were strong and weak ones among the rank 10 sea beast. The iron shell lobster's battling power was at most the same as a normal spirit warrior, or even slightly weaker. Only its defense was a bit stronger. On the other side, 3 of the 30 young water apes had been killed. Go to hell. Kong Xiaowei rushed out of the battle formation, his eyes bloodthirsty. Go back. Yi Chen came back in time and pushed Kong Xiaowei back to his original position. At the same time, a new round of Lotus Heart Sword Qi blossomed, and the Sword Qi tornado ravaged the group of iron shell lobsters. Oh. Even the rank 10 iron shell lobsters could not handle the Sword Qi tornado of Yi Chen, not to mention the rank 7 and 8 iron shell lobsters. All of a sudden, more than 50 iron shell lobsters had been shredded into pieces by the Sword Qi tornado. Not even their bones were left behind. Putting away the pellet, Yi Chen was just about to scold Kong Xiaowei when the sound of the horn was heard. Hearing the sound, the soldiers of the South Shallow Ocean Alliance started to back out. The soldiers of the Deep Ocean did not chase after them either, and started to back out as well. The first battle had ended just like that. Chapter 501. Inside the camp of the Water Ape Race, the second master saw that Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen had returned safely, so he let out a breath and asked, "Did any of you fall?" Kong Xiaowei said with a sad face, Sun Xinqi, Kong Xiaoxia, and Kong Xiaolian are all dead. Kong Xiaolian was his lover, which was why he had been so impulsive. The second master sighed, "There will definitely be deaths in the war. Right now the alliance is counting the casualties. But we water ape race lost 43 warriors and you only lost 3. It is already out of my expectation." Kong Xiaowei glanced at Yi Qin. If it were not for him he would have been dead for sure, and a lot of the other young water apes would have died as well. After half an hour the death toll had been tallied. A total of 8,545 soldiers had died, which was about 1/30 of the entire army. Among them there were more than 300 rank 9 sea beasts, 20 rank 10 sea beasts, and nearly 40 Sea of Soul realm experts. This is so cruel. One battle and so many rank 9 and 10 beasts have died, as well as Sea of Souls realm warriors. If they were grouped together, they would be able to take out dozens of rank 6 martial institutions. But this amount of casualties should be nothing for the South Shallow Ocean Alliance, right? After all, there are more than 3,000 different forces in the South Shallow Ocean Alliance, including 6 rank 5 forces. The South Shallow Ocean was about 1/3 of the whole True Spirit continent. So, it was not hard to imagine how many of them would survive. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin looked at the water apes in the camp, wondering how many of them would survive after the battle. Of course he would not be able to see it. This battle would last at least 3 to 5 years, and it might even last for 10 to 20 years. He would not be able to stay here for a long time. Once he stabilized his power completely and could not make another breakthrough, it would be time for him to go back to the continent. The first battle was huge, so there were a lot of casualties. In the following period of time, the scale of the battles had decreased a lot, and they were all small fights. You would send out a team to attack and the other would send out a team to harass you. The two sides were very patient. 62. Yi Qin carved 6 yuan characters on the wooden board of the camp. The 7th one only had 2 strokes, so there were 62 of them in total, which meant that he had killed 62 enemies. This was the tradition of the Water Ape clan, and also the proof of hard work. Turning his head to look at Sun Xiaojin's wooden board, Yi Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sun Xiaojin was indeed a battle maniac. The number of enemies he had killed was more than twice of his own. In just 2 months of fighting he had killed more than 140 people, and most of them were killed in the first battle. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing sound reverberated in the vicinity. All the water apes rushed out, their bodies surrounded by murderous auras, and their eyes were bloodshot. Yi Qin was not too nervous. He had experienced this kind of sneak attack several times. Second Grandpa's son had also led them to sneak attack the deep-sea forces twice. Because there were way too many Alliance soldiers and they were scattered all over the place, sometimes when one camp was attacked, the other camps would not be able to get there in time. By the time they got there, the enemies would have already left. Therefore, when they were attacked, they would have to fight back with all their might and wait for the reinforcements. Or, if they were powerful enough, they would not need reinforcements. But, if they were not powerful enough and the enemies were too powerful, the result would be very miserable. After all, the enemies had chosen to sneak attack, so they would definitely bring a lot of warriors with them. There were over 1,000 bloodthirsty octopuses charging over. The bloodthirsty octopuses' bodies were as big as mountains, and their 8 tentacles were incredibly long. The most terrifying thing was that even if the bloodthirsty octopuses' tentacles were cut off, they would continue to grow, giving them a trace of an undying body. Boom. However, the first one to attack was not the bloodthirsty octopuses, but Sun Xiaojin in his battle mode. His body was 3,000 meters tall, and with one punch, wind, fire, thunder, and water gathered together. One of the octopuses did not have the time to dodge or defend, and was turned into pieces directly. The rest of the octopuses were furious. Their bodies were surrounded by the blood-red beast power, and countless tentacles attacked. You are looking for death. Although the octopuses were hard to deal with, there was more than just one camp of the water ape race. There were 7 or 8 camps nearby, and the total number of soldiers was almost 1,500, which was a bit more than the octopuses. Therefore, seeing the octopuses attack, all of them fought back. Yi Qin waved out a sword attack, and the sword chi cut off a huge number of octopus tentacles. These octopuses found out that after being cut off, their tentacles could not be recovered right away, as if something was draining their life force away. The more I kill, the more powerful my slaughter element is. On the battlefield, Yi Qin would only use his slaughter sword intent. He rarely used his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent, because the slaughter sword intent would not be any weaker than the other 2 sword intents. It would be much easier for him to deal with the ocean beasts. Plus, after a long time of killing, Yi Chen's slaughter element seemed to have changed a bit. The killing chi contained within it seemed to be something that even the octopuses, which had super recovery abilities, could not do anything to. Another sword chi shot out, and another 2 octopuses were cut into pieces. This battle did not last for long. After about 15 minutes, the octopuses left behind dozens of dead bodies and retreated quickly, which prevented the reinforcement forces from attacking. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. Including the first 2 months, this battle had been going on for a full 10 months. The number of casualties on both sides was more than 50,000. Do not underestimate this number because in these 10 months, there had only been 3 large-scale battles. One was on the first day, one was 4 months ago, and one was 3 days ago. The rest of the time they were just probing each other. After each probing, the number of casualties was at most a few hundred and at least a dozen. Moreover, there might not even be a probing battle in a week. Therefore, out of the 50,000 casualties, more than half were caused by these 3 large-scale battles. Inside the water ape race's camp, Yi Chen had carved 32 yuan characters on his wooden board, which meant that he had killed 320 enemies, while Sun Xiaojin had killed 550 enemies. It was easy to see that the gap between Yi Chen and Sun Xiaojin was shrinking. At the beginning, Sun Xiaojin had killed twice as many enemies as Yi Chen, but now it was not even twice as much. Inside the soundproof tent belonging to Yi Chen was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, meditating with his eyes closed. His body was shrouded in a murderous aura. This aura was formless and formless, traceless and traceless. However, a single glance at it would definitely cause one to shiver. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could invade one's mind, cutting one's soul and killing one's life. All of a sudden, the killing chi fluctuated and poured into Yi Chen's forehead. Inside the Sea of Soul, all of the killing chi rushed in, each strand after strand of it was imprinted on an ancient longsword sword spirit embryo. As the killing chi continued to imprint, the ancient longsword started to change. Not only did the sword body gradually turn a bloodthirsty red, but the sword intent radiance it was emitting also changed from silver to light red. It was the color of killing, the color of cruelty. As the killing chi completely imprinted on the ancient longsword, the Sea of Soul nearby fluctuated again, and a new ancient longsword was born. Chapter 502. Slaughter Sword Soul Embryo? 2 Great Sword Soul Embryos? Yi Chen opened his eyes and 2-foot-long beams of light shot out. Originally, Yi Chen's Sword Soul Embryo was just an ordinary Sword Soul Embryo, which was no different from other sword artists. However, Yi Chen had mastered 3 great sword intents, which were Immortal, Destruction, and Slaughter. These 3 great sword intents were hidden in his Sea of Soul, and with a single thought, he could brand them on his sword intents. However, it was precisely because of the additional sword intents in his Sea of Soul that it was extremely difficult to improve the Sword Soul Embryo. It was as if something was hindering him from cultivating the Sword Soul Embryo and achieving higher achievements in the Sword Dao. But now, the slaughter intents hidden in his Sea of Soul had been completely branded on the Sword Soul Embryo. In the future, when Yi Chen activated the Slaughter Sword Soul Embryo, it would directly be the Slaughter Sword Intent, a pure Slaughter Sword Intent. The Immortal and Destruction intents could no longer interfere with it. Of course, because it was a pure Slaughter Sword Intent, its power was much stronger than before, and it had leapt to become the head of Yi Chen's sword intents. As for the other 2 intents, it was not that he could not use them for the time being, because another Sword Soul Embryo had appeared in his Sea of Soul. This Sword Soul Embryo was still an ordinary Sword Soul Embryo, and the sword intent it could activate was also an ordinary sword intent. Therefore, the Immortal and Destruction intents could be branded on the Sword Soul Embryo at any time. The Slaughter intents are already so powerful. If I brand the Destruction intents on the Sword Soul Embryo in the future, wouldn't it be even more powerful? The Immortal intents is the head of the 3 great intents, and it has an indelible effect. The reason why I can be so powerful in the Sword Soul Embryo is all because of the Immortal intents. With it, my foundation is incomparably firm. I wonder what will happen if I brand it on the Sword Soul Embryo? Yi Chen would never forget the power of the Immortal attribute. It allowed him to condense a Sword Soul Embryo in advance, allowing him to smoothly receive the Slaughter Sword Intent impact of the Dual Sword King's Will image, allowing him to resist the Destruction Sword Intent impact of the Iron Sword King's Will image. Without the Immortal attribute, his life would have been completely different, and he would have walked on a completely different path. However, the strangest thing is that my soul is able to bear 2 great Sword Soul Embryos. One is the Slaughter Sword Soul Embryo, and the other is a normal Sword Soul Embryo. If there is no accident, when the Destruction element is imprinted on the normal Sword Soul Embryo, there will be another normal sword soul embryo. No wonder I have never heard of anyone who has two sword intents. Because two sword intents will condense into two sword soul embryos. How can the soul bear it? As for me, I should be an exception. Regardless of whether he was an exception or not, Yi Chen clearly knew that his path of willpower was the correct one. On this path he was the king. Oh. After participating in the battle for 10 months, it should be about time for me to go back. Sun Shaojin and the other young water apes will also have to go back alive. As for what happens in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking up to here, Yi Chen walked out of the tent. One day later, Yi Chen, Sun Shaojin, and the surviving young water apes returned to the water ape cave through the conveyor gate. You are leaving? Inside the stone palace, Sun Tai was not surprised to hear the news. Yi Chen nodded and said, I have left the continent for almost 15 months. I have to go back. Adding the 2 months of training in Thunder City and the time spent on the road, it had been 18 months since the last tea gathering. 18 months was 1.5 years. In another half a year, it would be the date of the next tea gathering. This time he would be the host. Alright then. Be careful on the way and do not be careless. Also, if you run into any trouble, my water ape race will help as much as possible. Sun Tai reminded. Many thanks for Senior Sun's concern. Yi Chen will be careful. As for my 2 friends, I'll have to trouble the water ape race to take care of them. At this moment, Sun Shaojin said, True Spirit Continent, I will go. I hope the next time I see you we can fight to our heart's content. Of course. In that case, Yi Chen will take his leave. Leaving the water ape cave, Yi Chen arrived in the sky above the boundless ocean. Taking out his flying puppet, he leaped up and sat cross-legged. Shwa. The flying puppet flew at 10 times the speed of sound, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, South Rudra region Sky Cloud Sect. The Cool Breeze Mountain where the Sky Cloud Sect was located was the same as usual. The disciples who were doing missions were doing them, and those who were cultivating in an orderly manner. On the way up the mountain, there were many disciples coming and going, all chatting. Ever since Supreme Elder Yi Chen won the first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, our Sky Cloud Sect's luck has been getting more and more prosperous. In the past few years we've had 9 new Supreme Elders. The former Elder Luo Hanshan has also become the sect leader, and the former sect leader has abdicated, becoming the Supreme Elder. Adding the original 3 Supreme Elders, our Sky Cloud Sect has 12 Supreme Elders in total, more than the Emerald Valley. Yeah. The Emerald Valley has 3 more Supreme Elders, which is far inferior to us. The North Snow Academy is a bit more impressive, having 4 more. Our Sky Cloud Sect became a 7th grade sect a year ago. I don't know when we'll become a 6th grade sect. After all, the higher we go, the more Supreme Elders we'll have, which is a bit inappropriate. Once we become a 6th grade sect, the Supreme Elders will become inner sect elders. This is too difficult. A 6th grade sect must have enough astral reaching experts. Our Sky Cloud Sect is still lacking. Most importantly, a 6th grade sect must have a Sea of Soul Realm expert. No rush. Supreme Elder Yi Chen is 24 years old this year. In a few years he will certainly become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. At that time our Sky Cloud Sect will have enough astral reaching experts. Naturally, we will become a 6th grade sect and become the 7th 6th grade sect in the whole South Rudra region. As a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, everyone was very proud. The current Sky Cloud Martial School was too powerful. There were 12 Supreme Elders, more than 200 Inner Elders and more than 500 Outer Elders. There were still a few core disciples, but there were more than 2,000 Inner Disciples, and more than 10,000 Outer Disciples. Compared to the past, the strength of the Sky Cloud Martial School was more than doubled. And the source of all this was Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, the Sky Cloud Sect wouldn't have such a bright fate. Without Yi Chen, there wouldn't be so many people joining the sect. Without Yi Chen, the disciples wouldn't be so diligent. After all, everyone in Windy Nation and even the whole South Rudra region was trying their best to catch up to Yi Chen. How could the disciples of the Sky Cloud Sect be willing to fall behind? One Yi Chen had transformed the entire Sky Cloud Sect. If the founder of the sect were to come back to life, he would probably be scared to death. It was too astonishing. Swish. At the end of the horizon, a black shadow was approaching at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, the disciples ascending and descending the mountain could already see its true form. It was a huge demonic beast. The aura emitted from its body was several times stronger than that of the Supreme Elders. Especially its speed, it was several times faster than the speed of sound. As for how many times the speed of sound, they couldn't even guess. It was unimaginably fast. What kind of demonic beast is this? Is it coming to attack the Sky Cloud sect? Hurry up and report. This demonic beast is at least peak 8th grade, equivalent to a peak late astral reaching expert. Hearing these words, all the disciples turned pale. No, there's someone up there. It's a blue-robed youngster with a long sword at his waist. His appearance is delicate and handsome. How come he looks so much like the Supreme Elder Yi Qin? I think so too. Although most of the disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School had never seen Yi Qin, it did not stop them from seeing Yi Qin's portrait. With Yi Qin's fame, how could he not have a portrait? Especially in the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was not difficult to see Yi Qin's portrait. As for the Ancestral Hall, it had only been built a few years ago. Inside, there were portraits of the previous patriarchs of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Qin was the only person who was not the patriarch, but still had his portrait in the Ancestral Hall. It's Great Elder Yi Qin. Look at his sleeves, there's our Sky Cloud Martial School's cloud pattern there. Plus his appearance, who else could it be other than Great Elder Yi Qin? Supreme Elder Yi Qin is back. The people who saw this scene went crazy and ran up the mountain desperately. Idle Cloud Peak. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer walked out side by side. Next to them was Luo Xinglie, who was also a Supreme Elder. What a powerful sword chi. I've never seen such a sword chi in my life. It's even more powerful than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Cloud Dreamer sucked in a deep breath. Who could it be? Thunder Freer said solemnly. Swish. The huge demonic beast's flying speed was as fast as a shooting star. After a few blinks, it appeared above the idle cloud peak. Then it suddenly disappeared and a blue silhouette descended. It's not a demonic beast. Could it be a puppet? Luo Xinglie was astonished. A real demonic beast couldn't be stored in a storage ring. Senior Cloud Dreamer, Senior Thunder Freer, Patriarch Yi Qin is back. The blue silhouette was like a phantom as it appeared in front of the three. It's Yi Qin. Cloud Dreamer's eyes widened. Ah, Yi Qin, you're back. Thunder Freer was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Supreme Elder Yi Qin is back. We just saw him. Are you serious? He hasn't been back for so many years. Why would I lie to you? Let's go take a look. All of a sudden, the whole Sky Cloud sect's atmosphere exploded. This kind of scene was even more frightening than the night before a great battle. 1 to 1, 100 to 100. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone knew that Yi Qin had returned. Sky Cloud sect's main hall. Luo Hanshan cried out involuntarily, "What? Yi Qin is back?" Swish. In the next moment, Luo Hanshan left the elders in the main hall and rushed toward the idle cloud peak. He knew that Yi Qin would go there first. Yi Qin is back. Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming exchanged a glance and hurriedly left the main hall. Yi Qin, it's really you? As soon as he arrived at the idle cloud peak, Luo Hanshan saw Yi Qin. He was still wearing blue robes, still handsome and elegant. The only thing that had changed was his temperament. What kind of temperament was this? Although he was trying to hide it, that invisible sword chi still made Luo Hanshan's scalp go numb. Not only him, even Cloud Dreamer, Thunder Freer, and Luo Xinglie seemed a bit reserved next to Yi Qin. It had nothing to do with identity or friendship. This was the first time they had met each other. Yi Qin smiled. Congratulations on becoming the leader of Sky Cloud Sect. Chapter 503. Lu Hanshan shook his head and forced a smile. If it were possible, I would rather someone else be the leader. But my talent is only SOSO. I might have the chance to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm in this lifetime, but I will never be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Even the top geniuses of the continent need many years to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Even if I were given 20 or 30 years, I would still not be able to reach the Sea of Souls realm. Lu Hanshan had thought for a long time about whether he should be the leader or not, but he eventually agreed. Not everyone could progress as fast as Yi Qin, and not everyone could become the leader of the sect by working hard. He was already very satisfied with his current achievements. Yi Qin said, "You should be the leader of the sect. In the future, if there is an opportunity for me, it might not be the same for you." Lu Hanshan was currently at the peak of early astral reaching realm, and astral reaching realm warriors had a lifespan of 200 years. There was still a long way to go. Who would dare to say that he would stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of his life? Of course, the hope of reaching the Sea of Souls realm was indeed very slim, and nobody could deny this fact. Thank you for your kind words. Soon Zhu Mei, Zhang Haoren, and Wu Zongming arrived. Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoren had already reached the astral reaching realm. The former was at the mid-astral reaching realm, while the latter was at the peak of early astral reaching realm. As for Wu Zongming, he was still at the peak of late clasping yuan realm. Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoren faintly nodded to the three supreme elders. Their status was similar, so nodding at each other was a greeting. Wu Zongming, on the other hand, called them supreme elders. Finally, the three's gazes landed on Yi Chen. This aura. It is not like the Sea of Souls realm. It is even more powerful. Zhu Mei's cultivation was even higher than Lu Hanshan's, and was at the same level as Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer. With her exceptional eyesight, she could tell that Yi Chen was not ordinary at all. 2 years ago she was fortunate enough to meet a Sea of Souls realm warrior, but his aura was clearly not as powerful as Yi Chen's. You three, long time no see. You've all made great progress. Yi Chen was also sizing up the three at the same time and said with a smile. Zhu Mei jokingly said, "Do you know how shocked South Rudra region and Windy Nation were when the news of you defeating astral spirit Sun Chu Zhongtian and drawing a tie with Edict Prince Li Xiaoyan spread? A lot of people are saying that you are a true dragon, and that you are the #1 genius of South Rudra region. Right now, all the big sects have your portrait and only the core disciples are allowed to see it to motivate them." Wu Zongming also said with a smile, "That's right. Now, as long as I wander around in the martial world, people will come to befriend me and ask about you. Zhang Haoren is even more miserable. The story of you competing with him has become a legend in the martial world. People say that you walked over the corpses of geniuses." Zhang Haoren's mouth twitched, but he was not unhappy, because he had long since given up on competing with Yi Chen. In fact, people talking about him and Yi Chen together was already praising him. His biggest goal from now on was to step into the Sea of Souls realm, and he would work hard for it. Yi Chen suddenly sighed. 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 9 years ago he was still an odd job disciple, not even an outer disciple. Then he climbed up step by step. Outer disciple, inner disciple, elder, supreme elder. The past was like a dream, vivid in his mind. 9 years had passed and everyone had grown up. At least they could no longer be described as youngsters. Thinking back to the past, how could Yi Chen not sigh with emotion? He sighed at how the passage of time had changed everyone, turning them from ignorant youngsters into ambitious youngsters. The only thing that made Yi Chen a bit helpless was that everyone seemed a lot more distant when they met again. Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren were all like strangers. Although they still looked the same on the surface, Yi Chen's observational ability was extremely sharp. He could tell with a glance that they were a bit uneasy. This time, apart from checking on the situation of the martial school and you guys, the second thing is to prepare for the next martial tea gathering. Retracting his sigh, Yi Chen said. Luo Hanshan's eyes brightened. We can participate in the martial tea gathering. He naturally knew that he was not powerful enough, but Yi Chen was the host of the next martial tea gathering. Perhaps as long as he agreed he would be able to let them participate. Who didn't know what it meant to participate in the martial tea gathering? Not only could it broaden one's vision, it could also stimulate one's hidden potential. Through some rumors, he knew that people from the South Rudra region who had participated in the last martial tea gathering had trained extremely hard and made great progress after coming back. Yi Chen shook his head. The martial tea gathering has its own rules which cannot be broken. Otherwise, in the long run, the level of the martial tea gathering would drop. Hearing him, Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and even Zhang Haoren were a bit sad. Indeed, the martial tea gathering was not a place to open a back door. However, the host of the martial tea gathering has a special privilege. He can choose 50 people to watch the tea gathering from afar. In the last tea gathering, there were 50 people watching the tea gathering from a tower in the splendid garden. Of course, they were 10 li away from the venue. However, this distance was still acceptable for astral reaching experts. It was just that they couldn't get a closer feel of the atmosphere, that's all. Really, I should be able to be chosen. Luo Hanshan was extremely nervous. Cloud Dreamer and the other two couldn't help but laugh. The current Luo Hanshan didn't look like the leader at all. But it was understandable since he was still young. Yi Chen didn't answer directly but asked, "How many people in my Sky Cloud sect who have already reached the astral reaching realm before the age of 30? Zhu Mei said, 4 in total. Me, Luo Hanshan, Zhang Haoren and Meng Chong. There are also many people who have reached half-step Zhenyuan. Oh, Meng Chong has also reached the astral reaching realm?" Yi Chen was a bit surprised but soon felt relieved. Even Zhang Haoren had entered, so there was no reason for Meng Chong not to. His talent was even higher than Zhang Haoren's. Speaking of which, for astral reaching experts under the age of 30 was still a bit too little. But that was because Yi Chen had set his sights too high, comparing the Sky Cloud sect to a rank 6 sect. For a rank 6 sect, for new astral-reaching experts were indeed pitifully little. They would need at least a dozen. Wu Zongming, I'm sorry. Privilege is privilege, but privilege also has a bottom line. Yi Qin looked at Wu Zongming apologetically. Wu Zongming said carelessly, Yi Qin, I am not unhappy. Even if you asked me to go and watch, I would not go. Otherwise, people would say that our South Rudra region does not even have enough young astral-reaching realm warriors, and that we brought a peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior. It's good that you think like that. Pausing for a second, Yi Qin said to Lu Hanshan and the other two, you four can go watch the martial tea gathering together. I will build a tower in the heavy mysterious mountain. Lu Hanshan let out a breath, then suddenly thought of something. Yi Qin, you rarely come back. Can you meet the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School on the plaza? It won't take long, just a few words will do. You know, a lot of people have never seen you before and they have always wanted to see you in person. Sure. Yi Qin hesitated for a second, then nodded. Meeting someone was a small thing for him, but it could satisfy thousands of people's wishes. Once in a while it would be fine. On the huge plaza there was an ocean of people. All the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School had arrived, as well as attendants, outer elders, inner elders, leaders and great elders. At this moment, the Sky Cloud Martial School was defenseless. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to invade the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's the great elder Yi Qin. I finally got to see him in person. I'm so excited. So young. Only in his 20s. How great would it be if I could marry him? Being so close to a legendary figure, I feel like I'm dreaming. All the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were so excited, and so were the elders. They felt like they had become much younger, especially when Yi Qin looked at them. Standing behind him were the leader of the school, Lu Hanshan, and 12 great elders. Yi Qin cleared his throat to calm everyone down. As if he had some kind of magic power, the previously noisy plaza suddenly quieted down. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. 9 years ago, I was still a servant disciple. In the same year, I worked hard to become an outer disciple, then an inner disciple. Back then, I was just like you, working hard to become a powerful warrior. Now, I have already succeeded half of it and I am working hard for the other half. Therefore, as long as you work hard, you can also succeed. Perhaps your achievements will be limited, but as long as you work hard, you will not regret it. Abruptly, Yi Qin pulled out his long sword. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the air as he swung his sword towards the sky above the windy mountain. Boom! The sword chi swept across the sky, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the protective screen of the stunning sky was split open. At first glance, the sky seemed to have been completely split open by this sword attack. The crack was tens of thousands of meters long and tens of meters wide. Including the 12 great elders, everyone gasped in shock. What kind of power was this? Standing on the ground, he was able to split open the stunning sky with a single sword attack, causing the sky to change color and thunder to roar. Invisible sword chi coiled around Yi Qin's body. A gigantic dragon formed from dragon fountain chi rushed up from the base of the windy mountain and enveloped Yi Qin. Yi Qin glanced around and said, I hope that one day all of you can reach this level. Do you have the confidence? Yes. Their voices reached to the sky and shook the entire area. Together with the gigantic dragon on Yi Qin's body, the scene became an eternal picture. Alright, today's meeting is over. You all work hard. After that, Yi Qin finished his speech. Next, Lu Hanshan started to disperse the crowd, even though many of them did not want to leave. At the same time, all of the martial institutions in the Windy Nation had sensed the change in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The dragon fountain chi rushing up was way too powerful. In the South Rudra Martial School, Long Bai looked towards the direction of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He's actually able to make the dragon vein chi appear. Just what level has he reached? Once the dragon fountain chi left the hidden dragon ancient city, it would hide itself and no one would be able to sense it. But now, the whole area around the Sky Cloud Martial School had changed drastically. Dragon roars could be heard, and that dragon's power was even more shocking. Even Long Bai was shocked. No genius had ever made her lose her composure like this. A dragon has entered the ocean, a real dragon has entered the ocean. Long Bai sighed. North Snow Martial Academy. Lynch was staring at the southwest direction, where the Sky Cloud Martial School was located. The former leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, who was now the great elder, Shui Warren, walked over and said, being able to live in the same era as him is your sorrow, but also your great fortune. As for the Emerald Martial Palace, more people were lost and felt bitter. Chapter 504. After staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a day, Yi Chen rushed to the Yi family in Luo City the next morning. The Sky Cloud Martial School was 12,000 miles away from Luo City. When he was still an outer disciple, it took Yi Chen half a month to go home for the first time. But now, riding on the flying puppet, it only took him half an hour. If he didn't ride on the flying puppet and used the sword light flying skill, the time would be even shorter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky above Luo City, the flying puppet slowly descended. Its huge wings kept flapping, creating a whirlwind. Young Master Qin is back. When Yi Chen jumped down from the flying puppet and stood in front of the Yi family's gate, the thousands of people in the Yi family all started to move. Some prepared for the banquet, some came out to welcome him, and some cleaned the yard. It was a very busy scene. As soon as Yi Chen entered the gate, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing already walked over. Beside them were a boy and a girl about 6 or 7 years old. They looked very similar to the young Yi Chen. Father, mother? A gentle smile bloomed on Yi Chen's face. It was the smile of a son returning home. He then greeted the other elders. Good, good. At this moment, Yi Tianhao couldn't say anything. He kept repeating the word good, and then looked at Yi Chen with all his might. It seemed like he wanted to see how his son had changed in the past few years. Shen Yuqing grabbed Yi Chen's hand. His eyes were red. You little bastard. You didn't come home even once in a few years. Do you miss your father and me? Yi Tianhao came back to his senses. He glared at Shen Yuqing and said contradictory words. Our son is a man who will do great things. How can I come back just like that? But Qin, if you have time you still have to come back. All right. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. After all, the people of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not related to him by blood. After a long time, they would become estranged from each other. However, home would always be home and parents would always be parents. They would not become distant just because their son had become stronger. Big brother. Carrie. Perhaps it was because they were related by blood, or perhaps it was because they contained a trace of Yi Chen's dragon vein qi, but the boy and the girl recognized Yi Chen at first glance. They were not shy at all, hugging Yi Chen's thigh and shaking it vigorously, clamoring for him to hug them. Their rosy cheeks and watery eyes were very lovable. Chuckling, Yi Chen picked up the little boy and the little girl, one in each hand, and said to Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing, Father, mother, I've made you worry. Little Shen and little Shao be good. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing's expression was incomparably happy. Hearing this, he said, Little Shao is a bit better, but Shen is a troublemaker, and will soon become the tyrant of Luo City. Yi Chen looked at Yi Xian. Little Shen, is it true? Big brother, I did not bully anyone. Yi Xian lowered his head, afraid that Yi Chen would not like him. Bullying people is wrong. As time goes by, people will not like you and will gradually hate you. Do you want everyone to dislike you? Of course, Big Brother is not asking you to be bullied without fighting back. As long as you do not take the initiative to bully others, it will be fine. Got it, Big Brother? Yi Xiao giggled at the side. Seeing Yi Xian being humiliated made her very happy. Qin, I've already asked people to prepare a banquet. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Tianhao said. Okay. Yi Chen carried Yi Xian and Yi Xiao and followed behind. The banquet lasted until late at night. Yi Badian also attended the banquet. As for Yi Tang, he was still in the Emerald Valley, while Yi Feng had joined the South Rudra sect. Ever since the destruction of the Purple Sun sect, the disciples and elders of the Purple Sun sect had either joined the South Rudra sect or the Emerald Valley. Very few joined the Sky Cloud sect, mainly because there were too many conflicts in the past. Yi Chen no longer cared about Yi Badian. According to his father, Yi Badian had completely changed. He had started to think about the family in all aspects, and his relationship with everyone had greatly changed. Therefore, if he continued to care about it, he would seem petty. Moreover, he was no longer the little genius of the past. Although the current him was not invincible in the South Rudra region, there was almost no one who could threaten him. His goal was the entire continent and the endless ocean. Tangling with some past conflicts would undoubtedly be too narrow-minded. The past was the past, and the most important thing was the future. By the time Yi Chen returned to the Sky Cloud sect, the news had already spread like wildfire. On the 7th day of his return, the entire Windy Nation knew that Yi Chen had returned. The originally somewhat peaceful Jianghu once again exploded. Many people rushed to Luo City from far away, or to some nearby towns, just to catch a glimpse of Yi Chen's true appearance. Looking at the overcrowded Luo City, the Luo City Lord and the Yi family's patriarch Yi Tianhao felt somewhat helpless. However, deep down they were actually quite proud, especially the former. He didn't have much of a relationship with Yi Chen, so he cherished the honor he received from Yi Chen even more. He firmly believed that as long as he did his best and didn't abuse his power, Yi Tianhao wouldn't let him step down. Moreover, Luo City's prospects were too good. He had already begun to discuss with Yi Tianhao about expanding Luo City and making it into a city comparable to the royal city. As for the Windy Nation's emperor, he would definitely support it. Nowadays, who would dare to offend the Yi family of Luo City? Moreover, Yi Chen's statue had been built in the Luo City's central plaza since the day before yesterday. According to the scale, it would be 100 meters tall golden statue. Big brother Yi Chen. In the hall of Yi Chen's courtyard, a lot of people had gathered. The one who spoke was fourth uncle Yi Wenhao's daughter, Yi Xian. Yi Xian was half a year younger than Yi Chen, and was already 23 years old. She had a dignified appearance and a tall and slender figure. However, standing in front of Yi Chen, she seemed very reserved, and would sneak glances at him from time to time. Yi Chen faintly smiled. Little Xian, let bygones be bygones. There's no need to blindly think about it. Right now, you're also a mediocre late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Try a bit harder and advance to astral reaching realm as soon as possible. Don't tell me you don't have any confidence? I will. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Yi Chen gave her was too great. Sitting there, she almost couldn't breathe. This wasn't because Yi Chen was doing it on purpose, but because she had too many distracting thoughts in her mind. Some elders and juniors of Yi family didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of Yi Chen. They only felt that Yi Chen was very lofty. Yi Chen Wei. Yi Tang and Yi Feng both looked at Yi Chen nervously. Yi Chen was a bit helpless as he smiled at them. You guys are the same. As long as you think about the family, it will be fine. Of course, the most important thing is to increase your own power. Only by increasing your power can you strengthen the family and protect the family, because you guys are just like me, part of the family. Thank you, Yi Chen. Yi Tang and Yi Feng were both embarrassed, feeling that they were very childish before. Alright, where's Yi Hai? Yi Hai was the one who had a good relationship with Yi Chen, and he had even given him a yuan light ball. Yi Tianhao said, Yi Hai is the same as you. After he left with his master, he hasn't come back yet. His parents are always thinking about him. Sigh. Hearing him, Yi Chen frowned. If Yi Hai were still in South Rudra region, it wouldn't be a problem. But if he were to leave South Rudra region, then he wouldn't be able to find out anything. What he was most afraid of was running into some kind of danger. If there's a chance in the future, I'll ask someone to ask around. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Apart from cultivating every day, Yi Chen spent most of his time chatting with his parents and siblings, trying to make up for the many years he owed them. During this time, South Rudra sect's leader Long Bai personally came with 3 youngsters. They were Rain Hero Nangong Yun and Yuan Shuame, as well as a disciple that Yi Chen didn't recognize. Without exception, all 3 had entered astral reaching realm. Their purpose was very simple, to select the 50 spectators for the martial tea gathering. Without saying a word, Yi Chen approved all of them. Long Bai and Dragon God Celestial Palace's kindness to Yi Chen would never be forgotten by Yi Chen. After South Rudra sect, North Snow Martial Academy was next. North Snow Martial Academy also had 3 young experts who had entered astral reaching realm. They were young Master North Snow Su Wen, Quick Blade Lynch and Tyrant Blade Yu Yu. Su Wen was currently the leader of North Snow Martial Academy, and his cultivation base was at mid-astral reaching realm. Yu Yu was at early astral reaching realm. As for the ordinary-looking Lynch, his cultivation base was the highest, reaching late astral reaching realm. His body was suffused with a trace of sharp and formless blade chi. Lynch, your blade intent has already reached perfection. You have the strength to participate in the martial tea gathering. How powerful was Yi Chen's eyesight? Even if Lynch intentionally hid his blade intent, it couldn't escape Yi Chen's senses. Shui Warren, who had abdicated as Supreme Elder, smiled and said, Yi Chen, I wonder what level Lynch is at in the martial tea gathering? Yi Chen said in a low voice, I don't know this time, but last time it should be low grade. Hearing these words, the faces of everyone in the hall changed, including those of Yi family. There was no one in Windy Nation who didn't know Lynch's strength. In fact, if there were no Yi Chen, Lynch would definitely be the #1 expert in Windy Nation. This kind of strength was actually low grade in the martial tea gathering. Moreover, it was last time. Just how high was the level of this martial tea gathering? It was simply unheard of. Finally, people from the Emerald Martial School arrived. There were 3 of them. One was the leader of the Emerald Martial School Zhuang Qingxian, one was Lu Wuxiang, and the last one was Ji Shuiyan. Young Master Emerald Zhuang Fei was naturally also an astral-reaching expert, but he didn't come. Ever since Yi Chen's complete rise, Zhuang Qingxian had already given up on dominating Windy Nation. Therefore he abdicated to Lu Wuxiang, making him the new leader. Lu Wuxiang was a peaceful person, neither arrogant nor rash, which made him worthy of being the leader. Yi Chen, we are all from the same Windy Nation. I wonder if our leader Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuiyan have the right to enter the top 50? The new martial tea gathering would be held in a few months, and all the martial institutions had gradually learned about the privileges of the hosts. Therefore Zhuang Qingxian had thrown away his pride and brought his people here. In fact, he was quite worried, not knowing if Yi Chen would refuse right away or not. Yi Chen nodded. 2 or 3? 3. The other one is my son Zhuang Fei. Zhuang Qingxian said carefully. Sure. Yi Chen had originally planned to let all the young astral-reaching experts of Windy Nation watch the martial tea gathering, regardless of who it was. Of course, if they didn't come, he wouldn't take the initiative to include them. After all, apart from Windy Nation, there were many young astral-reaching experts in South Rudra region. Standing beside Zhuang Qingxian, Ji Shuiyan's expression was extremely complicated. She bit her lower lip and blankly stared at Yi Chen, looking at the little youngster who had now become a peerless genius of South Rudra region. At this moment, Yi Chen's gaze also shifted to Ji Shuiyan. Chapter 505. In the air, the two's gazes intersected. From Ji Shuiyan's gaze, Yi Chen felt a trace of regret, apology, and some indescribable emotions. She didn't choose to avoid it either, opening up her heart. Ji Shuiyan saw firmness in Yi Chen's gaze, as well as an exuberant power that could shatter everything. Before this power, everything else seemed so insignificant, like a sparrow looking up at a great pung spreading its wings to the 9 heavens. Is this the reason for your current accomplishments? Ji Shuiyan was shaken by Yi Chen's ambition. His ambition seemed boundless and limitless. How could a person with this kind of ambition lower himself to her level? He had long since forgotten the matters of the past. So, it was my own wishful thinking all along. Ji Shuiyan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, but why did she feel a sense of loss? However, this was no longer important. From now on she would live for herself. She wasn't willing to sink into depravity. She didn't want to stop at astral-reaching realm in the future. She wanted a vaster sky. Even if she couldn't soar to the 9 heavens, she would spread her wings with all her might. Take care. Yi Chen's words baffled everyone present. Only Ji Shuiyan knew what he meant. He had seen through her thoughts. I will. Ji Shuiyan nodded. A few days after the 3 left, the remaining 9th grade sects of Windy Nation sent people over. However, they were all rejected by Yi Chen. It wasn't that he didn't want to give them face, but that he had his own bottom line. Without reaching astral-reaching realm, he wouldn't let them enter the top 50. Being so busy that he forgot about the quota of Windy Nation's young generation, Yi Chen had a rare few days of leisure. After all, the sects of other nations were a bit far from Windy Nation. On this day beside the lake, Yi Chen was practicing his sword arts. After the last tea gathering, Yi Chen had a small gathering with the Thunder Princess and the other 3. They had witnessed the achievements of the Thunder Princess in the Thunder mentality. However, Yi Chen's Sky Thunder Cut required him to fuse with the 9th style of the Sky Cloud sword art. Therefore he hadn't made any breakthroughs yet. Today Yi Chen had a thought and started practicing by the lake. As he practiced and practiced, Yi Chen's feeling became more and more profound. He fused it with the state of thunder, and every sword strike was incomparably natural. It was as if there was really thunder and lightning in the sky, and there was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the seemingly ordinary natural environment was actually something he had yet to comprehend. He had only grasped the essence of the state of thunder, but in terms of application he was still far from the natural world. A blue light flashed in the void, and the air was slowly cut open. The process was clearly visible. On the air profile, electric arcs flickered. There was no tyranny of thunder, only the nature of thunder. The 9th move has finally been fused successfully. The Sky Thunder Cut has officially become a profound martial skill. Letting out a breath slowly, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard. However, there was not much joy on his face. Although the Sky Thunder Cut that had fused with the 9th movement of the Sky Cloud sword art had become a profound martial skill, it was only at 50% completion. That was because Yi Chen had not learned the Thunder Profound yet. Without it, he would not be able to bring out the true power of the Sky Thunder Cut. It was like how a cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Once the Sky Thunder Cut has been completed, the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut has also become a profound martial skill. The two profound martial skills have both reached 50% completion. Together with the Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Art, I now have 3 major killing attacks and 1 hidden ace attack. The hidden ace attack was the Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut, which combined into a dual sword style. When the two attacks were stacked together, its power would be even more powerful than the Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Art. Of course, if one had to be honest, the Sword Chi tornado formed by the Lotus Heart Sword Chi would be much more powerful. But, the Lotus Heart Sword Chi was dead after all and its potential was limited. All the sects of the Windy Nation had gone up. Next, it was the sects of the other nations in the South Rudra region. For the sects of the other nations, Yi Qin had a new standard. No 6th grade sections. A 6th grade sect already had people who could participate in the tea gathering, so it would be too unreasonable for them to take up another quota. As for the sects below the 6th grade, each sect would only have 1 quota. After all, the Windy Nation had taken up 12 of the 50 spots, so there were not many left. Young warrior Yi, could you give us 1 more spot? My Iron Ruler School is willing to pay a huge price. The leader of the 7th grade sect of the Elephant Mountain Nation revealed an expectant expression. Yi Qin shook his head. No, your sect taking up 2 spots is equivalent to taking 1 from the other sections. All right then. Actually, he wasn't too disappointed. Having 1 spot was already enough for him. He thought that the spots would be given to the young generation of the Windy Nation or those on good terms with Yi Qin. Outside the gate of the Yi family, another group of people descended from the sky. The one in the lead had withered yellow hair, and it was hard to tell his age. His eyes seemed to be emitting light, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. Wherever he went, it was his home field, and Yuan Qi revolved around his body. This was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Guest this way, please. The steward led the group toward the meeting hall. Arriving at the meeting hall, the yellow-haired old man didn't see anyone and said unhappily, "Where is Yi Qin?" "My apologies, young Master Qin is currently talking with people from other sections. Therefore he told me to let the guests wait here." "In that case there's no need to trouble you. I'll go talk to him myself." The yellow-haired old man released his soul power and quickly found Yi Qin's location. He then led the group in that direction. The steward was anxious. He didn't care that the aura was suffocating him, so he chased after and said, "Young Master Qin said that no matter who you are, you have to wait here. Please obey." You want me, a Sea of Soul Realm expert, to wait here for him? Can you bear the responsibility?" The yellow-haired old man glared at the steward. Dang dang dang. The steward retreated a couple of steps as blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. As a Sea of Soul Realm expert, the yellow-haired old man's gaze could already hurt people, not to mention the steward who was only a mid-clasping Yuan Realm warrior. In the yard, Yi Qin sensed someone using his soul power to scan over. His brows creased and his soul power traced back to the source. He happened to see the yellow-haired old man injuring the steward with a gaze that contained martial intent. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Footsteps could be heard as a group of people arrived at Yi Qin's yard. Entering the hall, the yellow-haired old man sized up Yi Qin. "You are Yi Qin." "Indeed." Yi Qin's gaze looked straight at the yellow-haired old man. "I'm the Supreme Elder of Moonflower Nation's 7th grade sect, Swallowing Moon Sect. These are my sect's 6 most outstanding youths. Let them enter the top 50. The yellow-haired old man's name was Huang Lin, and his nickname was Yellow-Haired Spiritualist. He had entered the Sea of Soul Realm in recent years. If not for the fact that Swallowing Moon Sect's astral-reaching experts were a bit lacking, he would have long announced to the outside world that Swallowing Moon Sect would become the 7th 6th grade sect in South Rudra region. As a newly advanced Sea of Soul Realm expert, apart from being wild with joy, Huang Lin had become condescending, and his conduct had become increasingly tyrannical. He had volunteered to participate in this tea gathering, wanting to use his strength to fight for more quotas for his sect. He originally thought that Yi Qin would be apprehensive of his strength and would ponder for a while before finding a way out. Unexpectedly, Yi Qin didn't even think and directly said, "You can leave." "What do you mean?" Huang Lin's eyes narrowed. Yi Qin sneered, "My meaning is clear. Your Swallowing Moon Sect doesn't have a single quota." "Impudent. Our Swallowing Moon Sect's Supreme Elder has already given you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." A Swallowing Moon Sect's young generation angrily said. "Impudent." Yi Qin waved his hand, and the young man was sent flying while spurting blood. The other young men were both startled and angered. However, before they could do anything, they were also sent flying while spurting blood. Yi Chen's chi contained 2 layers of power. You're provoking me? Huang Lin intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Don't think that just because you're the #1 genius of South Rudra region, you're condescending and think too highly of yourself. Rip. Yi Chen didn't bother explaining. With a flick of his finger, a bullet-like lotus heart sword chi shot out. Bah. His protective Zhen Yuan shattered and Huang Lin's shoulder was pierced. Damn it. The yellow-haired old man was shocked at first, then turned furious. He raised his Zhen Yuan about to launch a fierce attack. Rip. Another lotus heart sword chi pierced through the yellow-haired old man's left shoulder. If you don't get lost, I'll make you bleed. Yi Chen's cold voice was heard. You. Huang Lin was so embarrassed that his eyes had turned red. Do you really want to die? On the main seat, Yi Chen stood up. As he stood up, the sky above Luo City changed and the sword chi was dense. Inside the hall, the yellow-haired old man only felt an invisible sword chi assaulting his face. The surrounding environment seemed to be fading away, turning into swords aimed at him. How is this possible? How can his strength be so horrifying? Huang Lin was disheartened, and the Zhen Yuan covering his whole body dispersed. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Chen. His previous arrogance had been completely shattered by Yi Chen, and all that was left was fear. He couldn't imagine how Yi Chen could be so powerful. He didn't even have the power to fight back, and had been wounded continuously. Especially the aura Yi Chen had just released, it made him feel like if he said no, his body would be separated from his body and torn apart by the sword chi. This realm had already surpassed his imagination. Let's go. Huang Lin led the younger generation of the Swallowing Moon sect, who were dumbfounded and prepared to leave. Don't forget to apologize to my Yi family's housekeeper. Behind him, Yi Chen's voice was like sword chi. Humiliation. At this moment, Huang Lin felt incomparably humiliated. However, no matter how humiliated he was, he had no choice but to comply. Apart from humiliation, he felt even more regret. If he had followed the normal procedure, he wouldn't have been humiliated, and he would have been able to obtain a quota for the sect. He had truly been blinded by lard. Outside the hall, Yi Xian was similarly dumbfounded. She had been back for a few days, and it was time for her to return to the Emerald Valley. Therefore she wanted to say hello to Yi Chen. However, she didn't expect to see this scene. A Sea of Soul Realm expert was driven out by Yi Chen just like that. Moreover, Sea of Soul Realm was the realm she had always dreamed of, the goal she had always strived for. At this moment, Yi Chen's image in her heart became even more invincible. She knew that even if she entered the Sea of Soul Realm, she wouldn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Chapter 506. Extreme Void. The second level of the 3 levels. If the first level of the Astonishing Sky was filled with all kinds of pure Yuan Qi, then the second level of the Extreme Void was formed by Yuan Qi. In the dusky, vast space there were countless strange sights. People who came to the Extreme Void for the first time would definitely think that they had come to a different place. The most common thing in the Extreme Void were floating mountain peaks. Some were big, some were small, some were inverted cones, some were round, and there were even some that were connected into a complex shape. No matter what the shape of the mountain was, it was actually formed by pure earth Yuan Qi. On the mountain peaks, some were barren and full of potholes, while some were lush and green. The forest was naturally formed by the wood Yuan Qi. On some of the mountain peaks there was only one big tree. The tree was so tall that it covered the entire sky like a huge umbrella. Apart from the common plants, there were also some unknown plants floating in the air. For example, there were vines that were tens of thousands of meters long. The vines were connected to the nearby mountain peaks, and there were house-sized flowers blooming on them. In the dusky space there were also many green light ribbons. Looking from afar, these ribbons looked like strands, but when one got closer, one would realize that they were actually rivers formed by water Yuan Qi. These rivers crisscrossed, flowing from the mountain peaks, pouring down, passing through the sky, rushing, and then converging into an even bigger lake. This lake was just one of the thousands of lakes. In the sky there were huge fireballs. It was because of these fireballs that the Extreme Void shone so brightly. Other things like metal Yuan Qi, wind Yuan Qi, thunder Yuan Qi, dark Yuan Qi, bone Yuan Qi, they all appeared in different forms. What a magical place. It was Yi Chen's first time in the Extreme Void and he was very shocked. Even though he had heard about the Extreme Void from some places, it was not as shocking as seeing it for himself. He could not imagine how the Extreme Void worked. In the stunning sky, the speed of comprehending the will can be doubled. In the Extreme Void, the speed of comprehending the profound will can be doubled. I can see that the pure Yuan Qi is not something that can be casually condensed into anything. Otherwise, how could it be so profound? These things are all operated and maintained by the profound. Even a stone contains the shallow profound of earth, and a stream of water contains the shallow profound of water. The more complex it is, the deeper the profound it contains. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen activated his Zhen Yuan to fight against the Yuan Qi washing in the extreme void. The Yuan Qi of the extreme void sky was not as simple as it looked, it also contained a profound meaning. Without a certain level of defense, one would not be able to fight against it at all. Of course, first of all, one would have to be able to tear open the extreme void sky barrier and get in. The reason why Yi Chen was able to get in and stand still was because first, his attacking power was powerful enough, which allowed him to tear open the extreme void sky barrier easily. Second, he had trained his Green Lotus Sword spell to its highest level, the 15th realm. His speed was suppressed to 1 times the speed of sound. Yi Chen borrowed the power from the surreal space and flew to a floating inverted cone-shaped mountain peak. The metal Yuan Qi is normally hidden in the earth Yuan Qi. It is hard to see it in the surreal space. Let's see what the metal inside the mountain has. Crack. Taking out his long sword, Yi Chen cut a huge hole on the surface of the mountain before flashing his body and jumping in. Inside the mountain, there were indeed metals condensed from the metal Yuan Qi. These metals were in different colors: gold, black, silver, yellow, pure green, and everything else. Sitting on a tall rock with his legs crossed, Yi Chen reached out his hand and sucked. A fist-sized piece of gold metal fell into his hand. So heavy. His wrist sank down at an indiscernible speed. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. Pouring his soul power into it, Yi Chen carefully sensed the metal profound inside, trying to see how it operated and maintained its form. Tens of thousands of miles away, a red-haired teenager sat next to an exploding volcano. The aura of the red-haired teenager was like that of a demon. It was indeed Chu Zhongtian who had lost to Yi Chen in the tea gathering. In the last tea gathering, Chu Zhongtian was only at the late astral reaching realm, not even at the peak level. But now, judging from the vibration frequency of his evil yuan, he had already reached the peak level of the late astral reaching realm, and it had been a while since then. Opening his eyes, a sharp red light flashed through Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Although the evil yuan would not be that much purer from the late astral reaching realm to the peak level, the total amount of evil yuan has increased by 20%. My evil yuan is already very powerful, and once the total amount has increased, my battling power will naturally increase as well. Not only that, my fire and earth dual martial arts have also reached the 14th level. My battling power is completely different from 2 years ago. In this tea gathering, I will beat everyone and then challenge even more powerful opponents. Chu Zhongtian was proud and he would not allow any failure, not even once. Losing to Yi Chen was the biggest humiliation of his life, and this time he wanted to get it back. As for the Thunder Princess and Edict Prince, they did not seem to be much of a threat to him, because they were different from Yi Chen. They seemed to be subdued by him, since his evil spirit body and evil yuan were not to be trifled with. However, just in case, I will have to do more research on profound sense martial arts. I think the remaining few months should be enough for me to beat them with absolute power. Boom. The volcano erupted even more violently. The combination of fire Yuan Qi and earth Yuan Qi was extremely powerful, containing 2 kinds of profound sense. Chu Zhongtian carefully studied the fire profound and the earth profound. In the middle of a thunderstorm in the extreme void sky, Jing Aoshuan opened her arms and floated in the air. Swoosh! Beams of lightning struck on Jing Aoshuan's body one after another. Gradually, Jing Aoshuan was wrapped in a round electric ball, her long hair dancing in the air with a hint of dark blue. After an unknown period of time, Jing Aoshuan suddenly opened her eyes. 2 spiraling electric currents shot out, and the electric ball exploded. Extreme Emperor Tyrannical Fist. An invisible electric current rolled up as Jing Aoshuan threw out a punch, hitting right in the middle of the thunderstorm. Boom. This thunderstorm directly dissipated, turning into pure thunder origin energy that radiated outwards. Wherever it went, mountains would explode and rivers would be cut off. Extreme Emperor Tyrannical Fist, 70%. But it is still not enough. I need to get more powerful. The 3 of them will not stay where they are. Taking a deep breath, Jing Aoshuan continued to search for new thunderstorms, trying to learn more about the thunder profound. If others knew that Jing Aoshuan had already trained her low-rank profound sense martial art to 70% and learned the thunder profound, they would probably have their mouths wide open. It should be known that there were very few warriors below the Sea of Souls realm who could learn the profound sense. Just this alone was enough for her to look down on everyone else. Xiaoyun, this is the top sky. The planet we are on is called the Colored Glass Planet, and it is one of the smallest planets in the top sky. It is also the least dangerous. You will train here from now on. Remember, you have to be careful. Do not run around. Some of the godly lights with more than 5 types of Yuan Qi combined will even scare away life and death realm warriors. On the dreamlike little planet, a white-haired elder said to Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun had been attracted by the top sky for a long time. The pitch-black surreal space, the countless planets, the paths between them, and the nebulas formed by the huge amount of planets. It was hard for him to breathe, but it also stimulated his inner passion. One day he would reach this sky with his own power. As if knowing that Li Xiaoyun would have this kind of expression, the elder laughed and said, "But you do not need to worry too much. I have set up a small spell here. It should be enough to protect you from the godly lights." "Thank you, Master." Coming back to his senses, Li Xiaoyun thanked the elder. The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Your talent is extraordinary. You have the power of the stars sealed in your right hand, and the power of the wind sealed in your left hand. These 2 powers aren't simply the application of Yuan Qi. They are more profound existences, so don't waste your talent. Gradually explore their deeper power." Xiaoyun will remember. "Alright, I will go first. If there is anything, just crush that light ball." Taking a step forward, the white-haired elder disappeared into the surreal space. After the white-haired elder left, Li Xiaoyun curiously looked around. This was the first time he came to the 3rd level, the top sky. The top sky was actually the space closest to the mainland. In his eyes, the top sky was too mysterious. The maintenance and operation of those planets were simply too mysterious. Apart from that, there were some beautiful lights that cut through the darkness from time to time, rendering the dark sky extremely dreamy. Under my feet is the glazed star. Relying on the star power of the glazed star, I will definitely be able to comprehend the star profound. Unfortunately, there is no star Yuan Qi in the extreme void. Otherwise, why would I bother coming to the top sky? Getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Li Xiaoyun sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the spell and closed his eyes to feel the star power that was everywhere. These days, Yi Qin had almost no time to attend to other things. Comprehending the metal profound, accompanying his parents and siblings, and preparing for the tea gathering in the heavy mystery mountain range. He had to do everything personally. Comprehending the metal profound and chatting with his family were very enjoyable. Only the tea gathering was a little difficult. After all, the heavy mystery mountain range couldn't be compared to the Thunder City's beautiful garden. The beautiful garden was protected by a restrictive power, which was hard to shake. Although the gravity of the heavy mystery mountain range was great, it couldn't stop the destruction during a fierce battle. He couldn't just destroy one place and then move to another. Otherwise, how would he be able to enjoy the tea gathering? Therefore, Yi Qin first chose the location of the tea gathering in the heavy mystery mountain range. Then he began to pay for the construction of the tea gathering building. The building was made of metal that was comparable to low-grade spirit weapons in the martial city. It was wrapped in an antique wooden veneer. The sparring area was at the center of the building. There was an entire battling platform there which was 3 miles long and wide. The entire platform was made of metal that was comparable to low-grade spirit weapons, and there were layers upon layers of fortifying arrays on top of it. 10 miles away, there was also a huge tower, which was provided for the 50 young warriors who didn't have the right to participate in the tea gathering. Originally, even if Yi Qin didn't spend all of his money, it would at least cost him a lot. However, he didn't need to pay for the spirit stones, since there were way too many martial institutions and countries in the South Rudra region fighting for the spirit stones. After all, this was the glory of the South Rudra region after all. If the tea gathering location was too simple, how would the others look at the South Rudra region? It wouldn't look good at all. Therefore, he directly told Yi Qin that the spirit stones were not a problem. He could have as many as he wanted, but he had to build a tea gathering location that belonged to the South Rudra region. Plus, the tea gathering location was not a one-time thing. In the future, it might be the South Rudra region's turn. At that time, he wouldn't have to build a tea gathering location anymore. Chapter 507. Simple things could be done quickly, but complicated things would take more time. However, learning the gold profound made Yi Qin feel that time passed very fast. Every time he woke up from his state of learning, 10 days or half a month would have passed in the outside world. In order to spend more time with his family and to digest what he had learned, Yi Qin would only go to the extreme void sky once a week. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. There were only 3 days left before the martial gathering would begin, and the venue had already been completed a month ago. Right now, the martial city in the center of the heavy mysterious mountains was extremely lively. The flow of people was increasing every day, and everyone was talking about the upcoming martial gathering. Inside the tea houses and restaurants, there were countless young warriors. Of course, most of them were the young warriors from the South Rudra region. Even if they could not participate in the gathering, they still wanted to see some of the top martial geniuses from the other regions, such as the famous Edict Prince, Thunder Princess, and Astral Spirit Son. As for the legendary warrior from the South Rudra region, they wanted to see him even more. After so many years, the South Rudra region finally had a chance to shine, and the one who had brought all of this was Yi Qin. Look, this is the martial genius who is only weaker than the Thunder Princess in the Thunder region, Beast Prince Mo Xiang. I heard that he had fought against Yi Qin in the last tea gathering. Where? Let me see. Inside a tea house, the young warriors from the South Rudra region were pointing at Beast Prince Mo Xiang excitedly. Among them were people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. This chi is so powerful. I can't even breathe in front of him. Lu Hanshan was shocked. He exchanged a look with Zhu Mei and Zhang Haoren. They couldn't help but think of Yi Qin. In the last tea gathering, Yi Qin had fought against this group of powerful warriors and became an undefeated legend. Mo Xiang made a face and said with a frown, "These people are too weak. I really don't know how a genius like Yi Qin could appear in this kind of environment. There will always be one or two surprises. I wonder how Yi Qin will become in this tea gathering. I really want it to start soon." The black sword swordsman who had lost to Yi Qin was with Mo Xiang for some reason. After not seeing him for 2 years, he must have become even stronger. However, the other three must have improved a lot as well. Living in the same era as them is really sad. Yeah. After 2 years of cultivation, I have barely reached their level last year. Of course, if I were to really fight against them 2 years ago, I would still lose more than I win, let alone 2 years later. The population of the martial city continued to increase, and the clamor reached the sky. One day later, Thunder Princess Jing Aoshuan and Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun arrived one after another. On the same evening, Astral Spirit Son Chu Zhongtian also arrived at the overcrowded martial city. At this point, 3 of the 4 most powerful warriors of the South Rudra region had arrived. This host Yi Qin is too much. He still hasn't shown up until now. In the restaurant in the center of Martial City, Li Xiaoyun joked. Chu Zhongtian crossed his arms in front of his chest. There's no hurry. Just show up at the tea party. It seems like Brother Chu is full of confidence. Li Xiaoyun glanced at Chu Zhongtian and slightly squinted his eyes. The latter gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sitting there, he was like a wild beast taking a nap, emitting an extremely aggressive aura. Chu Zhongtian snorted. Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan had also exceeded his expectations. One of them had an aura as deep as the starry sky, while the other had a powerful thunder intent. They were way more powerful than the last tea gathering. Of course, the more powerful the opponent, the better. Otherwise, what would be the point of beating them? Another day passed in a flash, and Yi Qin still hadn't shown up. On the street, young figures could be seen everywhere. Lynch, Su Wen, and Yu Yu were among them. If I don't go out, I would really be a frog at the bottom of a well. Walking down the street, 9 out of 10 people would be more powerful than me. As the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Su Wen seemed to have matured a lot. However, the young man's ambition had not decreased at all. Yu Yu said, "Before, I thought that Yi Qin was purposely exaggerating the level of the tea gathering. But now, it seems like he was just being conservative. Lynch, I'm not trying to discourage you. Only with discourage will there be improvement. I don't mind." Lynch looked very calm. Hearing him, Su Wen nodded silently. Speaking of which, Lynch's talent was not that high. At least in the Windy Nation, he was neither the first nor the second in terms of talent. However, his achievements were the most powerful after Yi Qin, which had a lot to do with his mentality. On another street, Lu Wuxiang looked at Zhuang Fei and Ji Shuyan. "What do you guys think?" Ji Shuyan stayed silent for a while, then said slowly, "Very powerful. None of them are weak. If they come to the Windy Nation besides the number 1, everyone else would be ranked lower." Indeed, very powerful. Zhuang Fei had to admit it. Lu Wuxiang forced a smile and said, "Walking with them, I feel like we are like defenseless kids, unable to fight back at all. Alright, let's just be spectators. This is the chance that Yi Qin has fought for us, and it is also the chance for us to see the gap between us." It was not scary to see the gap, but it was scary not knowing where it was. After 3 days, the tea gathering officially began. Thousands of miles away from the martial city, there was a flat area surrounded by mountains. The flat area occupied hundreds of miles, and the gravity was extremely strong. The plants were even taller than the trees in the sky. In the middle of the flat area, there was a huge manor built. The manor was surrounded by a 100-meter-tall wall, with thousands of clasping Yuan realm warriors guarding outside, preventing people from sneaking in. Of course, this was just a formality. If someone really wanted to sneak in, with their clasping Yuan realm cultivation, they would not be able to stop him. However, it was basically impossible for someone to be blind. It should be known that once the tea gathering was held, the manor would become a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Without Sea of Souls realm cultivation, no one would dare to barge in. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to take care of their own faces. There were 4 entrances to the manor. Outside of each entrance, there was an attacking power testing pillar. After careful consideration, Yi Chen had raised the requirement for entering the tea gathering a bit higher. One would have to get a score of 79 before they could enter. The others were not allowed to stay in the flat area. As for standing on the tall mountains, it was up to them. Since the surrounding mountains were 200 to 300 miles away from the manor, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to see the battles inside clearly. Boom. Someone had already started the test. The first person had successfully passed, getting a score of 80. The second person had been eliminated. Lynch, it's your turn. Su Wen and Yu looked at Lynch. Lynch sucked in a deep breath, pulled out his long blade and walked up. Boom. The long blade fiercely hacked on the crystal of the pillar, causing it to flicker crazily. Eventually he got a score of 80. But the supervising astral-reaching realm warrior was expressionless. Lynch let out a breath. In fact, he could not get 80 every time. When he was not in good condition, he might not even be able to get 79. Lynch, let's go to the tower over there. Su Wen and Yu also let out a breath of relief and walked toward the magnificent tower 10 li away. After half an hour, all the young warriors had finished their tests. Although the requirement had been raised, it had been 2 years, so the number of young warriors who had the qualifications to enter the tea gathering was much higher than the last one. There were more than 460 people in total. The inside of the manor was huge and there were a lot of tea houses. In the middle of the tea house was a 3 li long and wide battling platform. Arriving at the tea house with South Rudra region written on it, Lynch saw a lot of top young warriors from the South Rudra region. There were Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, Tuabaku, and more than 20 others. As for Xikong Sheng, he did not come. You are from the Windy Nation, right? Yan Qihua was the first to notice Lynch. There was no other reason other than the fact that he was using a blade. Lynch nodded. Indeed, there is one more in our South Rudra region. Li Daoxian chuckled. Finding a seat and sitting down, Lynch started to observe the other tea houses. Every tea house he sensed had a sky-piercing qi, which was immeasurably deep. Among them, the Thunder region, Floating Light region, and Gold Sand region had the strongest qi. The Thunder region tea house seemed to be brewing an endless thunderstorm. The Floating Light region had a starry sky-like depth, and the Gold Sand region was covered in a blood-red qi, looking like a demon. Right then, Toabaku said, "Why is Yi Chen not here yet? We were waiting for him." Li Daoxian said, "Perhaps he was delayed by something. No rush." It was early in the morning, and the mist in the air was drizzling on the ground under the effect of gravity. Thousands of li away, a wave of sword light was flying at 10 times the speed of sound. I did not expect to be late. Fortunately, it is not that bad. The human figure in the sword light was indeed Yi Chen. Normally, it would take him 10 days to half a month to comprehend the gold profound, but this time, it took him 20 days. Fortunately, he had finally comprehended a little bit of the profound, which allowed him to increase his gold resonant radiant sword art to 60%. Otherwise, it would be very hard for him to wake up from his meditation. Yi Chen felt a bit lucky. It was his first time hosting a tea gathering in the South Rudra region, so he did not want to make a fool of himself or give people the impression that he was acting like a big shot. The heavy mysterious mountains were still in front of him, and Yi Chen's speed increased again. Just as some people in the manor started to express their dissatisfaction, a cold sword qi suddenly shrouded the area. This sword qi was different from the sword qi Yi Chen had used before. It was more aggressive, like a tornado that swept away the clouds. It appeared instantly, covering thousands of miles. It is Yi Chen. This sword qi is so scary. He is so much more powerful than the last time. As the crowd discussed, Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyin, and Chu Zhongtian all changed their expressions. Last time Yi Chen was very reserved. Without taking out his sword, it would be hard to know how powerful he was. But this time Yi Chen seemed to be a completely different person. Without taking out his sword, he was already giving people an intense pressure. The countless qi in the air above the manor had all disappeared because of his arrival, unable to handle the pressure anymore. Unbelievably powerful. This was the consensus of the three. Chapter 508. My apologies everyone. Yi Chen is a bit late. I hope you can forgive me. At the wide entrance of the manor, Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue robes and had a long sword on his waist, walked in with big steps. His blue robes fluttered in the wind as if he could shrink the ground. Every step he took covered dozens of meters. Li Xiaoyun hid his surprised expression and said with a huge distance between them, "It's good that you are here. Then let the tea gathering begin." Yi Chen nodded and arrived on the battling platform. He looked around and said, "In the tea gathering, drinking tea and exchanging pointers are both indispensable. I wonder who is willing to be the first to go up and add some liveliness to the tea gathering." Just as Yi Chen finished his words, two people flew out of the tea house at the same time. On the way they looked at each other in surprise before laughing out loud. Without slowing down, they landed steadily on the battling platform. "Let's stop the sparring. You two can start." Seeing the situation, Yi Chen took a few steps back. After 3 steps, his body jumped up and landed on the top floor of the tea house in South Rudra region. This time, there were a total of 23 people from South Rudra region participating in the tea gathering. Including Yi Chen, it would be 24. Seeing Yi Chen coming up, everyone greeted him. Tuabaku couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yi Chen, how come you seem to have changed from 2 years ago?" Yi Chen knew what he was talking about. Ever since he had imprinted the slaughter element on his sword spirit embryo, his chi had changed from being reserved to being extremely aggressive. Then, he had comprehended a bit of the gold profound a couple of days ago, which made his sharpness even more threatening. If it were only this, it would not be too ostentatious. However, the chi inside the manor had caused his chi to rebound, which was why it had such an effect. Smiling, Yi Chen said, "I had a breakthrough in my cultivation, and it will be like this for a long time." "I see." Li Daoxian, who was at the side, nodded. The only thing that could cause Yi Chen to change was definitely a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Right now, although Yi Chen's aura was not as reserved as before, it was even more dangerous. If the previous Yi Chen was an unfathomable swordsman, then he was now a king among swordsmen. He was not reserved, but he was even more terrifying than that. It was as if he was using a high profile to cover up an even higher profile. The sparring on the martial arts stage was extremely intense. In the past 2 years, no one had stopped advancing. They had improved from their original foundation. Rumble. The battling platform started to shake. The black sword artist and deadly sword artist had started to fight. Both of them were sword artists, but one had comprehended the slaughter sword intent, and his sword aura was overbearing. The other's sword art was extremely fast, and he specialized in deadly attacks. Besides Yi Chen, the battle between these two had attracted the attention of every sword artist present. In the end, it was still Fatal Sword Artist who was more skilled. His sword pierced through Black Sword Artist's shoulder. Although Black Sword Artist had also sent Fatal Sword Artist flying with his sword, most of his sword chi had been dissipated by his opponent. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. During this period of time, Lynch had sparred 3 times on the stage. However, he had lost all 3 times. It was not that he was weak, but that his opponents were too strong. In fact, among the 460 people present, there were not many who were weaker than Lynch. Almost all of them were above him. Apart from Lynch, all of the young warriors of South Rudra region had gone on the stage. Among them, Tuabaku was still the most eye-catching. Although Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua had made great progress, their rankings had only risen by 1 or 2 ranks, which was not too obvious. As for Xikong Sheng, who had appeared in the last South Rudra region, he did not come. Murong Qingqing also seemed to be in closed-door training in her family. Too powerful. Every one of them is several times stronger than me. On the top floor of a tower 10 li away, 50 young warriors of South Rudra region opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. In South Rudra region, they were the pride of the heavens and were the center of attention. However, when compared to the whole South region, they were nothing. They were merely bystanders, insignificant bystanders. This opportunity was given by Yi Chen. Seeing such a frightening sparring, some of them felt depressed, thinking that no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to reach such a realm. Some of them secretly swore that they would use their own strength to participate in the next tea gathering. "Yi Chen, I will be your opponent." Feeling Yi Chen's frightening power, Yuxian, who had always been inseparable from Li Xiaoyun, flew out. She wanted to take the lead for Li Xiaoyun and test Yi Chen's strength. Li Xiaoyun forced a smile, but deep in his heart he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see how far Yu Xian could push Yi Chen. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen stood up. A blue shadow flashed and he appeared on the battling platform. Yu Xian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with a mysterious light. Pop. The air suddenly vibrated as if he had been hit by something. This mental attack did not hit Yi Chen. He had teleported in the air, leaving 7 shadows in a straight line, and 3 of them had been shattered. Yu Xian was not in a hurry. His eyes followed Yi Chen's trajectory. This strange attack had shocked most of the people. What kind of attack is this? On the tower, Luo Hanshan and the others were even more confused. Young Master North Snow Su Wen guessed, "It looks like martial will, but martial will cannot be this powerful. Perhaps it is a secret art related to eyesight." After dodging for a while, Yi Chen suddenly said, "You are from the underground world?" Yu Xian's expression changed. "It has nothing to do with you." The mental attack became more and more violent. Yi Chen did not try to dodge anymore. He flicked his fingers and beams of Lotus Heart Sword Chi that were as thin as bullets shot out. Wherever they went, Yu Xian's psyche was cut off, and the air was torn apart. It covered Yu Xian's entire body, leaving no space for her to dodge. Plain armor. The surrounding air twisted, and a transparent, tight-fitting armor appeared around Yu Xian's body. The armor covered her entire body, including her head. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen. Pop, pop, pop. After 7 clear sounds, blood came out of Yu Xian's mouth corner, and the transparent armor cracked inch by inch. Yu Xian gave up. In the tea house, Li Xiaoyun gave up the idea of letting Yu Xian test Yi Chen, because he knew that even if there were 3 Yu Xian, they would not be able to test Yi Chen's bottom line. Compared to 2 years ago, Yi Chen had improved a lot. Only the sword chi inside his body had become a few times more powerful. Yu Xian let go of the mental attacks around her and looked at Yi Chen with a bit of shock. Then she turned around and went back to the tea house. She is from the underground world? A saint lady? Yi Chen really did not expect that Yu Xian would be able to use a mind attack. Since she could do that, she was most likely from the underground world. But, judging from her strength, she should at least be a saint girl of some tribe in the underground world, which would only be stronger than Goldwind Saint's son. I wonder if that Yin Demon Master has come out or not? Yi Chen thought about the Yin Demon Master who was trapped in the underground world. He was the first master-level warrior he had seen. As for how powerful he was, he did not know. He only knew that with his current power he would not be his opponent. He would probably have to wait until he reached the Sea of Souls realm to have the confidence to escape. 2 years and he is already this powerful? It is beyond my imagination. Princess Jing, how confident are you? In the Thunder Region tea house, Mo Xiang's face was full of disbelief. He had not fought with Yu Xian before, but the power she had shown was definitely not weaker than his. He could not help but turn his head to ask Jing Aoshuan. Jing Aoshuan shook her head. At most 40%. But if I do not lose, I have more than 50% confidence. She had trained the Extreme King Tyrannical Fist Art and Extreme King World Shocking Fist Art to 70%, so it was already incredible that she admitted she was not as powerful as Yi Chen. Chapter 509. After beating Yu Xian, Yi Chen jumped lightly and went back to the top floor of the tea house in the South Rudra region. Maybe they knew that they would not be able to compete with Yi Chen, or maybe they wanted to save the top battles for the last. But after that, no one challenged Yi Chen and no one challenged Li Xiaoyun, Jing Aoshuan or Chu Zhongtian. Besides these 4, the battles in the second tier were still going on. Luo Shan from the Gold Sand region, Mo Xiang from the Thunder region, Tua Baku from the South Rudra region, and Lu Hun from the Floating Light region. These 4 were the most popular candidates for the 5th place. Once one of them managed to win, the host of the next tea gathering would be him. Yi Chen, do you think Tua Baku has a chance? Watching the battle between Tua Baku and Luo Shan on the battling platform, Li Daoxian could not help but ask. Yi Chen said, I am afraid not. If I have guessed it right, the next host should be Luo Shan. She has the least weaknesses and her overall power is the most powerful. Just as he finished talking, Luo Shan, who had been fighting with Tua Baku, made a slight noise. She used her spear to blow away the incoming lizard body and dragon head shadow, while the other short spear landed on Tua Baku's protective Zhen Yuan layer. That spear attack was extremely powerful. Even with Tua Baku's powerful defense, he could not help but puke out a huge chunk of blood. It seems like it really is Luo Shan. Li Daoxian forced a smile. As the young generation of the South Rudra region, there was no one who did not wish for the South Rudra region to have 2 tea gatherings in a row. It was not only an honor, but also a motivation to motivate the young generation of the South Rudra region. As for Chu Zhongtian, although he had never hosted the tea gathering before with his arrogant personality, he would not attend the next one, unless Yi Qin, Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan were all there. Unfortunately, it was not possible. Yi Qin shook his head. Perhaps Tua Baku still does not want to accept the host position, because he knows that the level of the next tea gathering would be lower. You are right. He is a battle maniac and does not care about winning or losing at all. After taking down Tua Baku, Luo Shan was getting more and more powerful. Not only had she beaten Lu Han, she had also beaten the super popular candidate, Mo Xiang. Right now, Luo Shan's position as the 5th warrior was unshakable. Phew. Finally, the most exciting moment of the tea gathering. After 2 years of training, I wonder who will become the true number 1 warrior of the young generation of the southern regions. Yeah. Although Chu Zhongtian lost to Yi Qin last time, he tied with Princess Jing. Princess Jing and Li Xiaoyun as well as Li Xiaoyun and Yi Qin also tied. There was no clear winner. Who do you think will win? I'm more optimistic about Yi Qin and Chu Zhongtian. One has super combat power while the other has an outstanding physique. Do not underestimate Li Xiaoyun and Princess Jing. Li Xiaoyun's physique is also quite mysterious. Both of his hands have the wind power and the star power sealed in them, while Princess Jing has trained the thunder element Zhenyuan and learned the profound of thunder. She is unbeatable. As the second-tier young warriors had finished their battles, everyone's spirits were lifted. They really wanted to know who would be the number 1 warrior of the southern regions and not just a tie. Lin Qi, who was wearing white, was sitting against the wall. He could not help but glance at Yi Qin, wanting to see what kind of expression this young sword artist, who was born in the same generation as him but had already become a legend in the South Rudra region, would have. But he was disappointed. Yi Qin's expression did not change at all. He was drinking tea while chatting with Li Daoxian and Tua Baku, as if he did not care about the upcoming battle at all. In the tower 10 miles away, the group of people from the South Rudra region were also looking forward to it. They could finally see Yi Qin's true strength, and they wondered what kind of shocking performance he would have. After drinking his tea, Yi Qin raised his head, and his voice spread out under the amplification of his Zhenyuan. You 3, let the battle between us begin now. All right. Li Xiaoyun was the first to respond. Yeah. Jing Aoshuan's voice was very calm. Only Chu Zhongtian did not respond. However, the aura above the Gold Sand region's tea house suddenly increased, and it did not seem to fit in with the surrounding world. Yi Qin, I did not have the chance to battle with you in the last tea party. This time let's start with us. Jing Aoshuan stood up, and tiny electric arcs appeared in the air. Yi Qin smiled lightly and was about to stand up. Someone is coming. Yi Qin looked toward the north. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyun, Jing Aoshuan, and Chu Zhongtian had also noticed the abnormality in the north. There, the sea of clouds was tumbling endlessly and thunder and lightning could be heard. 4 shocking auras spread out, clashing with the auras of Yi Qin and the other 3. All of a sudden, the airflow around the manor suddenly accelerated, turning from gentle to raging waves. Who is it? With such a huge formation, it was impossible for the others to not notice it. They all stood up and looked toward the north with serious expressions. Who are you? As the host of the tea party, Yi Qin had to maintain the image of the tea party. If he lost his momentum, it would not only be the southern region's face, but also his own. Therefore he reacted at the first moment. He stepped out and his forehead swelled up. His shocking aura caused the clouds in the sky to change and the wind to blow wildly. Soon, an invisible sword chi filled the sky above the manor, pointing toward the north. Everyone was scared by Yi Qin's aura. With just one movement, his aura had increased to such an extent. They could even feel that every inch of space above the manor had been occupied by the invisible sword chi. With his power alone he was fighting against the 4 auras in the north. Li Xiaoyun shook his head with a bitter smile. He had to admit that the Yi Qin after 2 years had already made him feel like he could not win against him. This was something that had never happened before. In a battle between 2 powerful warriors, being scared before the battle even started was a huge taboo, and a sign of losing. I guess I am not his opponent. Li Xiaoyun let out a breath and sat down. Yuxian sat down as well. Jing Aoshuan took a deep look at Yi Qin, who was on the top floor of the tea house, and also sat down. With Yi Qin there she would not have to do anything. The most shocked one would be Chu Zhongtian. Judging from the Zhenyuan vibration, Yi Qin was still not as powerful as him. No, it was quite a bit weaker than him. However, in terms of aura, he had been completely suppressed by Yi Qin. The dark red chi that had covered a large area started to shrink, as if it had sensed the power of the invisible sword chi. Ha ha, it seems like the southern region still has one or two geniuses. This is indeed out of my expectation. The sea of clouds split open, and 4 figures appeared at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 more people appeared on the martial stage. All 4 of them had extremely powerful auras, so powerful that there was no limit to their strength. The aura they released earlier was just a test, especially the long-haired young man in the lead. His terrifying aura caused the entire world to darken as though night had arrived. The pitch-black sky enveloped the earth, covering the sun and moon. Moreover, he had to thank Watermelon Skin N0 for tipping him 70,000 Chidian coins, which allowed him to become the 3rd leader of this book. Chapter 510. Blood Hand Tangjie, Shadowless Whip Chuang Hao, One Blade Ling Luohan, and East Demon Xiejiqiu. Oh my god. Why are they here? And 4 of them at the same time. In the tea gathering, there were young warriors from other regions outside of the southern region. The one speaking was the number 1 warrior of the Snow Iron region, Gao Hua, who was one of the smaller regions in the eastern region which was quite close to the southern region. Another young warrior from the Snow Iron region forced a smile. It seems like someone had spread the news of the last tea gathering. With Yi Qin and the other 3's power, their power must have been exaggerated, which attracted the attention of these powerful warriors. Now they are here to suppress the southern region. Although we were born in the eastern region, compared to the open challenge of the eastern region, the tea gathering of the southern region is more suitable for us. I think we should remind Yi Qin and the rest to prepare themselves. These people are not normal people. They are all battle-hardened warriors who have walked through blood rain. After thinking for a while, Gao Hua sent a Zhenyuan message to Yi Qin and the other 3. They are from the eastern region? Yi Qin's voice was transmitted over. Indeed. The one in the blood robes is called Blood Hand Tangjie, and he has already learned the profound of blood. His battling power is extremely powerful and he is good at direct attacks. He can easily break through the protective Zhenyuan of warriors at the same level. I heard that once hit by his palm attack, all the blood in one's body would be drained. Without top-rank blood replenishing medicine, one would not be able to recover to the peak state within 3 to 5 years. The one with the whip around his waist is called Shadowless Whip Chuang Hao. His movement art is just like his nickname, Shadowless and Shapeless. Once the whip was thrown out, the one who was hit would not even be able to see the trajectory of the whip. What was even more horrifying was that he used to be a genius killer in the eastern region. Killing normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would be as easy as eating and drinking for him. The one with the battle blade on his back is called One Blade Ling Luohan. He would only throw out 1 blade attack at a time, and after that he would put the blade back into the scabbard and wait for the next attack. Therefore people call him One Blade. Because he would only throw out 1 blade attack at a time, he was very strict with his blade art, trying to kill with 1 blade attack. He was an extremely horrifying warrior, and an opponent that most people did not want to face. That long-haired young man. If you meet him you better admit defeat. Oh, what's so great about him? Li Xiaoyan's voice rang out. Gao Hua took a deep breath and said, Xiejiqiu, nicknamed the Eastern Devil, is one of the 2 people who have intruded into the Sky Martial region of the Eastern regions. Moreover, his fame is not weak in the Sky Martial region, and he has attracted the attention of many forces in the Sky Martial region. His nickname has the word, Devil, because he walks the devil way and has comprehended the devil will. His luck on the devil way is extremely frightening. He has inherited the mantle of several devil kings, and he himself has a devil nature which is very strange. When other people's children are born they cry loudly, but when he was born he laughed loudly, which scared his parents and clansmen. After he was born he could walk on the same day. At the age of 3 he killed a servant who did not dare to fight back. When you meet him you must admit defeat, otherwise even if you don't die you will be crippled. Gao Hua's voice was tinged with fear. It was obvious that Xiejiqiu was giving him a lot of pressure. East Demon. Chu Zhongtian sneered disdainfully as a demonic aura spread out from his body. Thank you for your reminder. We got it. Yi Chen's voice was very calm, without a trace of emotion. Dong Hua sighed. He knew that the top geniuses would never admit defeat. No matter how frightening you were, they would not take the initiative to retreat. However, those 4 were not ordinary people. There were no tea gatherings in the eastern regions, but there were challenges. What? Nobody dares to answer? Tang Jie, who was wearing a blood-red robe, had a cold smile on his face. Yi Chen walked to the window of the tea house. You guys have intruded into our southern region's tea gathering. I wonder what you want, but if it's nothing big then don't blame me for kicking you out. Well, you can try. Cui Yinghao, who had a whip wrapped around his waist, grinned. The weather seemed to have turned gloomy and cold. So scary. The young warriors from the other regions all took a deep breath. This shadowless whip Cui Yinghao was like a poisonous snake that devoured its own kind. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel their blood run cold. 10 miles away, Lu Han's Han and the rest also had a serious look on their faces. The 4 warriors were all extremely powerful. Even from 10 miles away, they could still feel the horrifying aura coming from them. This Cui Yinghao was not targeting them, but they could still feel the cold sweat on their foreheads. It was the kind of death chi that only people who had killed countless people would have, the kind that was extremely close to death. I can't take it anymore. A young warrior who had reached the astral reaching realm not long ago hurried to look away, his face pale. Right then Yi Chen's eyes met Cui Yinghao's. The sharp chi spread out from his eyes, and the sword chi spread out in all directions, as if there were countless swords floating in the air. It's you. You are that Yi Chen, right? I've heard about you. But you have to be careful in front of me. I might cripple you. Cui Yinghao was a bit surprised, but then he laughed, showing his white teeth. So reckless. Knocking on the window frame with his fingers, the slaughter sword spirit embryo inside Yi Chen's soul ocean started to vibrate. This was the first time he had actively used the slaughter sword spirit embryo. When he had just arrived at the mansion, it was only because of the rebound of the chi that leaked out a little bit. Before, he also felt that these 4 people were just testing him, so he held back a little bit. But now he decided to give them a good lesson. A loud laughter was heard. East Demon Xiejiqiu glanced at Yi Chen and said with a loud voice, I heard that the level of the southern region martial tea gathering is quite high, so I came here to see for myself. I wonder who among you would like to battle with us. Of course, if you are not qualified, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Otherwise you will die miserably. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We will keep you company. Jing Aoshuan said coldly. Good. Tang Jia, let's start with you. Don't let down our eastern region's name. Xie Jiqiu said to Bloodhand Tang Jia. Tang Jia slowly walked to the center of the battling platform. Who wants to come down and die? Shameless boasting. Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun's body flashed, and like a tornado, he appeared on the battling platform. You are barely qualified. Tang Jia glanced at Li Xiaoyun, shook his head, and then nodded. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Although Li Xiaoyun's fame had been stolen by Yi Chen, it was undeniable that he used to be the #1 warrior of the southern region's young generation for a period of time. Everyone was full of confidence in him, thinking that he would be able to defeat Tang Jia and strengthen the southern region's reputation. Let's go up. There are actually people from our eastern region here. Xie Jiqiu, Cui Yinghao, and Ling Luohan appeared on the top floor of the Snow Iron region's tea house. Xie Jiqiu, please sit. The #1 warrior of the Snow Iron region, Gao Hua, offered his seat on his own. His expression was very cautious, even carrying a trace of fear. Xie Jiqiu sat down without any hesitation. The 2 seats next to him were taken by Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan. The others all stayed far away from them. You guys have brought shame to our eastern region. Xie Jiqiu said intentionally or unintentionally. Sweat appeared on Gao Hua's forehead. Not at all. Cui Yinghao sneered. Participating in the martial tea gathering and not being able to get a rank means that you are all trash. If this isn't shameful, then what is? Everyone from the Snow Iron region was angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Alright, let's talk about this later. Xie Jiqiu looked at the battling platform. On the platform, the battle between Tang Jia and Li Xiaoyun had already begun. Boom 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 boom, Bloodhand Tang Jia's attack was extremely fierce. Once he attacked, the sky was filled with blood palm prints. Each of them was pushed by the profound of blood. As soon as Li Xiaoyun's Zhen Yuan came into contact with them, it would immediately shatter with a chi-chi sound, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Wind barrier. Li Xiaoyun released the wind power in his left hand, arranging layers of wind walls in front of him. These wind walls contained profound mysteries, and their insides were always in a moving state. Petty tricks. Tang Jia sneered. His body moved along with his palm, slapping on the wind wall. Pop, pop, pop. Several layers of wind walls were shattered. Tang Jia pushed out his palm, and the blood palm print shrouded towards Li Xiaoyun. The 5 blood-red Zhen Yuan fingers were like pillars in the sky. 7-star crossing. Releasing the star power in his right hand, Li Xiaoyun closed his iron fan and waved it in a slanted manner. The 7-star beads were arranged according to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The moment they were arranged, 7 stars flashed in the sky. In the next second, the battling platform turned dark, as if it had arrived in the starry sky, leaving only the 7-star beads flickering with eternal light. Compared to 2 years ago, Li Xiaoyun's ace attack, 7-star crossing, was more than twice as powerful. When he performed this attack with all his power, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, which was extremely far away from the continent, would shine once, transmitting the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in a mysterious way. Break for me. Tang Jie was slightly surprised. This Li Xiaoyun was definitely not as simple as he looked. Even he could not figure out the operation of this ace attack. However, Tang Jie always liked to fight attacks with attacks. Therefore, the stronger Li Xiaoyun was, the more fun he would have. Pushing his blood Jin Yuan to the limit, Tang Jie suddenly roared and jumped high into the sky, throwing out a palm attack. Boom. The black, starry sky shattered. 5 blood-red Jin Yuan fingers were like huge hands in the universe, grabbing and destroying the stars, one after another, shattering Li Xiaoyun's 7-star crossing. At the same time, another blood-red Jin Yuan finger rose up and pointed at a certain part of the starry sky. The darkness dispersed, and Li Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. On the battling platform, Tang Jie was not unscathed. The clothes on his right arm and shoulder had been shattered, with a total of 3 circular marks on them. These were the injuries caused by the 7-star crossing. Unfortunately, only 3 of them had taken effect, and their power had been reduced by 90%. Therefore, Tang Jie was only slightly wounded. Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun lost. He really lost. All of the young warriors from the southern region could not believe their own eyes. It was only a warrior from the eastern region, and Li Xiaoyun had been defeated. Just how powerful were these people? All of a sudden they started to lose their confidence. Perhaps this tea gathering would become the shame of the southern region. Chapter 511. Too powerful. Be it Jin Yuan or profound sense martial arts, they are all above mine. Only my martial intent has a slight advantage, but it is not enough to make up for the other 2. At the edge of the battling platform, Li Xiaoyun stood up with difficulty, blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. The blood in his chest was boiling. It was the blood Jin Yuan eroding his body and blood. If not treated in time, his body would soon die and his blood would dry up. Shoving an upper-rank healing pill and a blood chi pill into his mouth, Li Xiaoyun activated his Jin Yuan, trying his best to resist and erase the blood Jin Yuan. Lost. Jing Aoshuan frowned, seeming to be caught off guard by this result. This blood-hand Tang Jie, is he really that powerful? Mo Xiang had already learned the identities of the 4 from Jing Aoshuan, but Li Xiaoyun was the Edict Prince, the former #1 warrior of the young generation in the southern regions. Even if Tang Jie's power was extremely frightening, Mo Xiang could not help but feel shocked, which was hard for him to accept. Don't think too much. After me there is still Chu Zhongtian and Yi Qin. Jing Aoshuan had already decided to join the battle. As for Yi Qin, he was the strongest among them, so he should be the last to join the battle. Chu Zhongtian's defense would be very useful at this moment, and he might even be able to turn the tables. What happened? Tang Jie was wounded? Could it be that he was too careless? Cui Yinghao made a face. In his opinion, Tang Jie should have crushed Li Xiaoyun with an overwhelming advantage, instead of fighting with the latter until both of them were wounded. Although Tang Jie's injury was not serious. Ling Luohan glanced at Li Xiaoyun, who had been blown away, and said lightly, at the last moment Tang Jie tried his best, but the opponent's attack had a flickering effect, which broke through his protective Jin Yuan. Tang Jie received about 10% of the damage. Hearing this, everyone from the Snow Iron region was dumbfounded. With just a single glance, he had seen how Tang Jie had lost, as well as the characteristics of Li Xiaoyun's attacks. He had even seen how much damage Tang Jie had suffered. What kind of eyesight was this? No wonder he was called One-Blade Ling Luohan. Xie Zhiqiu smiled. It seems like the southern sector is not that bad. He turned his head. Ling Luohan, it's your turn. Ling Luohan nodded. At this moment, Tang Jie might still be able to put up a fight. However, he had still suffered some light injuries, and his battle power had been affected. Standing up, Ling Luohan crossed his arms in front of his chest and flew out. Go back and leave this to me. Hee with your blade, Ling Luohan, I'm afraid you will be able to sweep the entire southern sector. It was not only the others who were afraid of Ling Luohan, even Tang Jie was. The latter's blade art was just too horrifying. Any flaw that he could grasp would be a fatal attack. Whoosh. Tang Jie returned to the tea house in the Snow Iron region. Taking a deep look at Ling Luohan, Li Xiaoyun also flew back and sent a message to Jing Aoshuan, "Be careful." Jing Aoshuan slightly nodded and landed in front of Ling Luohan like a thunderbolt. Ling Luohan raised his head and glanced at Jing Aoshuan, then said indifferently, "Make your move. My blade will not easily leave the sheath. The moment it leaves the sheath, it will be the moment you reveal your flaw." Royal Extreme Tyrannical Fist. Jing Aoshuan did not waste any time. Her first attack was a killing attack. She performed the Royal Extreme Tyrannical Fist at 70% completion. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed, filling up the heaven and earth. Within the endless thunder and lightning, a white fist appeared. This fist was like the arrival of a king, displaying the will of thunder and lightning. Retreat. Ling Luohan's body flew backward, his sharp eyes without a trace of emotion. Retreat. Seeing this scene, a lot of people were secretly happy. Jing Aoshuan's attack was about advancing without retreating. She did not retreat herself but forced the opponent to retreat. Once the opponent retreated, her fist aura would become smoother, and her attacks would become fiercer. This time she might be able to win. However, only Jing Aoshuan and Yi Qin did not think so. Ling Luohan seemed to have retreated, but his retreat was very strange. He was obviously retreating, but it gave people the illusion that he was advancing. It was an extremely brilliant battle technique. Retreating to advance, pressuring the opponent with his aura. It was equivalent to not retreating at all. Sigh. Yi Qin faintly shook his head. There was not much difference between Jing Aoshuan and Ling Luohan. The real difference might be in the battle. Although he had shown his battle techniques to the other three last time, it was still impossible to say that he had reached the top-tier level in one go. On the other hand, this Ling Luohan seemed to be a bit weaker than Bloodhand Tang Jie, but his battle techniques were above Tang Jie's. Yi Qin, can Jing Aoshuan win? Tua Baku's eyes were filled with confusion. Battle techniques had always been his weakness. Ling Luohan's battle techniques are indeed top tier. It should be related to his habit of only throwing out one blade attack each time. If you want to beat him, you would have to make him throw out another blade attack without putting his blade back in its scabbard. Throwing out another blade attack without putting it back in its scabbard? What kind of logic is that? Tua Baku did not understand what Yi Qin meant at all. On the contrary, Lynch seemed to be thinking about something. On the stage, Ling Luohan threw out his first blade attack. Besides a few people, no one else could see how he did it. All they could see was a white light shooting out from his back, slashing at the center of Jing Aoshuan's fist. This attack happened to be when Jing Aoshuan's Zhen Yuan was at its weakest. Chin. Bright sparks spilled everywhere as Jing Aoshuan's arm shook, her sleeves exploding. Ling Luohan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he flew to the side and put his long blade back in its scabbard. Boom. The second he flew away, Jing Aoshuan's other fist punched into the surreal space. Thunder and lightning interweaved together, looking like an angry dragon. The second blade attack appeared instantly and a white light shot out. Jing Aoshuan was extremely furious. Her opponent was like a slippery fish, escaping as soon as she touched it. Every time she was about to use up her power, he would launch an attack. Jing Aoshuan was not a stupid person either. Once she realized when she would be attacked, she immediately changed the rhythm of the battle. She threw out a punch but only used half of her power, waiting for her opponent to counterattack before launching an even bigger attack. Yi Qin and Ling Luohan shook their heads at the same time. Jing Aoshuan's advantage was that she could only advance and not retreat. This was not only in terms of form but also in terms of mentality. Her mentality had to have an unstoppable momentum. Even if she was going to lose, she would try to win in the midst of defeat, without a single bit of hesitation. Indeed, the second Jing Aoshuan changed the rhythm of the battle, Ling Luohan's body had already gotten close and he threw out a blade attack. Boom. Jing Aoshuan had tasted the bitter fruit she had planted herself. She had only used half of her power, and even if she added it again, there was still a slight gap, and her figure was forced to retreat. Jing Aoshuan retreated while Ling Luohan rushed forward. His long blade had just returned to its scabbard when he pulled it out again. This time, the way he pulled it out was extremely meticulous, pausing 3 times in the middle. The first time, Jing Aoshuan was just about to counterattack, but she immediately pulled it back. The second time, Jing Aoshuan clenched her teeth and counterattacked without caring about anything else. She had already realized that she had still fallen into her opponent's rhythm, and had even lost her usual style. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Luohan stomped on the ground and jumped up high. His long blade was unsheathed and a white light poured down. Crossing her arms, Jianghu was sent flying, and she could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood. Boom. All of a sudden, the tea house of the Gold Sand region shook. The red-haired Chu Zhongtian was like a mad dragon as he rushed down, attacking Ling Luohan. I will be your opponent. Alright. Ling Luohan was not caught off guard. For him, any time was the time to counterattack, and it was also the time to attack. There was not much of a difference. The only difference was who was attacking. Chu Zhongtian was powerful. His advantage did not lie in anything else, but his evil spirit body and evil yuan. Therefore he did not have any scruples and immediately launched a fierce attack. He was like an angry mad dragon, destroying and tearing apart anything in front of him. Ling Luohan frowned. Chu Zhongtian's aura was too crazy. Moreover, it was not Jin Yuan that he was using but evil yuan. Clang, 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 clang. Unlike Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be suppressing Ling Luohan. Occasionally he would be hit, but it was still hard to break through his protective evil yuan and physical defense. Evil spirit body. In the tea house of the Snow Iron region, Xie Zhiqiu squinted his eyes. He had not expected that there would be an evil spirit body in the southern regions. It was a constitution that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. People with this kind of constitution were born to be invincible and basically had no weaknesses. It was also the constitution that all kinds of geniuses feared the most, as it could almost ignore one's attack. Boom. The clothes on his chest exploded, revealing a crisscrossed sword mark. However, Chu Zhongtian did not care about it and continued to attack. You are still far from it. There will only be one person who can leave a wound on me. Come and try if you have the guts. Ling Luohan had also gotten angry. He did not believe in evil. Since the opponent had said so, then he would show it to him. All of a sudden, the frequency of his blade drawing increased as he slashed at Chu Zhongtian's protective evil yuan again and again. With his precise control, 1 out of 5 blades would be able to break through the evil yuan. This battle was extremely intense and it lasted for a long time as well. A lot of people had a new understanding of Chu Zhongtian. It turned out that he was this powerful. Then they remembered that Yi Qin had left a sword mark on Chu Zhongtian's chest, so they wondered what kind of level he would be at. After 2 hours, the two had consumed a lot of their evil yuan and Zhen yuan, but there was still no clear winner. Although Ling Luohan might lose if his Zhen yuan was weak, Chu Zhongtian might also lose if his evil yuan was weak, because the weaker the evil yuan, the weaker his defense would be. Enough, this battle is even. Xie Zhiqiu did not want to watch this kind of battle. It was too ugly. Chu Zhongtian, get off the stage. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qin also opened his mouth, telling Chu Zhongtian to stop the battle. It was not shameful to be able to fight to this point. Hearing him, the two took a couple of steps back and stopped fighting. Chu Zhongtian snorted coldly and returned to the tea house in the Gold Sand region. Ling Luohan followed him back to the tea house in the Snow Iron region. On the way back, Chuanghao passed by him and landed on the battling platform. Taking off the whip from his waist, Chuanghao waved his arm, and the long black whip curled towards the tea house where Yi Qin was. Get the hell out. He had not liked Yi Qin for a long time. Yi Qin's attitude gave him the feeling that he could easily crush him. Boom. The long black whip was blown away, and the shocking sword chi seemed to have been suppressed for a long time before finally exploding, forming a shocking sword mark in the sky. If you can take one attack from me, I will let you leave in one piece today. The expressionless Yi Qin flew out of the tea house, his body filled with strands of sword chi. Even his fluttering hair seemed to have a horrifying penetrative power, tearing apart the air. Chapter 5:12. What a powerful sword chi. This person's sword arts must be extremely frightening. In the tea house of Snow Iron region, Ling Luohan's pupils shrank. Blade Dao and Sword Dao seemed to be worlds apart, but they actually had some similarities. As a top-grade blade artist, he could naturally tell that Yi Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Interesting. An evil smile appeared on Xie Zhiqiu's face. Hearing Yi Qin's words, a dense death chi appeared on Chuanghao's body. It was invisible and formless, and could interfere with others' judgment to a certain extent, causing them to feel panic and fear towards death. In a battle between experts, a single stray thought was enough to decide the outcome, not to mention being shrouded in death chi. Take one of your moves. Even if you have King Will in your Sea of Soul, it can only protect you from death. It was impossible for Chuanghao not to know that some of the top martial geniuses would have King Will in them, and he himself was one of them. However, King Will was not omnipotent. It would only take effect when one was close to death. If it was only an arm being chopped off, it would not be considered close to death. Therefore, everything depended on oneself and others would not be able to help. Shadowless whip kill. Pushing his Zhenyuan to the extreme, Cui Yinghao flicked his wrist, and the black whip disappeared into the void. In the next moment, within a radius of dozens of meters, there was a tearing chi that could cut through gold and jade. Under such a large amount of tearing chi, anyone who entered this range would either die or be crippled. Moreover, the profound Cui Yinghao had used was the Wind Profound, which was extremely outstanding in terms of speed and tearing effect. Humph! To be crippled by this ace of mine is your honor. Cui Yinghao used to be an assassin, so how could he not know that even a lion would use its full power to catch a rabbit? Moreover, the aura Yi Chen displayed made him feel a bit threatened. He could not afford to be careless. Therefore he immediately used his most prized ace, hoping to cripple Yi Chen with one whip. I can't even see the whip's shadow. How can I fight? The young experts of the southern region were all anxious, and their nerves were stretched taut. Right now Yi Chen was their last hope. Once he fell, the southern region would truly be finished, and the martial tea gathering would be marked with a mark of humiliation. Many people closed their eyes, not willing to see the following scene. This is your strength? You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind as his body leaned forward. It was as if he was drifting at the edge of the world. He shuttled back and forth between the random ripping chi and approached Cui Yinghao at an extremely fast speed. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath, but the sword chi had already locked onto Cui Yinghao. Body sword technique. Cui Yinghao's breathing hastened. Not only Cui Yinghao, the East Demon Xie Zhiqiu and one-blade Ling Luohan were also quite surprised. Using his body as a sword, Yi Chen was like a beam of sword light, tearing through the air without even touching his body. It was as if he had directly passed through the sword light, allowing Yi Chen to enter. Don't play tricks in front of me. Your so-called shadowless whip technique is just a joke in my eyes. No matter how hard you try, it won't disappear. As he spoke, Yi Chen himself disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Cui Yinghao. Yours is the shadowless whip. What is my sword? Chen. The second the sword was taken out of its sheath, Yi Chen waved out hundreds of sword attacks. Because of the sword's extreme speed, it seemed like he had only waved it once before putting it back into its sheath. The long black whip fell down from midair, its front end connecting with Cui Yinghao's right hand. He looked down and realized that he was not wounded at all. He then laughed in astonishment. So this is your sword art? Haha, it couldn't even cut through my protective Zhenyuan. How could it hurt me? Blood suddenly splashed out. Left shoulder, left chest, left rib, left waist, left leg, left arm, right arm. There was not a single part of Cui Yinghao's body that was unscathed. It was almost at the same time that hundreds of sword wounds appeared. Blood blossomed like sides, covering Cui Yinghao's body. Looking from afar, Cui Yinghao looked like a human firecracker with countless bloody fireworks gathered together. Dead silence. Inside the manor, inside the tower 10 li away, there was a deathly silence. Shadowless whip Cui Yinghao could walk together with blood hand Tang Jie and one-blade Ling Luohan. If one were to say that he was far inferior to Tang Jie and one-blade Ling Luohan, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. The young experts of Snow Iron region knew that Cui Yinghao's reputation was even vaguely higher than Tang Jie and Ling Luohan. It was simply because he had killed too many Sea of Soul Realm experts. Speaking of Cui Yinghao, who didn't know that his whip rarely left anyone alive. The number one young expert of Snow Iron region had never expected that Cui Yinghao would not be able to receive even one sword attack from Yi Chen, so he mumbled something to himself. Xie Zhiqiu's face was extremely ugly, and killing intent gradually leaked out from between his brows. Good sword art. One-blade Ling Luohan would like to experience your moves. Ling Luohan couldn't bear it anymore, almost as if he had seen his prey. It was not that he had never lost before. Xie Zhiqiu had beaten him once, but Xie Zhiqiu had relied on overwhelming strength. In terms of techniques, Xie Zhiqiu was not as good as him. He believed that among the young generation, only Sky Martial region could surpass him in terms of techniques. Be it Eastern region, Southern region, Northern region, or Western region, there would not be anyone who could surpass him in terms of techniques. At most, they would be able to keep pace with him. Therefore, after seeing Yi Chen's sword art, apart from a trace of numbness, he felt even more excitement, as if he had eaten a stimulant pellet. Like a rock spreading its wings, Ling Luohan's figure leaped up and arrived in front of Yi Chen. He stretched his right hand backward and a white light shot down. This white light did not move in a smooth arc, but was like lightning, twisting and turning, fast like an aurora. The spiraling sword light curled up as Yi Qin made his move. As soon as he made his move, the white light was cut into 3 parts, with each cut being at the turning point. The spiraling sword light's remaining power was even more ferocious as it headed straight for Ling Luohan's chest. Not good. Ling Luohan's long blade did not have enough time to return to its scabbard, and at this moment he would not allow it to do so. He was afraid that the moment it returned to its scabbard would be the moment he would be defeated. Therefore, Ling Luohan made an exception. Without putting his blade back into its scabbard, he waved out the second blade. Lose? Another spiraling sword light appeared from within the spiraling sword light. It was Yi Qin who had instantly changed the size of the spiraling sword light, compressing it by an inch. The outer spiraling sword light was just a shadow formed by the qi flow, and its killing power was also not bad, but it was a little less sharp. Swoosh. While in the air, Ling Luohan's chest burst out 3 feet of blood as he was blown backward. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. In terms of techniques, he had been utterly defeated. After defeating the 2 top young warriors of the eastern region, Yi Qin, who was standing in the center of the battling platform, was like a sharp sword that had been sharpened. Affected by his aura, the surrounding air gave people a sharp feeling, as if it could easily pierce through the mountains and the 9 heavens. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.